Yo, what is up, guys? We are here. It is Freestyle Chess Grand Slam, Las Vegas. We here with the team Hikaru. I am FIDE Master James Kent III here, joined with International Master Jennifer Shahadi. What's up, Jen? How are you? What's up, chat?
Hello, everyone. I'm super excited, James. It's going to be so much fun. Hey, chat. Keep the chats coming. We're taking all questions today as we kick off this freestyle coverage on Hikaru's channel. I'm loving it.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm excited. Of course, as chess, we have more chess, guys. Chess is just a fun game to play with. That's why we're here. We're watching chess, Mom. I'm watching chess, Mom. Leave me alone, right? So it's going to be one of those, but we have the freestyle chess. If you guys aren't familiar, I'm sure you are at this point. Chess 960, basically, but it's a big round robin. And of course, we have a lot of chess to be played. But in the meantime, we actually are going to go over to the main broadcast, which is chess.com. You'll still be able to hear us and hang out with us, chat. But we're going to be over there and see what they got going on the ChessCom channel.
First up, she's a two-time Women's World Blitz Chess Champion and the youngest to ever do it. Please welcome to the stage, making her first appearance live on the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour, it's Bibisara Asabayeva. Next up, breaking all of the U.S. age records on his path to becoming a Grandmaster and making his debut here today on the freestyle chess circuit. Please welcome Sam Sevian. Next up, he's a five-time Puzzle Battle World Champion with a peak rating of 2704 and returning to Vegas where he finished second in the Millionaire Chess Tournament, hoping to do one better this time around. It's Ray Robson. Now playing in his third freestyle event in 2025 with an impressive fourth place finish in our first event of the year. Currently sitting at his peak rating of 27-22 and tied for ninth in our overall tournament standings. It's Javokir Sindarab. Next up is the other half of that two-way tie for ninth. Joining us for the third time here on the freestyle circuit, he's the youngest ever World Rapid Chess Champion. It's Nodirbek Abdusatorov. Our next player is a two-time Chess Olympiad gold medalist who returns to the freestyle chess circuit following his first appearance in Paris. We're happy to welcome back Vidit Gudrathi. Next up, we have a 22-year-old Grandmaster, currently at his peak rating of 2736 and ranking as high as 16th in the world, looking to leave his mark on the freestyle chess world. It's Hans Niemann. We now turn to a three-time U.S. chess champion and the fifth highest rated player in history. He was the first World Fischer Random Chess Champion. Give it up for Wesley So. Rejoining us on the freestyle circuit is the 4th highest rated player in history. He's a World Rapid and Blitz champion, leading his national team to 3 gold medals in chess Olympiads. It's Levon Aronian. Next to the stage, a 5-time Cuban champion and world champion in Blitz, following an impressive 5th place finish in the Grenke Freestyle event. We're excited to welcome Lenier Dominguez. Next to the stage is the winner of 3 separate Freestyle Fridays, with impressive showings in the previous 2 Freestyle Chess Grand Slams. He's the 2nd Indian player ever to cross the 2,800 threshold and currently holds 6th in our overall standings. Give it up for Arjun Erigaisi. He was the winner of the first leg of 2025 in Weisenhaus. At 20 years old, he's Germany's strongest grandmaster and currently number 3 in the overall freestyle chess Grand Slam standings. It's Vincent Keimer. And making his 2nd appearance on the circuit, following his debut in Paris, a Chess Olympiad gold medalist, having won this year's Tata Steel Chess Tournament and ascending to the world number 4 position. We welcome back Pragnananda Ramesh Babu. Following him, we have the reigning and 4-time U.S. chess champion with the 3rd highest peak rating of all time. He's one of our most consistent performers and the current number 2 in the overall standings. It's Fabiano Caruana. Our next player is coming off an impressive 2nd place showing in our Paris leg of the Grand Slam and currently sits 4th in the overall standings. We're excited to welcome back a 5-time U.S. chess champion, winner of this year's American Cup and current world rank number 2, Hikaru Nakamura. Finally, please welcome to the stage 5-time world chess champion, 5-time world rapid chess champion, and reigning 8-time world blitz chess champion, holding the world number 1 position by rating since 2011. He's the winner of our Paris and Grenke legs, making him the current points leader for the 2025 Freestyle Chess Grand Slam. It's Magnus Carlsen. And there you have it, folks. A stacked field of 16 competitors ready to do battle over the course of the next 5 days. It kicks off today with our 7-round round robin. There's only one thing left to do, though, and that's to find out what the shape of the battlefield will look like that they play for the first round of the day. I'm bringing back Tanya Sachdev and David Howell to help me out with this one. Normally, we're in the studio locked away when the position is drawn. This time around, it's your 2 responsibilities. So, Tanya, whenever you're ready, let them roll. All right, David Howell, pick us a good one.
Position 575.
Position 575 will be the first position for our round robin today. All the players now have 10 minutes to discuss within their pods, strategize as they please before stepping towards the tables. As they do just that, we'll reset towards the studio and we'll be back to break down all the action in just a minute. We'll see you there.
Rook, knight, king, knight. Rook, queen, bishop, bishop. Rook, knight, king,
E4, E5, F4.
Can I play e4, f5?
E4, F5.
G5?
Or
Or no, f4 is more. Makes more sense.
Ah, so E4 maybe not.
G4 first.
I assume G4, F4.
G4, G6.
No, but E4, F5, or like if you take a 93, F4,
No, I don't know. But G6, G3.
I did flip queen F6.
okay, 93.
G5.
E4, F5.
Ah, yeah.
G5. The bishop's good with stuff.
Was more open
Then you
G4.
do know what's this.
Yeah, I'm not so sure about this 93 finesse.
Is E4 G5 bad?
F4.
Take it.
96.
Yeah.
E4, G5. So it's not.
That's why I said.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. So G4 you say?
But E4, E4 G5, G3.
E4, G5, G3?
F5, E5.
F4.
How we generally do this?
I think we're good.
And if f4 we're playing f, right?
Okay, so E4?
No, but before G5, F4 is
Okay, 96.
Let's say f1.
93,
Yeah, I don't know.
C3,
No, I
C3,
think
D4.
so. Looks very bad to do.
Maybe h5.
What do you play? Sorry.
H7.
What do you play?
E4, G5, 4, yeah,
No, 96 queen F4.
Yeah,
And C3, D4.
yeah, C3, D4.
H5.
But we
after.
play C5.
Huh? C5?
Yeah,
Yeah,
C5, 96. The bishops are not great.
Here.
Maybe.
And then we start with h5 maybe?
No, no, no,
C5,
this-
C5.
yeah, C5.
No, I just want to get this bishop and leave like h5 bishop.
Yeah, but
I think it's this one.
we have one bad piece. And
Yeah,
a lot of bad.
No, G3 is more annoying here, but you say F5, yeah?
Yeah,
All right, guys, we have the boards up. I hope you guys are ready because we are ready over here. We got 575 on the board. You see everything back here is all mixed up. I'm Fitty Master James Cantu third here, joined with internet. Actually, it says WGM up there, but you are I am too, Jen.
No, I
Shahadi,
only got
so
the two
it's
norms,
whatever.
man.
It's whatever, but we want you to be I am over here. So WGM, Jen Shahadi, super strong as usual, but we're here. So how do you feel about this position? In fact, chat, what
I
do you
love
think too
it.
as well? We want your thoughts. What do you have? Uh-oh. Jen? Am I still here, guys? Somebody say something.
It's going to be really
Help
aggressive.
me,
You know, you get
Jack.
those bishops.
Oh.
My mic?
We're here. No, you're here. Oh man. That was scary. I thought I
Yes, you
was
are there.
just
You,
by
I think you
myself.
were there the whole time. And you hear me as well, right? You all hear me?
Yes, yes,
Yeah,
chat's
okay.
here. Okay, cool.
Beautiful.
We're all good. You just like
Well-
froze for a second. Okay, you're good.
Well, I think that this position is going to be a good one. I mean, with the bishops on the one side of the board, with the queen, all those diagonal pieces, all in the same triad, it's going to be very vicious, I think. I think this is going to be a very exciting position. What do you think?
Yeah, same. I love, of course, one thing I learned from Wesley Fisher, random champion, first one, he actually has a course on Chessable. I know a lot about Chessable, but he does have a course on Chessable. And one thing he did mention a lot of times is actually just opening up the bishops quickly. So you do see moves, for instance, I heard in some of the calculations, they said E4, G5. And then something, I think even Magnus said G3 there to open up the bishop. But if you notice, first move for black was like a G5, G6 type idea to get the bishops out. Because if you fail to do this, they can get blocked later, and it's kind of a problem. Same thing with the knight. So I like the fact that you can castle in 2 moves. So that's usually a cool thing. I think you can castle in 2. Maybe it's 3 because of this rook here. It depends, but
Yeah.
sometimes castling's off a little bit. You got to be like, wait, can I castle here or can I not castle? But I think overall it will be a fun game, especially with the queen and rook here. You can push up a lot like this. The bishops can aim this way, so it really is going to be dynamic. I don't think I've ever seen a boring 960 game. Now that I think about it.
Well, I think the ones with bishops in both corners can be a little dry because it
Oh, like here and here.
yeah, it encourages quick trades. This one, I actually, speaking of which, that's one thing I like to look about when I see a 960 position. I like to think about early trades. Where could those trades be? Early potential loose pieces or loose pawns. Actually, every single pawn here is protected to start the game, so that's good. Um, I think the F7 of this position is C2, right?
Yeah.
It's only protected by the king. And actually kind of difficult to get further protected. So I agree with you that castling relatively early is going to be important here.
Yeah, someone in chat says, you think they can castle with the bishops? Yeah, in fact, that's a great question. Casting this way actually is quite difficult. And the reason is just it takes so many pieces that you have to move. You have to actually clear these two as well. Just these have to be cleared, I think, queen and knight, and then you can obviously jump over through the rook and end up casting this way. So you may see some type of fincattle later. It's already kind of fincattled if you want to play this way, get the king here and the rook here. It takes a long time, but then you got to figure out where are you going to put your queen based off of what white is going to end up playing too as well. So great thing that we love about official random or freestyle chess here is that there is no theory. You got to come up with this stuff immediately, and you have to be thinking ahead. And the time control here is one thing I like it too about that, Jen. What do you think about the 10+10 format?
Love it. And I love that they get time in advance to really consider the position as they are doing right here. We can see it on screen. I'm trying to figure out what they're doing. The one thing you'll notice is that the pawns that are being moved are over by those diagonal pieces. They're not moving pawns by their knights and their kings because that would be really risky. So you see a lot of G3, F4s, which would beautifully open that bishop on H1 and that bishop on G1.
Did you notice how Hans is by himself, chat? Did you see that too? Hans is sit on Fisher status. Hans is just like, thanks for inviting me. I don't care about nothing. I'm just gonna sit here and do my job, So he was not with the other parties. He's not around everyone else. People were asking where's Hans, and there was a close up as I'm watching the stream too as well. As Hans was sitting there analyzing by himself.
I don't hate the strategy. I got to be honest, James. I mean, I feel like just getting into the zone and trying to figure it out for yourself. I mean, sure, like, grabbing some of the insights from Levon and Wesley and Hikaru, of course, that's valuable. But I think sitting there and trying to zone in makes sense too.
Well, chess, of course, the working by yourself is very important when you need your chess improvement. Your chess improvement is so important here, and you got to work by yourself, which is something we all need to do or learn, obviously, if you don't know. But working with partners too is great too as well. You can work by yourself while also working with each other. For instance, on the screen now, everyone's talking about what's going on here. But in your head, even if you're quiet, not saying anything, you can be actually making your own conclusions and making your own strategies and plans, which I'm pretty sure they're already doing. So nice to see.
What would you guys do in chat?
What would you do, chat?
I feel like when I'm communicating and I'm listening to people, sometimes my chess brain can't work as quickly. So that's why I really do relate to what Hans is doing there. But I think everybody's different, and some people would just want to see like, hey, like what's the big move going to be here? Do they see something that I don't see?
I'm a fan of that too. I actually like to stay quiet and watch them work and just like, okay, cool. Oh, nice. And I was thinking this and then thinking that, and then take your own spin on it. And I love to play aggressive chess too as well. So always looking for very sharp tactical ways to do things based off of what they might have given me. And we got some handshakes. Players starting to sit down 10+10. It's a double elimination knockout type of format. I am always a fan of that. And top 4 from each groups, the white and black groups, will go into the bigger brackets up there. So what do you like the double elim? How do you feel about that, Jen?
Oh yeah, I love the format. I love the 10+10. And as many people in the chat are commenting, I love the jackets. If you were gonna have one of those jackets, which color would you pick, James?
I like the red. I always like the red. I got a nice red one here at the house. I also have the black with the suede on it. It's either black suede or all red and then something else to complement. I like to be very flashy and fly. So that's mine all day. It's kind of like Levon, a Levon in a way, or a Faruja, Gucci Reza, as we like to say.
Nakamura's red, that's not the red you like though?
Yeah, and Nakamura, yeah, it needs to be like a bright red.
Brighter red, yes.
Brighter,
yes.
you know what I mean?
Hey,
yeah, brighter red, absolutely.
Yeah, I got the red hair here, so
Yeah.
I'm feeling you. Although I actually kind of like the fuchsia that Hans is rocking as well.
Fuchsia, yeah, that's a very, I forgot that was a color. So you're just really in tune with your colors here, Jen. It's like fuchsia. That's a hint of fuchsia there. Yes, from the island of I don't even know, right? So we got Jennifer Shahadi over here with the style tips there, fuchsia guys. Make sure
Yeah,
I didn't even spell that.
you're not even used to getting style tips in a chess broadcast. Usually he's like up there, man. And here we go,
Use
handshake.
handshakes. Let's go. I didn't know. One thing I noticed here is the headphones. I actually like that you can get complete silence there. So that's pretty nice to have.
So what are we going to see here from Linear? Do you think we're going to get a G3 or an F4? Those are the two moves that the computer is suggesting. And I mean, both are super logical. Both develop a bishop.
These
And
are actually really nice. I like, believe it or not, I just
E4.
really like E4 because it's like in a central control
Yeah.
move, putting putting something in the center. Like principles still stay the same, so you need to put pawns in the center. So you know F4 is sort of centralized. But did he play F3 or and then it went back? Nice. I've
Seriously
never
doubt
seen
it.
that before ever.
F3 looks terrible because it would block the bishop on H1, right?
There it is. F4, F5, and G6, G3, G6. So symmetrical thus far.
Right, and then you're right, these knights are going to be a little bit tricky. So he moves knight b1 to c3, but then the question is, what about the d knight? You don't want to really stick it on e3 in front of your e pawn, do you?
Yeah, right. That's annoying.
E4 followed by knight e3 is the intention.
Absolutely. E4 followed by 93. I do like a lot. Of course, knights work best behind pawns, not in front of them. So really not trying to actually put the knights really in front of the central pawn, which is going to block the rook in even further. So we will see maybe a lot of symmetry here in a minute. So far, so good. Symmetry on both sides.
Copycat, says Medliola. Yes, indeed. And how
Copycat.
much would somebody have to pay you to play bishop takes knight here?
Oh man, you know what? Yeah, let's see how much. Wait, look. Hey, what's the prices again? All right, yeah, let me get like 2 extra bands, and I'll do it. I'll do it. Just put 2 extra on there. I'm good.
No, no,
Okay.
no. Yeah, bishop takes knight is, a really important move in chess, and sometimes it is the move that gives you an advantage. But in this position, the bishops are really towering above the knights. Although that knight on e4 now could be eyeing knight c5 in the right spot, and that could be a little bit dangerous.
Especially with the bishop behind it too as well. And b6 would lead to almost. Oh, that actually is a mate idea. Hey, king b8 and knight takes d7 mate.
Oh, I love it.
Whoa.
Show it. Show us.
Vicious. Let's just make a move like, I don't know, h5. Okay, knight
That's
here,
not fun.
b6, queen check. If knight b7, there's obviously queen takes. Let's actually show this. Is there a smothered here? Kinda. Let's just try to show the little smothered mates here.
I love it. I love it. Because that's not the way we
Taxinos.
usually see it.
Yeah, that's a beautiful smothered. And then you also have this too as well, which Hikaru's not going to fall for any of this stuff. But this is check and mate. Very nice idea here. So let's refresh and see what's on the board. If anything did happen, nothing happened after knight takes c4. Yeah, this is quite annoying. You do have to deal with this. Maybe d6. I mean, e5 is probably playable. I'm just tired of being symmetrical. Like at some point, you're like, bro, stop copying me, or like like who copies who? And I guess it's Hikaru in the way copying him. But and there it is, e5. Got to play the best move. What else can we do?
Well, e5, what is the problem now with knight c5? What happens on that? Does it, because, oh, it just looks like they traded. So Linear now potentially just going for the end game. Thinking that if queen f1, rook f1, there's a little advantage there. Not the excitement that we were necessarily hoping for in the very beginning of the game, but still a really interesting patterns, I think, in this kind of queenless endgame that we might get. I mean, queenless middle game.
Yeah,
Queenless
absolutely.
middle game.
Queenless middle game. Yeah, those are very boring, but right up Lanier's avenue. I remember as a younger player, he was actually a very ferocious player tactically. And then as he started to get to the upper echelons of chess, he started to, as you see many players do, just to change up the repertoire and play things that are quite solid, more solid than anything else. So as we see here in game, will be fine for both of them. But does Hikaru want to go into that? He's thinking, do I want to trade? Really don't want to, because he didn't take instantly, is saying he's looking for elsewhere. He's like, I don't really want to trade right now. Do I do knight takes c5, or do I let him capture here and then I take the file in reverse, or do I even do something else and try to grab his pawn later, which may not be the most recommended because of d4. So he says, I'll take with the bishop.
And I'm seeing that we're having interesting strategies and all. I mean, interesting, like, but similar strategies in all the games here with f4, f5. Han's a bit of an outlier, playing a move early d3 as
Okay.
opposed to the quickie for yeah, just kind of keeping track. Of course, we will go over some of those games after this one concludes.
Nice. Yeah, definitely. If you ever see anything there on your engine that you want to point out, like, whoa, this is crazy or blah, 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 just let us know. We'll definitely go take a look at it while we watch Hikaru's game as the main. And we'll bounce around if you see anything super, super spectacular.
Yeah, but it does seem that everybody was in agreement of playing f4 in that first move so far that I have seen.
Okay. At 4 or 5. Yeah. Just open the bishops up, which is one thing. Never forgot, like I have my glory days of freestyle chess in a way of just beating some strong players and have some good time. It's actually a great game. It's very fun. It helps calculation and strategy and working with pieces together. But one thing I never forgot is those bishops. Get the bishops out quickly. As world champion Wesley So, Fisher Random world champion, was able to say and help others do. So as we see, bishops got out very quickly. Now it's about really getting the rest of the pieces out. It is Lanier's move here. We have 10 minutes and we do get a 10-second increment here. So definitely a lot of time for both of them trying to figure out, both of them wanting to figure out what is the next plan. Where does the king go? How do I develop the knight? What is next? C3, maybe D4. Do I move the knight? Do I trade queens? There's so many things to think about.
Can he avoid the queen trade somehow here? Because of course that could be kind of interesting for us. And if so, where to put the queen?
Yeah, this is strange. Like the queen G2, maybe queen H3. Maybe even just bishop F2.
Queen G2 looks a little interesting, right? But putting it on that battery potentially. And then we need to get that knight on D1 out and try to castle to get the rook in the game.
Cool. I hear you guys on the back end. Thank you. Thank you for that. All right. Yeah. So chat, what do you think, guys? What are you thinking, chat? Do you like this position? Do you like white? Do you like black? What do you think the result would be? Obviously, we're far away from that, but still like some predictions. Knight to C3, developing, getting a knight off the back rank. Very logical, makes a lot of sense. Hikaru will probably do the same or evade the queen trade.
Yeah, just trying to look into that castle and queen side to get the rook out of the corner. Connect all those major pieces.
Let's see, rooting for Vinny to win against Magnus. Okay, he beat him before. I remember he was actually going off. Vincent, I don't remember which one exactly, but he was going off that one tournament. He beat everybody. Like it was just like, where did he come from? Out of nowhere. So it's very possible, and especially with this time constraint too, as well. Like having 10 minutes and 10-second increment. Once you're getting down to lower time, at 10 seconds doesn't feel like a lot of time at all here. But Hikaru's move, do we trade queens, chat, or not? I actually like queen G7.
Yeah, you want to keep those queens on the board, huh? Especially with the
Yeah, I
time
do.
ticks down. Let's keep it exciting. Yeah, I like
Right.
it. Queen G7. What's up with that move? I like it. What
Yeah,
about
it's queen G7.
after Queen G7? You're thinking of queenside castles for white, perhaps?
Yes, that was actually very likely correct. The queenside castle. Then I have to move my knight, maybe 96. I guess we kind of do the same thing. Maybe swing a knight into D4, end up castling. He wins 96, though. It's going to happen. It's either going to trade or not. This is probably the moment right now to see if there's going to be a trade or not. I guess one doesn't just want to give up the file. That's what he's like. Yeah, I don't want to give up the file. He's like, you give it up. No, you give it up. So there's just a standoff here to see who gives up the file, which can't be necessarily challenged immediately yet.
Yeah, we could just see a double castle here.
Castle. But then actually queen trade would be able to be challenged with the rook F1 or rook F8. So it's coming. Who will get the file, which is important.
Casey Abel says, best move by Hikaru, even now. Yes. Does look like he's matching the computer suggestions, indeed.
No drink water too fast, guys. I'm okay. I'm just hydrating too fast. Yeah, so hydrate, but not too fast. That's what just happened there. Hikaru is a computer confirmed, yes. Any French animator castles. Probably will have the same.
the master of matching computer energy. I don't know. I don't know if that's a compliment. Maybe it is. I think he meant it as a compliment. Emoted.
Yeah,
He
yeah,
definitely
correct.
meant it that way.
In this day and time, you're like, start the
Yeah.
procedure. Oh, he is a computer. Oh, computer. Oh, God. You know, that's how people are these days. All right, I'm actually gonna turn off my vibrate on my phone here. People are like, turn off the vibration when you're commentating. So I'm gonna do that now.
The
So for you
question here, though,
guys.
is why so we see here that the computer doesn't favor queen takes f1, but why is it so bad? Because queen takes f1, rook takes f1, queen side cancels. How do you actually make use of your open file? Well, I do
Yeah.
see one issue
Mhm.
that maybe you can get a little knight f6 action in, and try to grab one of those bishops. So
Wait,
that's
move where?
well, I'm saying that if people might be wondering why doesn't Hikaru just play queen takes f1
Right now.
and before castle's queenside, but
Hmm.
then that f file actually can be occupied with the knight going to f6, and that might be a little annoying. And that's why he
Yeah,
chose to castle himself first, as you pointed out earlier, maintaining that standoff rather than giving up the file. Something
absolutely.
that you will see in grandmaster, master, expert games all the time, but younger players, lower rated players, they sometimes struggle with that, right? They give away the file because they're so keen on trading.
Yeah, of course. As you see the trade, lots of people just make the trade and don't even have a follow up. One thing that you always want to do is before you trade, ask, is it better for me or is it better for them? And also, there's the word or the phrase, if you ever heard it before, to take is a mistake. Obviously, if a queen is hanging, you should probably take it, depending on what's going on, unless they're sacrificing it. Piece hanging, same thing. Ask yourself, is it really hanging? But they say to take is a mistake. Lots of times when you do capture something, you have to ask, is it better for me or is it better for them? And here we are. Queen takes f8. Did see this one coming. Rook takes, and probably rook f1. And are we having wait, knight c5, more trades? Hold on. Takes. Do we have a draw prediction? Okay, there is a lot of chess left, but this is very dry, Jen.
Yes, a lot of pieces are getting traded. Earlier, I said that I didn't think pieces were going to be traded, but here they go. They are flying off the board indeed, as we do see now knight c5, and I don't think he wants to give up that bishop on e5, and now bishop takes c6 is a threat, right? Removal of the defender. So yeah, I earlier joked that I would never want to play bishop on h1 takes c6, but there are exceptions, like when I can win a piece.
Yeah, exactly. When BC said this is old man chess, you know what,
Let's
Sam Kazi?
go.
I believe you. I am totally with you here, but I don't expect anything less from Lanier. He actually plays like this all the time, and if you make any slight error, he will pounce. I will say that. So, but Hikaru, extremely strong, can play all type of positions. So, same as Lanier. Here, I think it's just very level, very easy. This might be a quick draw, guys. I'm not even kidding. It could be a lot more, but it's so symmetrical. I mean, it's hard to really blunder something here. Come on, chat. I mean, chat, you could draw this, chat. I mean, come on, chat, right? Come
I
on. I
love the
hate seeing this
faith.
stuff. I have faith in chat. I have faith. I have
Yeah,
faith.
yeah. Somebody pointing out nuclear power pointed out the younger players equals lower rated players. Well, not necessarily, but I did notice that even when younger players are a little higher rated or really, really talented, they do sometimes struggle with over trading. Because a lot of times they're really good at tactics, but trading, the art of the trade is more a strategic mastery. And
Mm.
that tends to become a little bit more difficult to the younger guys.
Yeah, the strategy part, of course, the most fun part is the tactics. But when there's no tactics, you have to have something else to do. Hello, Susanna. Chat, I see you. So you have to make sure that you have these players at the higher level here, at the highest level, they actually are graded everything: the positional play, the strategic play, and the tactics as well. So yeah, if there's no tactics there, you have to. What I tell students is improve the position. What does that mean? It's generally moving pieces or pawns to better squares than what they currently on. Sometimes backwards, not all the time, but generally speaking, just moving them to better squares, as we saw in the last move from Lanier here, putting the knight on c5. And then now that it's going to allow the bishop to get out, Hikaru in the same way, getting the bishop to g7. Knight d4. He's playing for more, guys. He's playing for more. I am a fan of it now. Let's go. He's playing for
Yeah.
more.
No draw, baby. Let's
Draw
go.
what, Jen? Draw what? I don't even like art. Let's go.
I'm
Let's
looking.
go.
Let's see. What's our strategy now as black? So we play knight d4. Do we have a threat? I don't see one at the moment, but threats are looming. bishop g2 played to kind of fortify that f1 square so that maybe he can consider rook f8 and rook f1 in the future.
Yeah, in fact, now we have some, especially with this knight. I like to talk to students about halves of the board, and even though it's very dry still, having this knight in the center of the board makes you annoyed. Like you're just like, this knight has to go, and then you might have an imbalance. Which one thing I learned from a book from Chessable about Gukesh's rise. There's a Gukesh book. One thing that Gukesh did actually a lot of times was look for imbalances in the game and go for generally. For instance, you mentioned how much would you need for bishop takes c3 in the game, right? Just to get that imbalance going. So the imbalance creates chances. So if we do see this, I mean, we're definitely playing this boy on into oblivion. This holding in game, having the bishop pair rather than not. So I like this knight in the half of the board for white. This is nice. Of course, black has the same, but this one feels like it can be kicked a little bit easier with b6 rather than the counterpart can't do the same. So we do have some things here, but we'll see what happens.
Shadok says Hikaru is leaning forward, but his opponent is leaning forward more, so he's leanier. How do you top that one?
Oh,
Great.
that's good. That is good, Shadok. Shadok came to play today. Shadok came to play. French Animator says Hans is winning. Is that true, Jen?
Yeah, let's take a look. I'm going to take a look at that as I peek it in on Hikaru's game as well, which looks very rich.
B6. There we go. Kick the knight back. Probably knight B3.
Love it.
Just to get rid of this knight off of D4 because it is a nuisance.
Hans playing Arjun in the first round and does look like he has a really nice game, kind of like the fantasy of this position. But saying it's winning, I think it's a little early to say that. But
Okay.
yeah, we'll be keeping our eye on all that.
We'll be keeping our eye on it. There we go. What's the weather like where you are, guys? There's a thunderstorm going on. So if you hear any thunder or screaming outside, okay, that is not, I don't know what's going on. No, I'm kidding. It is a thunderstorm where I am, though, in Michigan. Where are you at, Jen? And where are you watching from, chat?
I'm in Philadelphia right now.
Philadelphia. Nice. How's the weather?
Oh, it's great. Yeah. I mean,
Awesome.
it's not thunderstorming. And I was actually just in Vegas about a week ago for the World Series of Poker. So,
Okay.
yeah, and love the win. I mean, this is a great place for chess and for poker. So nice.
That is amazing.
Nice to see them in those stomping grounds. Apparently, I have a serious Philly accent. Thank you.
You got the accent, the Philly accent. Screaming, yes, Susie. Yeah, be careful. Egypt and I think that's Maryland.
Egypt and Maryland.
France.
Okay.
Germany.
Nice. PA next week. Florida. Thunderstorms, but what else is new in Florida?
Hey,
You always
yeah.
got those going on in the summer,
It's a
right?
different country, really. I mean, they got alligators on the ground that walk around like humans. It's insane. Yeah, don't go to Florida, boys and girls.
Looks like we got a couple of moves in.
Right.
I'm not seeing it on our board, but I thought I saw them play a couple of moves just now.
Yeah, we had in fact, let's go back here. We had knight b3, which I anticipated. And then we had massive trades here. Now the knight's on d4, maybe not massive, just getting rid of the knight. So we still have the bishop pair versus bishop pair here. With the difference in this position is definitely this aggressive knight on d4. Really not much else. I mean, it is still dry. Even though the knight is here and it is a nuisance, it's hard to create things. Maybe we could try to follow up with c6 and d5 and even something as small as getting the king closer to the center. So we will see what happens.
Yeah, okay, this is looking pretty dry again, yes. But you never know. I mean, look at the clock tick down. It's just a 3-minute game now with the 10-second increment, but still, interesting stuff can certainly happen when the clock is so low.
That is true. Jen, are you playing online chess? Do you have any online accounts, Jen?
Oh yeah, I do play here and there, yeah. And I'm actually starting to play, well, I'm gonna start playing more 960 because I really do like the format.
Sweet.
So I do like sometimes playing that in the Blitz, but also just in the daily games as well.
Let's get some Blitz ratings in chat. What are your ratings in Blitz chat? What's your Blitz and Bullet, Jen? On
my
Blitz and
Bullet
Bullet highs.
Really low. I think I'm like a 2400 in Blitz, but Bullet is not really my thing. I think my mouse I think my mouse isn't very good.
Gotta get that mouse right. That
My
is
mouse
correct. You did a
skills,
good
or maybe
mouse.
it's my
Yeah.
maybe it's my pre-move skills.
That
I don't.
too. Yeah. That's
Yeah,
definitely
that's
both.
not my thing. I like real life blitz though, and bullet.
Yeah, that's correct. I love real life blitz and bullet myself. Bullet over the board is insane. Definitely love it myself. I have alternate accounts, but my mains are 2700 and bullet plus. I haven't won at 28, but then blitz is like 26 plus. So it's nice to be there. But got to get better, guys. Chat, I see it. Well, nice. We got a lot of players here with a lot. Yeah, 2400 is low. I know. She just cooked everyone. Like, yeah, it's low.
Oh no, I said my
2400.
bullet is low. It's so I can't even say it. I think it might be like 2000 or something in my bullet.
Yeah.
Or 1900. I don't know. It's very low. I haven't played in a while bullet though. But yeah, I need I need to speed up.
That's right, guys. Really good players in chat. There you go, chat. Shout out to you. I always say chat is either 500 or 5500. No in between. And today it's looking pretty nice for you guys. 2500, 5500. Excuse me. 5500 for chat. Sorry for disrespecting you like that. 5500. Now we have some trades. More trades, guys. This is very bleak, very boring. But at the same time, as Jen mentioned, with the time situation, you do have a 10-second increment. With the 10-second increment, things do make it a little bit easier to play when you have lower time because you get that extra time. But that doesn't mean that it is easy to play because you have lower time. It just makes it a little bit easier because you do have the 10-second increment. Knowing Hikaru as a blitz monster and a blitz champion as well, just being very strong in all formats, especially when time gets lower, it does favor Hikaru. Again, even an engine likes it by 0.2, but at the same time, it does look very boring still. We'll see what happens.
And Dominguez is not exactly a slouch when it comes to rapid and blitz time controls himself. So yeah, I am certainly predicting a draw now that the rooks are off the board as well. Although there is that famous saying about how all rook end games are drawn. So
but there's no rooks, Jen. There's no rooks. So what is this?
Exactly.
Wow, that's crazy. Diabolical, if you will. Wow.
But it's just so symmetrical without any weaknesses for either side, really. It just feels like this one will be a handshake. But hey, you never know. Can't call it till it's over.
Can't call it till it's over, boys and girls. You can't call it till it's over. Boring. I agree, Alex. I agree. But stay with us, man. Make sure you got some coffee. Che, I got coffee. Because you're going to need it for this one.
I always got coffee. Oh, I got a variety of coffees. In the summer, you got to kind of switch it up from the cold to the hot.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's true.
Cold, hot.
Yeah, I like the ice, the grande ice coffees and stuff. Yeah, I'm a fan. Definitely.
What do you guys think? Cold or hot?
Cold or hot coffee, chat? Go. And you better get it right. You better get it right, chat. Cold or hot coffee?
Oh, look at this. D5. Taking the moment that the bishop is not on the long diagonal to block it. And now it's going to be a follow-up with the move C6, bolstering that diagonal, and then sticking maybe a king on D6. And hey, I mean, I like black. Not by a lot, but...
Right. Same. Okay, we have 92. I like knight f3 here, which does hit h2. It's just annoying. Be annoying. Play for more than the draw, which we see here. Nice. Got a lot of chat. Hot ice. There we go, chat. That's what we're looking like. And I just hear, okay, we got on the back end, you guys. Okay, we need to go check Hans's game. Arjun blundered badly. What? Well, let's go take a look at it as they're going to be here still. Hikaru and here. And nothing's happening over there. Hans Demon is up a bishop, the whole thing, with 30 seconds on the clock for Arjun Erigaisi. Let me just go back to see what happened. Where did it happen, by the way? Was it already winning this far out? Dang. Was he just getting cooked out the opening? Oh, this was even. And then here was incorrect, +1. So he founds the knight c5, which is a brilliant move. Brilliant move here. F3
okay,
incorrect.
Can you slow down? Why can't we play knight takes? Oh, so we can't play knight takes c5 because...
Yeah. I think it's maybe just bishop c5, and there's some ideas with this and bishop h3.
Right. I see. Okay, yeah, he's kind of caught with his king with no clothes, huh?
Yeah, absolutely correct. And then f3, rook takes, and bishop h3, which wins a piece now because there's no bishop e6. And of course, the pieces are already being set up. Arjun, one thing I always talk about with Arjun is you never know if he won or lost. You literally never know. And that type of emotional control is very big, and it helps in every facet of the game, and every asset in life, to be honest. But shout out to Argent for the composure he had, but unfortunate game. But Hans for the dub.
Hey, 1 point for the lone wolf method.
That's it.
Although it was Hans kind of played a similar line to everyone else. But yeah, we'll take a closer look at that later and see why he got such a good position. And this one, with Nakamura now trading off the knights as well, hard to imagine anything but a draw now.
Yeah, of course, this one it's very quiet at this point. If he had any advantage, it's definitely gone now. Bishop back to f6, h4 played very quickly here. Now Hikaru, the one down, just a little bit of time. Obviously, you get 10 seconds here. Of increment, h5, locking up everything. We're probably going to see a shuffle quite soon. Some type of shuffle. I can see king d7 happening, bishop f5. Oh, I see a bar swing on Sam Sevian's game and Ray Robson. Then it swung the other way. Bar doing reps right now, going up and down. Sam Sevian and Ray Robson. I see the bar absolutely going haywire there.
Do you want to check it out?
Let's check it out. Here we go. And Ray Robson is now completely winning a set per engine. But why? We have a pawn or something? We do. We have an extra pawn. That's probably the main thing. But it's easier said than done. We have the extra pawn. What is the move? How do we win? Is there anything spectacular? No tactics? Nothing. Ray will find him if there is a tactic.
Well, rook takes. Let's see. Do we have rook takes and bishop g8? That doesn't do anything. Well, yeah, I think you're right. I think it's just that lovely extra pawn and a nice bishop, right? We can just trade off rooks and keep our bishop versus knight because it's a real nice bishop.
Yeah, it is a very nice bishop. It is a very.
So it's like a pawn plus. It's a pawn plus.
Pawn plus.
Pawn
yeah.
plus a better position. I have compensation for my extra pawn, as they like to say.
And it says Carlson is crushing Keimer. I'm going to have to, I don't want to break the capture here. I'm going to click on the link and then pull it up over here. See if you guys can see it over here. All right. Are we looking at Carlson's game? Can you guys see the game?
Oh, yeah. I see Carlson's game here.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Playing with the black pieces. According to the engine, in a little bit of trouble, but with 20 seconds to 50 seconds and almost all the pieces on the board.
Oh, yeah. It looked like he was he just, he was winning here. Yeah, right here. Ooh. He was supposed to play rook d1, rook d1, rook d8, but he played queen c3. Double question mark. What are you doing? Says the engine. Bishop takes b3. Big fan of it. c2 check is the idea here. And then
bishop d4. Bishop d4. Excellent.
Yeah, that's a strong move. That's a strong move. Takes bishop back to d5. Snatch there. Rook back, and yeah, and we just trade everything off. And Carlson's comfortable, I believe, and he loves these type of positions in games. But is he down a pawn? 3-6, 3-6. No, it just seems like he's down a pawn, but everything's equal. Well, apparently, maybe king safety.
I think the pawn on a5 was in pre, right? But maybe there was some reason not to take it.
Oh yeah, that is hanging. Whoa,
it's hanging out.
It is hanging. You gotta do something about that.
How do we stop it? Because
yeah, right. You might have just trade everything off and hope for the best.
Yeah, we can't really protect it. Interesting, weird construction here, as often happens in these 960 games.
There it is. Takes. You're like, you know what, rook d8. There it is. Takes. And then queen takes with an a5 check. King goes back to c8 and shuffle. And it's going to be one of those end games where like, yeah, okay, you got the extra pawn, and which is doubled, by the way. But at least I got the rest of the pieces off the board. So if I centralize the queen here, I have my own things to do. I can probably bail out with at least a perpetual, at least try.
Yeah, I agree. We do need to figure out a way to actually make a pass pawn. And with those doubled pawns, it's going to be really hard to show an edge here.
Absolutely. Well, this one seems to be some draw-like. We'll come back around to it. And in the meantime, let's go back to the Warlord here. See what's going on. And nothing happened, guys. Nothing happened. They even gained a little bit of time as well. Nice.
But even in this position, whose move is it now? It's okay. It's Dominguez's move. Even here, oh no, I was wrong. It was Hikaru's move. But I just wanted to say to be careful about doing things like e takes d5, bishop d5, king d5, allowing Hikaru with like a much better structure. I mean, hey, still could be a draw, but not exactly what you're trying to do to release all the attention in your opponent's favor.
And of course, Hikaru looking to know, yeah, come on, bro, it's a draw. He's like, draw. All right, cool. The glance up. Arbiter comes around and like, bro, this is a draw. Yeah, it's a draw. And that is a result. That one's a draw versus Hikaru and Linear. So, all right, boys and girls, we got one draw there. Ray Robson and Sam Sevian here. That extra pawn with white having an extra pawn and the bishop, which is the imbalance we're looking for, serves some good chances for white to win. But the problem is obviously the knight being here. We do need to kick it at the right moment, not allow counterplay on the second rank, and try to do our own counterplay on the 7th. So lots of play here and under 20 seconds here with that 10-second increment for both.
Meanwhile, we've got Bibi Sara, who looks like she's on her way to potentially scoring a draw, the lowest rated of the players, the first woman to participate in this competition, but so far playing some great chess.
Bibi Sara is always a pleasure to watch play. Very strong, as we know. Just hit, I think, all 3 of her GM norms now and 2,500 FIDE. So I think we're just waiting for Congress to award her the title. So shout out to her. Incredibly strong.
Let's
And
go check out Magnus
okay.
again.
Oh, Magnus?
That game's still underway, right?
Still here.
Yeah. Oh,
Magnus up time.
Magnus up time now. Oh, yeah, 10 seconds left.
What's going on here? Wait, move.
Come on.
Make a move. Wait, is this a transmission error? Oh, no. He just played that with 3 seconds.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. And now that queen is starting to invade. Looking at the A4 pawn. C pawns, all these weak pawns.
He just made that with 3 seconds there.
Okay, good move, though. That queen A5 protects both of the pawns. A weird construction, but it does manage to protect both pawns on the A5 square.
Yeah, this one's a clean draw, I believe, especially as the king doesn't have the right shelter from a lot of checks. For instance, queen b6 is might be an appealing move. Try to go a5 and queen takes b7 and queen this one. But after queen b6, I easily can end up checking into oblivion. At least it feels with queen to d4 check. Played though, played. He took on a4, allowing queen takes b7, but queen d4 is what he wants, and then queen back to c5, and they're probably going to shake hands. Probably going to shake hands here. I can even probably checking would probably lose. Don't fall into that.
Yeah, those little cross checks.
Yeah, little cross.
Gotta be careful.
Looks like a draw.
Yeah, gaining a little time here. 30 seconds, not as perilous as the 3 seconds that he almost counted down.
Not bad at all. Hans here, top of the leaderboard. That's the only win? That's the only win.
I gotta tell you, man, that lone wolf method, maybe more of them are gonna start trying it.
Yeah. Like, you know what? You want to analyze together? No, I'd rather do it alone at the board. Only win. Yeah, this seems like should be a draw. Probably should just start checking or take first, maybe, and then try to get out of the checks. Do my own here. See what happens.
I was just going to say that talking and thinking at the same time is always difficult. But as somebody who does a lot of commentary, I have to try.
Oh man, it's so easy. Yeah, of course. Streaming too helps a lot with that. Hikaru being the same. Streaming, talking, playing high level chess, like it's just, it helps. A lot of it. All right, guys, draw. So I mean, like, this is a draw. 90.2 accuracy and 90.1 is what it says. They're still playing it out. Just to get that last little bit of play in here to see kind of what happens. Make sure you don't make any mistakes.
And the Bibi Sara game also looks like an absolute dead draw, as they're also still playing, but just shuffling pieces around, really.
Why are they wearing headphones? Well, there's actually a live audience in there screaming at the top of their lungs. So they don't want anyone to hear that. No, in fact, I'm kidding. They just don't want any noise. You can actually use the noise canceling there to focus a little bit more. Is what this is. Looks like a perpetual.
Now the Hans game, the Robson versus Sevian game that we checked in earlier on, and we said that Robson, great chances to win because he had a pawn plus. It's looking more difficult according to the computer, but can Robson make it happen, James? He still has that pawn advantage, but now all of the pawns are on one side of the board, notoriously good for the knight because the knight is a shorter range piece, so it can really control any potential issues there. Whereas when you have pawns on both sides of the board, that really benefits the bishop.
Very nice. Jen here with the Dvoretsky in-game knowledge. That is page 347 of Dvoretsky. Courtesy of Jen Shahadi here. Very nice.
Got it. There it is.
There it is.
But yeah, I think that Sevion's chances of drawing are excellent now. It's just very difficult. Again, to make use of a pawn, you need to either win another pawn or queen a pawn, right? And neither of those things seem too easy right now.
Wait, what? Oh, he plays bishop d3, but king d2. I guess there was king d5. Because king
Oh,
d2 felt like I was
oh
winning.
yeah, because you're
But I
saying
think
if
he had to go king d5.
because if king d2, rook e4,
There was actually, I thought I was gonna go bishop d3, but there's
bishop
knight f3 there.
d3,
Yeah, there's
yeah.
knight f3, and then he takes. So some tricks, like
Yeah. So maybe
Sam
that was
finding
it
those
too.
tricks so quick was crazy there. So bishop back to
Oh,
d3, nice c4.
oh my
Sam, I
goodness.
am. Oh my goodness.
And it was
We're
the
playing with the
move
tricks. Jeez,
with
Sam.
1 second left, James.
With
1
1
second.
second. That is vicious. Sam is
His
actually incredible in low time.
coaches were freaking out there. Sam's fans.
Jeez. Sam. Oh, and there it is. Dang. Okay. Now the bar viciously goes up. But why though? Let's see. What is the problem with this move?
Rook,
I mean,
just rook check, right? Just rook
king
h5 check.
b6.
Rook h5 check, king b6, rook
Right.
d5.
Rook e6.
Oh, that doesn't do much. You're right.
I mean, like,
Why is this so bad? Is the question.
King d4, apparently. There's some type of miss
See,
here.
well, the knight's maybe just not well placed on d6 with c4 and threatening c5
No.
check coming. And then if you move the knight, we play rook b5 check and your a
Very
pawn is
good.
gone.
Very nice observation. Yeah, with c4, c5. I guess the knight's just not ideally placed, which is important. Piece placement goes a long way. Yeah, definitely. So maybe rook d5, rook e6, and then your move c4 was actually very nice. Starting c5, rook b5 check, followed by c5, all kind of things. It looks really nice.
Computer hates this move rook h6 for some reason. Maybe because once the king gets to c7, now we can finagle things around and play b6 to protect a5 when we need to.
And pawns on the same side.
Yeah. Yeah, I think there was just that little moment that Ray had potentially to reel this one in. But hey, he might get another chance. It's 10 seconds and he's encroaching.
Yes, he's approaching. King centralized. I have the bishop versus knight, the extra pawn. I have some time. Okay, maybe not that much. In fact, now it's 13 seconds after that. Made that with 3 seconds on the clock. Sam under 20 seconds. You get to 10-second increment. What's going to happen? Magnus still playing his game, by the way. Because I still see them on the screen, I'm just going to glance over there real quick. Because I thought that one would have been over, but it's not. I don't know. I don't know who's playing for a win anymore. Maybe is Magnus trying? He playing for a win?
Perpetual is looming. I'm trying to see if you're setting yourself up into a mate here. That would be fun. King b4, queen b6 check, king c3, queen b2. Is there a mate there?
Yeah, right.
So.
Be
I don't think
careful.
so.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, you can run away. Somehow it's going king b4 right into the house there. Going right down this line.
It is a really nice little variation, but everything still seems to lead to a draw somehow.
Everything nicely defended still. Okay. All right, back to race game. Anything? 7 seconds. Ray still trying to make it work. Very long game from them. This game 55 moves, but it could be a lot more.
I mean, I don't blame Ray. He's got the extra pawn, you know, like you might look at this computer and say, oh, the computer says it's equal, but you know, hey, actually playing this is a lot more difficult.
In fact, as you mentioned, difficult. Look at this. King c4 is mate in 1. What an obscure mate.
Oh my God.
Like, I mean, Sam's still pulling out the tricks here. Like,
I love
that people
mate.
would go king c4 just because, oh yeah, get the king closer. But in fact, king e3, we have some moves here. And b4
that would be a heck of a problem. Oh
yeah,
my.
just
All
mate
right.
in 1.
Anyone in the chat see yourself falling for that? I see myself falling for that in a bullet game, James.
Yeah, especially with no time on the clock. And you're just like, oh, bring the king closer. It's a more natural move to think of. You get the king closer, but in fact, it loses on the spot. And thinking of losing, we are looking at maybe this is some type of mating net, but no, it doesn't work because the king being here still allows me to run away this way. King b6, king c3, queen b2. Yeah, like there's just literally no mate configuration, even if you messed up. Queen e4. Magnus going here maybe next. Just making some moves. Check, Check. Yeah, I don't know.
They're
Magnus trying to win.
determined to keep playing.
Oh, mate. Yeah, yeah. King C4 and Queen B3 check, and just probably, I don't know, King D2 even is playable. King B2 or something.
The only man wearing a turtleneck in Las Vegas right now.
That's his vibe too. Like he always in Vegas like with a turtleneck. Okay, that's hilarious. But he wears, yeah, he's wore a lot of turtlenecks we've seen. That his vibe, it fits him well too as well.
It
Very
does.
very snazzy. Yeah, he likes the turtleneck vibe.
Does suit him.
Right, right. Suits him very well.
Queen. How do we mess up here? Let's look for a mess up.
Right here, right here, Jen.
Oh my God.
Right here.
No. King
King
E3
E3.
threatens queen mate.
And look at
King B1.
and he finds it. And King E3, is there any reaction from Keimer?
Why is
I
it
don't
so
see
bad?
anything. He
Why is
doesn't
it
do
so
anything.
bad?
Queen D2. He moves over. There, we have to see why is it wrong. I guess because black can just be, which he plays C4. He's just in a box. This is terrible. Playing passive in an end game. Oh my goodness. That is crazy. Magnus does it time and time again, boys and girls. Insane. In the end games here, this is not the place you want to be. He said perpetual where, not here and not today. This is a win for Magnus.
Because of threats like Queen E2 check, and you can't get into the end game anymore. You basically when you're in an end game and you can't trade queens, it's really bad because all sorts of variations start losing for you, right? Because the king
Yeah.
is too close to those pawns, so the pawn end games now will be winning for black. So yeah, that is a problem. He's using his king to kind of nestle into the position. Yikes.
And what they call it is the principle of two weaknesses. If you can't win with one, you try to create another. C3 is played, so now there's mating threats around the king if white tries to do too much with the queen. But also the second weakness is over here, where the king will be trying to ruin these pawns and try to get to it. So there's a check. We go king up. We're going to zigzag or shoulder our way in. If the queen gets too far away, we have our own type of ideas here of mating. This is already lost for Vincent. Wow, incredible feat here from Magnus.
How did this happen? So it happened so quickly. Like it seemed. We'll take a look at this after because I'm curious about where his fatal error was and what was it, the moment of no return. When was the moment of no return here?
And he grabs the pawn, and that's a wrap, boys and girls. Queen B6 is coming up next. Nothing we can really do. Queen F1, okay, cool. I take, and then I run around with the pawns. This might even just be a resign on the spot here. He might even just resign the game. Looks at the clock, head shake, plays a move, plays on.
Gotta feel for him here. You gotta feel for him. He really did feel like his position after suffering actually a real blistering attack from Magnus and coming out of it with some great calculation. He unfortunately faltered in the end game.
Vincent with a head shake there. You can see the frustration on his face. Yes, the wiping of the eyes. We've all been there before. It just hurts you like, bro, come on. Like, the pain. The pain. And Magnus does it again. Out of thin air. Out of thin air. Queen E5, maybe pushing either or. H4, G3, doesn't matter. Defends.
So many options.
We have another decisive game here. Hikaru is already drawn. And we're going to take a look at some of the other decisive games from this round. Oh, man. Yeah, rough to see. But, I mean, classic Magnus. Winning an end game. You just keep pushing on. Keep pushing, keep playing. Hope for the mistake. G2. There it is. Should not be enough. Maybe queen F4 check can be answered with queen to G3. And there it is, a resignation. Magnus with the win in classic Magnus-esque style, where he actually wins. Amazing stuff.
Very well
Amazing.
done. Very instructive. By the way, we got one other decisive game between Wesley So and Levon Aronian. And I believe also the Ray Robson, Sam Sebian game is still underway, but it does look likely to be drawn.
So this is still going on.
Still underway, right? So
Yeah.
last time
Oh,
we checked, Ray was up a pawn. Now he's actually down in exchange, but he has a pawn for that.
He tried to make something happen. Looks like he sacrificed the exchange to try to get something going, but it didn't work. So in the meantime, next you have to go to the other group to go check out the other games there.
Yeah, how did Levon win? So we had 2 wins for black. Look at that.
Yeah, Levon won 2 as well. Let's take a look at the decisive game here with Levon Aronian. Let's just see what happened from the beginning here. See kind of what happened. Okay. Yep. Went for the same type of setup. Winning with black versus Wesley. E4. Takes. Knight C6. We had a trade in game. Open up the F file. I like this move because D4 is coming. H5. I'm a fan of it. I love this because I see what he's doing. He wants this type of idea. And if A3 creates a nice square weakness, so you bring the knight around. D4. Bishop probably back. There it is. A4, nice. Develop. Knight of 7. Where's he going? I don't know. He's just getting a piece off the back rank. Castles. Where's his knight going later? Maybe here. D5 hits the knight. Oh, he wants here, but this is hanging. Let's see what he does. He goes knight H6, defends D5. And we had an in-game from the opening. Hitting G4, probably defends. H3, there it is. Bring the knight back around. Nice maneuver here. Going to maybe another square. Maybe hitting the weak pawn, not really. Knight E4 incoming. Says not today. Bishop hanging, moves away. B6 probably next. Okay. All right. Trade. Knight E4. Oh, wow. Gave up a pawn here for rook F2 check. Interesting. Knight D3. G5. Okay, we got some pressure on the first rank. Everything was equal. So where did Wesley go wrong? Where did he go wrong? Okay, so it looks like right here. Going wrong by snatching a pawn, apparently. No, it was rook E3. By defending a pawn, he was incorrect. I mean, that's
maybe
a normal
more
move.
Active defense. Let's see. What could be an active defense here?
I don't like this.
Knight F2?
Knight F2, yeah, that makes it curious.
Rook H2?
They didn't even say about this. Yeah, Knight F2 is the best. And then after rook F1, you bring the other knight. It says knight D F3. Wait, what? That doesn't even make sense. Rook F1. Oh, let me put this on. What are they talking about here? Oh, knight F D3. Okay, I was like, yeah, you're definitely not using this one.
Oh,
okay,
so,
knight
yeah,
F to
so
D3.
just a little switcheroo, yeah. Okay.
So we go here again, and they were just like, yeah, you just take the draw. And if you don't want the draw, then you go rook E2. Like, this is what they wanted, engine-wise. So back to the game was rook E3, check. Brought another rook around. The knights are superfluous. They're fighting over squares, and they aren't the greatest. And they're the closer they are to the to the starting squares, the worse they actually are. And we also have an imbalance with bishop versus knight. Bishop A2, what a move.
Ooh.
Rook A1, bishop B, C4. He makes him move the rook away first, gains the tempo, ended a blunder. Rook F1. Bishop B3, and he's tied up, boys and girls.
Two is the threat.
Tied up.
Nasty.
Very nasty. Very nasty.
And we can't queenside castles.
Yeah, you can't.
You could try.
Yeah. I could try it. Hopefully. Oh, I forgot. No, he didn't forget. B6. And then rook C2 check. Very nice. Winning some material here. And he was able to clean up the game. Very nice. Wow. Ooh, look at the brilliant move here. Rook takes E1. Tactinos with a rook takes a knight to check. Pick up the rook, pick up a knight, and winning. Great job there. Excellent game. We just saw the Magnus one. Magnus already won. That was nice. Yes. And then in our group stage, we saw Hans win, which was crazy. That was a crazy game. Now we have Ray Robson and Sam Sebian, who this one, he has the right color. Oh, I see moves going on. Or is there no moves? No, that's actually the engine of this thing. Okay. All right. On last active game. So, Jen, what is the draw? So for people in the chat, how do you draw this if you're white?
Well, you just don't, what you don't do is get your king in the wrong side of the board.
Where is that, Jim?
So like an A8 type square where the rook can the king and the rook can corner you, and you can't put your bishop on A6 because you actually end up losing it, right?
Exactly. So where's the right corner, Jim?
How do I, the one that we're in?
Correct. This is the right
That's why
corner.
he's the grandmaster. But I'm trying to think, how do we lose this? Yeah, how do we like demonstrate losing this? We have to like march our king up to the wrong side of the board.
Yeah, in fact, a lot of people still lose this. And the problem is because there's like a bishop, there's problems with the bishop being attacked and a mating idea that we can't get out of. And that is what he's going for here. Like when you see the rook bishop versus rook, it's the same sort of idea where you can get everything there and then make literally one move because of something strange. Sometimes it's like a check, hit the bishop again, and then it's like a mate idea with the bishop also hanging as well. So scary, very scary stuff.
We actually need the king and the
himself in.
bishop to kind of coordinate together, right? Which is important. So now
Right.
if you were to check me, this would be a great example of, well, that happened. Now bishop A2, if you could find a way to waste a move, like if you had a pawn on the board, then, well, but unfortunately it would be stalemate, right? So if you just put your rook back to A7, it's stalemate, and then the game would be over. And so that's a little trick that we're using here as white to save ourselves.
Which he's okay. He's able to just block.
Yep.
Yeah. And king back to the corner.
Thank goodness for the stalemate rule, right?
Thank goodness.
Otherwise, so many endgames would be winning for the side with more pieces. It would change everything.
One and retreat back and forth. Bishop B1 may not be. Wait, is it the right idea now? Yeah, maybe just king B2, then go back.
We've got the 50 move rule counter on this one.
Counting moves, chat. Are you counting? How many moves we got, chat? Without a pawn. Without a pawn, move, or a capture.
Chat, what do you use to get better at endgames? What are you guys working on for your endgames? You doing some drills?
Yeah, chat. What you using? How you getting better at your endgames?
You got some courses, some actual books. What you got?
There you go.
Because you got to work on your endgame. Look at this. Look at what happened. We got this endgame. We got Magnus winning in the endgame. All the way to the top. Those endgames really seal the deal.
A lot of in-game work. How are you guys using Chesley? Nice. Danya has some great YouTube series. I don't get better, only worse. Sorry, tangents. Just keep working, keep reading, buddy. It's gonna be okay. It's gonna be okay. Rook back rank mate puzzles. Nice. We need more.
It's not an endgame exactly, but yes, I approve.
Great job, buddy. I said I'm getting worse at it. I'm playing late hey, listen. Okay, Gaffer. Hey, we don't try this at home. Okay, don't try this at home. Never made it to the end game. All right. Nice.
MPB Music is just joining us, I think, and he said he doesn't see Hikaru's results. Well, Hikaru's only played one game against Dominguez with the black pieces. Comfortable draw for Nakamura. Really, unfortunately for Dominguez playing with the white pieces, he never got anything really going, and that game was a draw. Two groups. Nice. Oh, that might be why you're confused. Oh, yeah, if you're looking on the chess.com live events page, you got to click the button that shows you Hikaru's group.
There's a cameraman on there. Whose head is that? That might be Fabi right there with the glasses off to the side. Got a little cam. Or maybe that's the cameraman, whoever that is. But off to the side. Now we're back on the Sam cam. This is nice. Very nice views they have here with the cameras.
Yeah, black group. Exactly. That's right. Mind Chai. Thank you.
There we have it. I know the move counter actually, because they're using DGTs, I think the move counter may be on the DGT itself, but you got to know when you've taken that last pawn or, for captures or et cetera.
Executive, no, again, as we just told MPB Music, you got to go to toggle to group stage to black, and then you'll see Hikaru's games, as well as Han Niemann and the one that we're looking at right now between Robson and Sevian.
There we go. Last game.
Alex Pereira asked if there was a break between rounds. There's supposed to be, but I do wonder if it might be delayed a few minutes because this game is going quite long.
Yeah, they may have a
Normally-
sort of maybe a
Yeah.
little bit of a longer break due to that.
Yeah, because this is what, is this a Centurion game yet? Yeah, oh yeah, 113.
113. Let me see the last pawn move or capture is.
It's been a while.
Yeah, I'm scrolling up.
I think 50, I see B4, let's see. I see pawn to B4 and move 63.
Oh, that's where
Oh,
you're
no,
at.
it's, no, but there's more since then.
Oh,
Let's
there's
see.
something like rook takes c6 on 66.
Yeah, there's a lot more than that. Let's see.
Oh wait, king takes c5, 82. Yeah, maybe 82 might
82.
be the move.
Rook takes A6, actually, 85.
85,
85,
okay.
yeah.
85.
So that's a lot. We've still got a ways to go. Another 20 moves here, right?
Yeah, another 20 moves for 50. Will Ray make it draw? He's on the board there. I see him looking up. Like, yo, bro, draw. Yo.
All right.
Hey, yo, draw, bro. Hey, yo, draw. Hey, yo. Oh. I think he's saying maybe he reached that position a few times. He's calling the arbiter and says from by threefold or something. And by the position.
Yes. Yes, remember, it's not 3-time, it's threefold.
Yeah.
Because 3-time makes you think that it has to be in sequence, but it could be at
Right.
any time.
Right.
Or
Could be
3-move
anytime.
repetition, they sometimes call it, but 3-fold repetition is the correct lingo.
Yeah, and we have a draw, guys. There is a draw on the board. Well, we have a few with wins, and the rest, some draws. We got some losses in there. Of course, I'm gonna put it back on Hikaru there. Because Hikaru has, look at that, chat. He's got Sam I Am up next. That's
All right.
incredible. Well, all right, guys, stretch, get some water, get some coffee. You know what I mean? Do what you got to do. Breathe, everybody. Breathe. All right, we're going to take a short break and we'll be back with the next round.
Today, as our commentators are stuck in the studio breaking down the action, we just saw a very exciting first round with wins for Hans Niemann, for Levon Aronian, as well as Magnus Carlsen grinding down a win against Vincent Keimer. We're ready now to draw the position for the second round. And in order to help me, I would like to welcome to the stage the CEO of Grenke, Sebastian Hirsch. Please give him a warm round of applause. Ready? Position 685. Position 685. And Sebastian, let me ask you, as the CEO of Grenke, you have supported chess for so long, and your tournament in Karlsruhe was part of the tour this year. What does it mean to you, and what are your first impressions of Vegas here?
Yes, thanks. A warm welcome from my side. Thanks for making it happen here in Vegas. Thanks also to the audience and to all the players. And for Grenke, it means a lot, especially we combine the freestyle this year with our Grenke Open with more than 3,000 players. And it is an amazing sport, a great opportunity to bring that sport to everyone in the world. And thanks for making that happen here in Vegas.
Well, thank you very much for what you do, and please enjoy the rest of the day. To our audience, the players will have 10 minutes now to prepare, so please enjoy the rest of your day.
What do we do with this bishop?
I was thinking maybe, you know, if you take bishop, you know, queen 6.
Even.
Ah, no, you want this thing.
It's interesting. E4 is interesting.
Maybe knight d3 first? And then c4?
G2 is
f6. Oh, sorry, g2.
but okay, maybe it's not clear.
Knight g3. f6. f6 e4? Oh, but knight c5 because I also have bishop g4. I don't know, maybe. Yeah, it's not a big deal. But maybe e5.
Also, instead of b4, we can also play a4, right?
The a5?
No, I can't.
I mean,
Oh, if we can get this, we should.
Yeah, I think this one.
but why do you get this? Let's just go back and see after b4. What else is there?
Let's play
Yeah.
e5?
e5.
e5 or a5?
No, I don't understand what you're doing with this before a4. Aren't you just weakening your position? I'll just get the center.
You want the bishop e7 and passage?
Yeah, exactly.
I don't like this before a4.
So why don't we take the center next? e4?
Before that fit f4?
Ah, maybe it's very logical. b4, 6, f4.
Let's say b6. I'm just not sure about b4 somehow.
The black's bishop is a little problem. We're just trying to limit the bishop.
What do you play for e4? I think we can play e4 like it's his idea, bishop e2. Like if you cannot play b5, like you can play f3, bishop to a4.
So why f3 on knight g3?
I want to go knight e3.
Because I thought maybe with f4.
Hey, let's say e4.
Yeah, e4.
e5, f3, something like this.
Yeah.
Or e5, b4?
Yeah, e5, b4 also. But I'm not sure. After b4 also, bishop can take this pawn.
b4, f6. I don't understand what b4 is doing.
No, just and then we play.
But then he has this bishop e7, a5 in mind. Once you commit to
That's
this
true.
one.
Maybe we should avoid. What about
I think
f4
if
first?
black gets e5, then we should avoid
Is this
b4.
maybe?
No, I think
I like Sam's idea with e4,
Yeah,
f3.
f3, yeah.
How does black play f6? Does black play f5?
No copy.
Or
Let's say b6.
b6 knight f3 maybe?
e5. e5 maybe
Okay,
b6.
so b3.
Knight to d6,
Yeah,
c5.
c6, bishop c7, c1 c5.
But c5, I think.
Yeah, c5. Yeah, e4, I think.
c5.
e5. No.
You should also maybe consider like e4, b6, f3, d5, this type of stuff. So quickly remove
Bishop
the queen
b2,
from.
Bishop b2 maybe?
Ah.
I don't know.
No,
Or
no,
maybe
no,
even bishop b2 here.
Yeah.
No, it's not.
Ah, it's a good move.
No, I think e4, they should e5.
Well, maybe this quality.
b6, bishop b2, a5 also not so clear.
Knight
You want to just take knight e3 stuff? Probably it's better. Or here, knight e3.
Queen
the
A.
knight e3 then after that.
Yeah,
f3,
yeah,
f6,
probably
d4.
a5 too.
Yeah.
Although if black plays a5, it's hard for us to get the queen out without
F3, I
taking
think
queens.
they should play knight e6. Yeah.
Maybe a4, b4.
No, anyway, we cannot have d4 here.
Okay, endgame should be better. So.
Oh, okay, well, let's say I go b3, f6, yeah?
Bishop b7.
Ah, he can also.
Okay, so but we can do maybe.
Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back, Freestyle Chess Grand Slam. We are in Vegas. Let's go. Where are you watching from? I'm Fitting Master James Cantz third here with WGM Jennifer Shahadi. We are going at it as round 2. Jen, how do we feel? What position do we have on the board?
Oh, I like this position. I was super excited about the last one, but I kind of liking this one even more right now. Kind
Wow.
of like whatever pastry you have in front of you is the best one, right? The hot coffee, the cold
Don't
coffee.
talk about the pastries. Listen, I'm trying to diet here, okay? I would love a pastry right now, of course. Yes, I do like this position too as well. What do you like the most about this position, and what do you think creativity-wise, or what do you think first moves would look like for this position?
Well, like our position last time, every pawn starts off defended. So that's an element that sometimes isn't the case in 960. I like the queen in the corner. I think there's going to be some interesting moves around potentially a5 or a4 to queen lift her out of that at some point. Don't get the queen out early unless she unless it's good to get her out, as the famous saying goes, right? You heard that one. And I think we'll see a classic first move here, though, something like e4. I do see that it's the computer's third suggestion right now, and they're ranking f4 and b3 ahead of it. But that e4 move makes a lot of sense to me, getting out the bishop, and then maybe e4 and f4. We'll see. What do you think, James?
Well, for me, I actually like the fact that the bishops are actually separated. So for me, I like the fact that, I can have the bishops in different places and I can do different things with the game. As I'm pointing just like arrows here, I like this kind of thing. Also do like the queen in the corner. The thing is really figuring out where you're going to put the queen and the bishop. So I would even say even a b6 sometimes, just to, sometimes you'll see queen takes b2 or g2 here, which can't be played obviously because of the knight. You need to defend it. Be very, very careful with that. But at the same time, where do the knights go? And we do know pawns work best behind knights, not in front of them, or knights work best behind pawns, not in front of them, right? So, and we also have to have some central control as well. So it really is about that first move to see kind of where the rest of the plan goes. Where does the king go? Like, this is what we're seeing right now on the screen, though. On the screen, as you see the guys there, I'm actually seeing what move. It looks like b4 on the board. I don't know if they started with that. And then there's also f4 as well. So they start with f4 or b4. I actually do like the b4 idea, but that means I am not going to castle on this side of the board. So it's pretty obvious where my king's going to go. Maybe sits here. Maybe I do try to castle long when I go b4, or they start with f4, which I think I actually really like this one because it does get the bishop out. Maybe I follow up with knight f3 and try to play e4 and d4, take the entire center as you would in like a King's Indian or a d4 type of style of play where black gives up the center very quickly. So we'll see what happens.
I like that idea, though, and I like actually combining all these ideas. I was actually thinking maybe we can get a quasi King's Gambit in here, like e4, e5, f4, and then maybe make use of the fact that we can later play b4 and hit you where it hurts in that long diagonal.
Jeez, this is like a King's Gambit, but in freestyle chat 360. That's crazy. E4, E5, F4. I would love to see it here. Now, Sam Sevian, we do know plays all kinds of chess, all types of positions. In that last game, actually the game he drew with Ray, it was a very aggressive game I saw in there at the end from a defense standpoint. He played like a knight C4. It was quite aggressive. He was able to get away with it. So we're going to see some fireworks, I believe, here with the Sam game, especially just because, the pieces are symmetrical now. There's so many ideas here rather than the other, especially when the bishops are in a corner, as we saw G6, F5 was like the main way to go. G3, F4, get the bishops out. Here, you can kind of go wherever you like. You know, do you want to get the queen out? Do you want to get this bishop out or this bishop? Gives us more opportunities and options, which means we will have a very, very fun game, I believe.
Yeah, I agree. Although, again, Hikaru is playing the black pieces. Somebody's got to play black twice first, huh?
That's right. It's like, give it to Hikaru. If anyone can do it, half man, half everything else. Hikaru Nakamura, he'll do it. He'll take the black pieces twice in a row. He got one draw here, and now, you know, in this game here, it doesn't seem like it's very boring from the start. In fact, the other one, yeah, being symmetrical bishops, same place. Okay, cool. Copycat. There's probably not going to be a lot of copycat chess here, I believe. So let's see what happens as players are ready.
Yeah, because if E4, well, I guess F4 is an aggressive idea, but if B4, I mean, if F4 right away, we could see F5, but I do agree with you that we'll see some deviation earlier than we did last time.
I like that. Big fan of that. 49 seconds. As you see the clock, the timer is there, chat. Get ready. Okay, chat. Place your bets. What's the first move for white? And what is Hikaru's first move? If you win, you get nothing. Right? Nothing.
Well, you get our undue.
Nothing.
You get our respect here in the commentary booth. Come on, guys. Yeah. Make a guess. Take a guess.
Make a guess.
I'm going to guess E4. I'm going to go out and say E4. Sam Sevion's going to play E4, but I think that F4 is going to be the most popular move of the round. I just think Sam's going to say E4 classic.
Okay, yeah, I like the classic E4. I think I'm actually going to go with, I like that B4 move. No, okay, D4. Everyone's wrong. D4.
None of the above.
No one got it correct there. All right, D4. Wow.
Well, it feels weird. Oh, and B5, looking at that diagonal right away is Hikaru. He was ready for D4, which surprises me because I wouldn't have thought that D4 would be a move because the queen on A1 is now blocked and the bishop on G1 is blocked. But Sam's idea, build a massive center, maybe play E4 and D5.
I love his idea. F3 was very strong with a very clear intention. I want the entire center here. And F5, I like this to say, nah, I don't want you to have that center, which means you get more space. He says, no, wait. I insist, my guy. I insist. 92. So it's a battle of the square. He's like, no. Maybe I insist. So let's see what happens.
Yeah, there's a lot of interesting tactics here. I'm just seeing all sorts of lines that are opening. That A2 pawn under fire from the bishop on G8, currently defended by the queen on A1, no doubt. But hey, I mean, the queen can actually come to D5 at some moment. A lot of interesting things going on here. But right now, black needs to develop another piece, I think. Right now, doesn't really have any of the knights playing. I'm not sure exactly how, James, but maybe something like knight E6 blocks the bishop. Maybe knight F6.
Yeah, I do like knight F6. Knight F6 is my idea. It just stops E4. And I don't have a bishop in the corner here, so I'm very fond of this move. I do like knight F6 still. He plays E6, though, in the Dutch type of a way of playing, it seems. Some type of Dutch plays E6, preparing for E4. Oh, maybe he wants a bishop G5 in there. I like the idea.
Hugely specific move, because from a positional point of view, E6 doesn't look good, but I think Nakamura is definitely thinking about more tactics here. He's got a specific idea when he plays that move. I think you're right, James, maybe something with bishop G5, but also note that putting the bishop on F6 could put some fire on that E3 pawn. Not all that well, D4 pawn, sorry, not all that well defended at the moment.
Yeah, I love the bishop G5 idea, which I think Sam actually realizes maybe he'll even go with an H4, but that's not now a target. Knight G6, but then there's H5. Maybe provoking knight F4. Already spicy. Definitely a fan. He goes knight to D3 and says, I don't really care about bishop G5 at all. I'm just going to get a piece out and see what you do next.
Yeah, I like white, though, for the moment. I just like it's a very classic development, right? What black's playing more of like a dangerous strategy, but we know the Nakamura can handle it. It's going to be spicy.
Yeah, he is playing, well, this is off the head chess of the entire thing. The entire game is off the head chess here, but more principled, we would say, from Sam's point of view, develop the pieces and central control. On the other hand, just more dynamic and playing off of what white's doing, creating some chances is what Hikaru's doing, playing early moves, B5, f5, not the most natural move you would play in any game whatsoever. Playing h4, stopping bishop to g5.
Interestingly, Fabiano against Dominguez has a very similar position as Nakamura, and as the game also started d4, b5, f5, f3. So certainly something that was planned, I think, in those like little pre-game sessions. Same with Vidit versus Arjun and Ray Robson and Hans Niemann, the one that went in a different direction. Again, Niemann, the lone wolf, analyzing on his own. That makes sense that he's switching it up.
I will say one thing too about how the engine just interprets everything. Engine says that Hikaru is at a whopping 78.2 accuracy right now. And Sam at 95.4. Now, from a human standpoint, I always say have a human evaluation, and obviously, okay, the engine too. Engine, okay, whatever. But have a human one. From a human standpoint, I believe it's very dynamic. There's a lot to play for both sides here. White may have some more space, but Black has some ideas, which is very fun. Controlling the c4 square. Maybe we figure out putting the bishop on f6 could be an idea to pressure this pawn. Where does the king actually go? Probably this way. You have to kind of go this way, I believe.
Yeah.
There's some things under control, but there are some things that Hikaru has to handle. He is down a little bit of time here, but not too much to say that this is even, big time edge for Sam at all. He's just trying to figure out where he wants to put his pieces now.
The problem for most people in Black shoes here is that the position is very hard to harmonize. Being that it's Hikaru, I feel like he's gonna figure it out. But I think like usually like White would just have a massive advantage here because the coordination is a little bit clearer. For me, I'm like, well, how do I develop my bishop now that Sam's played this move h4? I guess I can stick it on f6, but what about my bishop on g8? And then if I put my knight on g6, you're going to h5 against me. And I'm just struggling a little bit with feeling like I don't have enough squares to naturally develop my pieces. So it's going to be interesting to see how Nakamura is able to resolve that. Starts with bishop to f6, and let's see what he does next.
I actually thought the same thing here. Okay, so I was reading something. Okay, he actually thought the same thing as you with the piece harmony. The harmony just doesn't seem correct with the pieces yet. With White, I mean, you do see some harmony. The knights help control some of the center. Bishop's defending. This bishop is maybe defending too as well. One thing I'm worried about is White's king safety. Maybe we do castle queen side, but now we have some clear targets already of some stuff. Castling king side seems outrageous because the h4 pawn here. So where does his king go? Black maybe could just go this way. Not really worry about it too much. Look like some type of Dutch, classical Dutch, that is, with the e6 pawn at 5 and end up castling anyway to the king side and maybe trying to launch an attack on this side of the board, quite likely. So let's see, what Sam's going to come up with. Maybe he goes to the center. Maybe he goes a4. Maybe something like bishop h2. Gotta get his pieces out too. Queen is the worst piece. So he's still waiting on that. As you mentioned, a queen lift, like, rook lift, but the queen lift. Here, a4, queen out. How do you get this queen out? b3, but that really highlights the fact that the queen's there.
Yeah, that's why I like the other way, maybe with a well-timed a4. But where's the white king gonna go with that pawn now on h4 sticking out? Definitely some problems for White, so I don't want to overstate how much I like White's position. Not at all. It's not easy for either side to play, but it does seem a little bit more harmonious from the piece coordination point of view for Sam right now. But yeah, not the symmetry we saw in the last round. That's the funny thing about 960. It's not always immediately obvious which positions are going to be juicy, right? And a lot of it also comes down to what they study in those 10 minutes before and what they kind of come upon, right?
Yeah, in fact, let's not play position number 575 anymore. That one was just boring. This one, okay, we got a game. We already have ourselves some imbalances here. It's definitely in the pawn structure, I would say. Just as we're pushing some of the pawns a little bit different. Not symmetrical. Queen in a corner. Where does king go? Look at this bishop too. Like, you haven't even played e4, and then he does. As soon as we've mentioned it, it's played e4 blunder, double question mark. He's completely losing. Psych. It's not like that. It doesn't just lose.
Oh, because it sacks a pawn. It's actually a pawn sack.
Yeah,
that's why. Yeah. Okay, so the computer doesn't like the pawn sack. They think you can just say, "Yum." I mentioned pastries earlier. They're like, let's take that.
Okay, a little pastry action here. I like that. Little pastry. So takes. A lot of takes here, and I guess he's anticipating bishop f3, but he doesn't go for it. He moves instantly. He didn't like that. I'm curious. What happens? Like, okay, takes, I take. Bishop F3 doesn't work because you can always defend at the very least. He did. I'm very baffled by it. I'm not even gonna lie. Like, I really thought he would go for this line. Okay, bishop here. I'm not giving up the bishop either. I move my queen where? Like queen F5. I'm just up a pawn, Jen. I'm just up a pawn.
There was something that he didn't
He
like
was
about
a
this. Maybe A4 or something. You thought A4 was very promising there, maybe?
yeah, maybe A4.
I'm-
Yeah,
I mean, pawn to
interesting.
A4 with the idea of trying to get my queen into A6. I meant the other side of the board, A4.
Oh,
okay,
oh,
after
A4,
bishop-
A4. After,
yeah.
after, okay.
Knight
yeah,
E4, bishop. I was thinking, like,
right, A4. Oh, here, okay.
the
Yeah,
computer
get the
hates
queen
my
up.
move because they think you can just play B4.
B4,
Fine.
yeah.
But I was just trying to get my queen in. Yeah, I guess there's other ways of making
Wow.
compensation. But you did notice that once you allowed the engine to look a little bit further, it started liking white more. So I think that maybe that's part of it. Anyway, Knight C4 was played instead.
And here's
but-
A4.
And now we can't shut it down now with B4, so that is annoying. Okay.
Yeah, well, now A4 on the board here. Okay, still lots of chess. Obviously, knight takes D2 seems like the likely move. I would just go for this because the king is misplaced. Yeah, okay. You know, it's not great, not the greatest for black, but not great for white either. From a human standpoint, always have that human eval in your head. Takes, and then maybe B4. So we don't want to allow the queen to get out.
Right. Yeah, that's so crucial. You really don't want to let her into the game, especially with that king kind of shaking on C8.
Yeah. That's true. Yeah, we don't King B7. That is a mouse slip, boys and girls. Don't try this at home. King B7 is not a move. But knight takes C4, D2 actually is one. The knight on C4 takes. And playing B4 seems like something. Let me see what the engine says. Engine says E5 here. Okay, so E5, that's why it's a +1. Okay, but I back up. And then they say bishop F2. No, this gives me King's Indian vibes. Even though the bishop's not on G7, what I mean by King's Indian vibes is no matter what happens in King's Indian, black is always just worse until they're not, right? That's what they say all the time. Until they're not, and then there's tactics everywhere, and like things can happen, and there's still a lot of chess to be played, especially with a king on D2 and bishop still blocked, which he's probably going to look to play this at some point to activate the bishop to get it to F3, but nevertheless, should be fine for black, I believe.
Just very hard for most humans to play. Although I believe in Hikaru. I think most people here just literally collapse as black because with 6 minutes on the board and just so little coordination. And that's why the funny thing is, like, a lot of people say that 960 you need to be good at with tactics because there's unusual patterns, which is true. But I actually think like the strategic mastery and the positional sense is even more important in freestyle chess because you really got to coordinate those pieces when they're hard to coordinate. It's almost like the original chess position is a gift because the pieces are kind of like giving you a hint. This is the square that you want to put me in, C3, F3, right?
Yeah.
You don't get those hints in freestyle, right? You got to figure it out yourself.
Yeah, you got to figure it out, and under the time constraint too as well. 10 minutes plus 10-second increment, and as the time gets lower, that is okay. Oh, I have the increment, yes, but you also have a minute, which means you have to move very fast, or 2 minutes, whatever that time difference is. It is not easy to make the moves under the time pressure for anyone whatsoever here. And Hikaru going down on time, 2 minutes, not a big time edge, but it is enough. If we think another minute here, we will be in sort of a danger zone, I believe. But I think Hikaru is just fine. I think he's going to take on D2.
It is possible that he's looking at pawn takes pawn here because, you know, or actually just knight D2, king D2, pawn takes E4 right away.
Yeah.
Is also another thing you might be thinking of. So he's looking at all these different move orders.
Yeah,
See
like
if something pops out at him.
Take on E4, takes back.
Again, trying the greedy method here. I mean, I know you're trying to play B4 to shut it down, but what if I just play queen takes E4 like a psychopath?
Yeah, this is crazy. Jen is absolutely bananas, guys. She has lost her mind, and she just like she's ready to go for it here.
I'm ready to. Yeah, Nakamura fans are not liking what I'm doing in the position here. No way. They're like,
oh man, Jen is on the Yasser tip here.
Yes. I got a pawn.
Well, I do like the pawns.
Hole.
You have to grab the pawns, Jen. You know that. Yes. Grab the pawn. Queen takes E4 is definitely grabbing a pawn and hoping for the best. In fact, as we refresh, let's see what happened. Knight G6 is not a move. Oh my goodness, guys. Believe it or not. Okay, I actually do like the move. He's hitting H4. I like the fact that he's mixing it up. Like he's making it something. You know what I mean? I like this from Hikaru.
But what's the deal with A takes B5 now? If you
Well,
take
takes
with the
B5.
rook, is there some annoying queen A6 check stuff?
Oh, it is. We can back up. So we
Yeah.
have to take on D2 first.
I
And then
think
king
you need to
takes.
do the little intermezzo. And what if I do
And
an
then-
intermezzo with the queen A6 check? Does that help me at all?
Oh, that's actually really nice. Maybe take queen A6.
Yeah, or I
king
could have done it last
D8.
move.
Oh, you
Yeah.
can mean back here instead of
I could
taking
have done
back
it here
queen
too.
check.
I don't know whether it helps,
King
but
D8.
yeah.
Takes. Take back again. Wow, this is chaos. I mean, yeah, eval bar is like, oh yeah, I got you. But of course, I mean, it's the eval bar, they see everything. But from a human standpoint, this is absolutely crazy. King on D2, like what? This is hanging. What is going on? This is just chaos. But I am a big fan of the chaos myself, where the tactics like to flourish, and as the time is lower, whoever is more tactically inclined will be better suited for the action on the board. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, the chat is very excited about this.
You excited, chat?
Bad position, but if time evens out, anything can happen. I
There you
100% agree with that. I like that the position is unbalanced. Me too.
There we go.
65% accuracy. Oof. And now can you imagine if you were playing this position?
That's pretty gross.
Boy, these are the greatest players in the
gross.
world. 65% accuracy.
65% act. But you know what? Who cares, right? Don't look at the act. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? Just who cares about the accuracy? We're playing chess here, boys and girls.
Exactly.
We don't play around no accuracy. Knight takes D2 on the board. And now will he check, which is what Jen said, or king takes D2. Really either move, I think, is played. King takes D2 on the board.
You can always sneak the queen A6 check in later. You can't really play rook B5 here, can you? If rook B5, we get queen A6 check in, and how does that change things now?
I would have to go rook B7. Well, maybe not have to. I could go queen B7 too as well. But am I looking to trade queens? He takes on E4, queen A6 check, king D8, all being played. Takes on E4, he takes on H4, and we reached that position we were just looking at as chaos on the board.
Well, the computer's top move here is bishop F3, which is very unhuman. Most humans would not play a move like that because our bishop looks super good. I'm not predicting that at all. Let's see, but it looks like we got a flurry of moves.
Got a flurry of moves. Michi's man says it's not chaos, it's lost. It's lost to the engine, to the human eye.
I don't
It is
believe
completely different.
I mean, what do you think, James? No human plays bishop F3 here, right? It's just
It's
a
tough.
very bizarre looking move. Like,
Yeah, it makes sense, I guess, if you see it, right? Because okay, yeah, you get to bring the pawn closer, and then bishop G5 check can be maybe answered by F4, but maybe not, because queen E4 and this is hanging in the corner. There's a lot of tactics here. So, okay, bishop F3 makes some sense. It also defends G2. But then again, what else would he play? Maybe he could, he plays it.
he
Yeah,
did
it makes
play
sense.
it.
It makes, I mean,
I
he
guess
defends
you're
both
right.
pawns.
Like, it does defend the
both.
pawn, but to me, it came as strange because I was like, okay, that bishop on D1 has so much potential, and now like knight takes F3 seems like a forced move.
Yeah, he probably should end up taking this. Takes. Bishop G5 check. He might go bishop E3. That's an insane move. Put the king on E3 and just stare at him. Insane.
Somebody said Rouge Hit says I'm jinxing.
Stop jinxing, Jen. Jen, you are jinxing. Quiet, Jen.
I'm underestimating the great Sam Sevion here, who escaped that terrible endgame against Danya Naroditsky last round, and now is with a great position against Hikaru Nakamura. What a start for Sam, but can he keep it up? Let's see. Knight takes F3 check. Is it on the board yet? Nope. Nakamura looking for something better.
And E5 actually I still could take with check. So
exactly.
Can I find another move? Right. It's not very urgent. So I'm trying to figure out to get my piece play.
Rook
So
B6.
one thing, yeah, rook B6. I like
Followed by
rook
queen
B6.
B8, maybe.
That's a beautiful plan. Love it. Hitting
Yeah.
B5. Hitting B5. Ban Jen. Ban Jen. I believe in Hikaru. You believe, chat. Can we get that spam thing? Let's get that spam thing. What is the spam the flower power thing? Let's go, chat.
And he has taken an F3, but now he can still do a similar plan with rook B6 and queen B8.
Yeah, rook B6, queen back, and then queen over.
But the problem is like C4,
right.
the center is so formidable here for white.
Yeah, that's tough.
But can we embarrass the king somehow?
There it is, rook B6.
As you're pushing forward your center, your king on D2. We need to figure out a way to kind of embarrass that king a little bit.
It's so difficult too. Like there's some lines in the Nimzo Indian with white generally the samest variation. In fact, Nepo had a brilliant game, I think, against Gelfand, absolutely crushed them with double rooks on the F file with the samest variation of the kings. Oh, sorry, not kings, of the Nimzo India. But it kind of similar to that. Pawn is on F3 still. King gets out here. So yeah, the king looks weird here, but if we can't get to it, is a very big problem. So we do have the bishops, which is an imbalance versus him not having the bishop pair. 6 pawns for white and 6 pawns for black. He plays d5, which was the best move according to the engine. e5 is a natural move to make. Maybe we go check to provoke a weakness. Back to e7. I think we're still good, boys and girls. I think we're still good, but we are getting lower on time, which I'm a little worried about.
D5, I like this move. Now,
He's
instead
trying
of
to open up the
E5,
game.
maybe white should just stick the knight in C5 immediately
That's annoying.
to avoid.
Stupid knight.
It is. It's just a super annoying knight indeed.
Yeah, it's a stupid knight there.
Beautifully placed.
Gross. Hate this piece. Queen b8 now, though. Queen b8 hits the pawn. Yeah, I could go queen b8. Knight here. Maybe I could take anyway. Take. Important. Let's see. Time evening out.
It is going to get wild. This is not an easy position to play with just 3 minutes on the clock.
That's right. 10-second increment too as well. We're getting closer. We were down almost 3 minutes on the clock. Now only down 1. Feeling a little bit better from Hikaru's shoes here. Making it complicated is something you want to do, which is what Hikaru does with the d5 move. Sam is thinking, do I play e5? Do I play knight c5?
Yeah, giving him choices. That's important.
Says that light
No
square
kind
bishop
20.
looks gross. Oh, it is. What you say?
And yeah, not our favorite piece, but yeah, it only takes 2 moves to rehabilitate it. Bishop f7, bishop g6, 0 to hero.
We go e5, bishop back to e7. We might, maybe not. If knight c5, I don't think we take this just yet. Might need to wait. It is looking like a nasty little pawn storm coming our way.
Indeed, that is the problem with this. We're really getting squashed by those pawns.
Yeah, it's not fun. I've never seen a structure like that though. Like you see 2 sets of double pawns right next to each other is absolutely insane. In fact, as Eric Rosen calls it, when they get closer, it's like a pawn cube or whatever like that. But here it's like a, I don't know what you even call that thing, pawn rectangle, like whatever that is. It's like a weird pawn structure if this actually happens with knight to c5. Bishop takes c5, I don't really like. Maybe we go with our move queen b8.
Yeah. Let's start with that. By the way, for the first time in quite a while, Sam Sevian slips under Nakamura's clock. A great sign, as Bronkov says, Hikaru needs to push them on the clock more. He is better when opponents don't have much time. Well, from your words to the game's ears, as Sam Sevian went under 2 minutes before playing bishop e3, not the move that we expected, not the computer's first choice, but of course still has a lot of pressure on Nakamura's position.
Here it is, chat. It's up to you. You chat. We pay you very well for you all to be here. So of course it's time for you to clock in and play command spam, right? Put the spam in chat. Put your spams in chat. Exclamation point spam. Let's go. It's working. He's downtime. Sam, that is. Queen b8 position seems very salvageable. Rook takes b5 is incoming. Minute 30 for Sam. Looking good for us.
Oh, I like that. Yes. Queen b8. Some pressure.
Looking good. He plays the right move too, by the way. Rook c1, which is the pawn. That is correct.
Weirdly, the computer
moving g6.
No, weirdly, the computer wanted to move the other rook because I guess its thinking is maybe that the rook on b1, I guess, doesn't really need to protect b2 because it's already protected by the knight. I don't know. It's very odd. Rook bg1, of course, the rook hg1, of course, the much more human choice. But earning a question mark from the computer, man, that computer's super harsh.
Absolutely. Oh, terrible. Bro, what are you talking about? Rook takes, hits the queen. He moves the queen away quite quickly. You could start with first rook to b6 just to put the rook on a nice square. Hit the queen, follow up with g6. That is a disgusting move. Reason why I say this is the bishop is absolutely out of the game. But you could use the Dutch stonewall or the French defense type of maneuver here with bishop f8 to e8 all the way over to b5 to get this bishop active because, wow, g6 happens, this bishop is buried.
Now we understand, James, why the computer wanted to move the b rook over because g6 would not be possible because of rook takes g6.
My goodness, Jim, that is insane. Engine just finds all these crazy ideas. That's why they wanted this rook.
Smarty pants engine.
Yeah, Come on,
Come
engine.
on.
Man, get out of here. Right. That's why, it's okay, chat. You always have permission to tell the engine to just shut up. Be quiet. No one, who cares? 'Cause the
Show off.
So off. Exactly. Right. Think about some of your best games you ever played, and the engine tells you how bad you are. That hurts. It always hurts. Bishop F8, though, from Hikaru. This is not a fun position anymore at all. I mean, G6, yeah, okay, it was ugly, but we did have this maneuver here. Here we go, though. Here we go. It is back and forth with the engine. Eval bar. Here we go. A7's hanging, but okay, whatever. Maybe we could try to push the H pawn down the board. We could go rook B7. He plays H6. Oh, he's going into H7. Look at him go. He's going to H7. This is what he wants. Something like this.
Yeah, rehabilitate that bishop. Absolutely. I love it. The principle of the worst piece, right? We talked again about positional knowledge, and one of those big strategic edges that great players get is identifying their worst piece and then figuring out the right way to improve it. Queen takes A7 on the board, and here's the moment where
Question mark.
Bishop H7. Look at that, ignoring the fact that you allowed us a queen trade offer, saying if you do it on your time. I'm going to make my pieces better on my time.
This is an incoming threat of bishop takes D3, followed by rook takes B2, and queen trading. The worst could be over for us. We could take. Oh, that is a good move. It just says, "Sight." What are you talking about, bro? He's hitting E6. Okay, from a human standpoint, this is a good move. But king to D7, I guess apparently defends everything. Maybe even a queen B6. That would probably be a blunder. Maybe to some rook A6s or something. But yeah, king D7 defends this. Maybe even bishop F5 to defend E6.
Yeah, we could do it that way, indeed. We could also take on A7 first if we want to, because you don't have the in-between move, knight takes E6 check, because we attack your knight, and then once you attack my queen, I get a free knight.
Right.
So in-between moves are the exception, not the rule. Remember that.
That is it. That is
Slipping
it.
under 1 minute. Both
He's
players.
Oh man, we have OTB bullet here.
Let's
Over
go.
the board bullet with 10-second increment here. Hikaru slightly stressed here with the back posture, but that's okay. He is a high-level player under all circumstances, even under stress. He's trying to figure out what to do. He takes on A7. Rook takes king D7, played quite quickly. Feeling good, both bishops, as we have the bishop pair here. B2 is hanging, same amount of material, but the difference is with the bishop pair. G5 may be played at some point, but we will allow knight to H5. Maybe we'll see bishop at 5. Just try to make sure our position is a little bit better. Get this bishop developed, deal with G7. We might be okay here, boys and girls. Might be good.
You might be wondering, well, why is white still considered better by the computer when black has the 2 bishops and even pawns? Well, a lot of it's that rook on H8, right? Never got a chance to develop. So Hikaru still has a couple of development issues to solve, but if he does solve those, he could end up becoming better in this position indeed. Knight H5 now, like you mentioned, is going to be white's response, trying to eye that F6 square.
Knight H5 played, bishop E7 probably will be played almost immediately with a rook F8 to hit the F3 pawn. Knight F6 will be weakening of the pawn, takes, rook F8. Is there an F4 there? Wow, there is some tactics. There is some tactics. He checks first, seeing what he does with the king, and then he might go back to E7. This check is diabolical. You do not want this check to happen. I think bishop E7 is an automatic move.
C3, I actually preferred moving the king a little bit because now the B3 pawn is also attacked. But I guess Sam figures you can just play post up with B4, no biggie.
What he plays B4.
Kind of squashing my rook's activity here.
Rook F8. I don't know. This is still murky. F4. Can I go bishop G6? This is what I just looked at. He went rook B8 instead. Knight F6 takes. Rook F8, F4 once again is a really strong move. Really strong, boys and girls. But we may be able to defend C7 quite quickly. 30 seconds for Sam.
Remember when he was playing against Ray Robson, he got down to 1 second on the clock?
Yeah, it is scary.
So
it made him
do not be surprised.
1 second on the clock.
Getting to that nice edge. Somebody who does that, it indicates that they're a bit of a perfectionist. You know, they love chess. They don't want to make that wrong move.
Yeah. He didn't even glance at his clock yet, Sam. You're not even looking at his clock. Okay, he makes a move F4 on the board. And we have some trades, it looks like. Oh, now we should probably just maybe not. I was gonna say take a5, but it's something we got to deal with later. Maybe I'll just wait around and find another move. Can I go bishop g6? I can. See what happens.
Sepher B said Hikaru will win this. It's
There we
over,
go.
says Tangen's 90 when Hikaru shakes his head. Okay,
Wow,
well, I like the confidence. I like
let's
the
go,
confidence.
Chad. Let's go, Chad. That type of energy is what we need. That is the type of energy we look for.
That's right. At least the worst is over. That's for sure,
right.
Wonder Wind.
That is correct.
And that's what I was saying. I mean, nine times out of 10, a player of any level, equal players, Black's going to collapse. It takes a lot of skill and talent to be able to recover from a position where White's harmony is so deep and yours is so weak. And Nakamura has shown us really a masterclass in this.
Bishop f5 played. Could have played bishop g6 too as well. I like this bishop f5 move.
There it is. And 15 seconds now for Sam Sevian.
Takes a lot of captures. Take on g5. Actually, that was me. In fact, that's what I would have played. That was just me instinctively playing a stage g5, and I did it. There it is. Now I still take f6. Looking like a draw, boys. I probably have to take this. Maybe I could go king c6. Yeah, there we go. It's like, maybe not. You know, keep some hope alive. Keep some hope alive. Just throw it in there. Why not? And then I don't know. I mean, it's a long shot. King b5. There's rook here, though. Gots to be careful. Bishop e3 threatening rook e2.
There's a little threat.
There we go.
Somebody sees a check my variation. I like the spirit. Hikaru wins these positions, says Chaydock.
Come on, Chaydock. Talk to me.
That's a prediction for us. Looks like Sam's getting under the 10-second mark. We've seen him do this against Ray. Will he make the move in time?
It won't work against Hikaru. Bishop f2, maybe. He makes king d1.
1 second left on the clock. He did it again.
He's doing that on purpose. He's like, he knows people are watching. It's like, I mean, wait till I get to 1 second and make a move. Like, he literally is just, there's no way.
Yeah, I mean, he wanted to make sure that rook e2 wasn't going to be devastating. Bishop a3 now. Bishop b2, 6 seconds left.
I don't know. Wait, bishop b2? Hold on. Wait, what? What does this do? Wait, where are you going?
Question
98.
mark.
That's not mate, though. I'm out of here. Oh, wait, he does. 98 is annoying, though. Okay, bishop b2, 98. Ooh, that's annoying. Oh, I could go bishop c2, though, but then takes king here. Check, check. How do I win? Okay, so you go for it. Correct. 98, bishop c2, king here, bishop takes, king here. This is all happening. We're going to see it right now. We're gonna see what's the follow-up after all of
you can't play
check.
bishop c3 threatening.
Oh, check and takes. Oh,
and
take a5, and I'm good, and we winning.
Oh,
We
defending.
winning.
That's the key move.
There it is on the board. Okay, this is nothing. Bishop f5 and chill. And then walk the king up and hit the button, aka resign. Caught him. Very nice play here. Hikaru with the clutch.
What about knight g7 here? How do we defend against that idea?
Maybe
That's
just
what
bishop
happened.
h3.
Just bishop h3 check. It looks like that is what he played, though. Because now king g1, rook g2 check. And then
here, he's still not out yet. Yeah, he's still not
totally over.
Maybe
but
bishop here. It's close. So close. It's so close. King here, rook g2, king h1, and then what? Maybe I could go bishop g5. I mean, I could do anything. Bishop g5 is first, maybe. Brings the rook back to defend.
Yeah, okay. Fair enough. Just defend everything. Now we're up a pawn. We got your king in the corner. And we got over a minute on the clock.
Up time, up in a position.
Our goat, says Jeremy Linko.
Hikaru coming back from the depths.
Yeah, I mean, a really great. It's all about the defense. right? Nakamura's defense was just absolutely on point, and I think Sevian missed the bishop a5 idea, right?
Yeah, exactly. The whole idea with the bishop coming around like this.
Yeah, and I think he was more looking at like this bishop c3, then rook takes e7 check would win the bishop. We can look at it later, but unfortunately for Sam, he underestimated Black's defensive options there.
Yeah,
Number one defensive player for a reason, says Mindy Chat. The other thing is, you know what piece is really good at attacking and defending at the same time?
The bishop.
Yeah, the bishop's really
bishop.
good at that. It does a little attack on you, then it does a little defense on you. The knight's not so effective. It's kind of got to choose one or the other.
Incredible from Hikaru here, guys. As Hikaru is going to go on to win this game, very likely, unless obviously something crazy happens, but don't believe that will happen at all.
All of them are good at that? No, not all pieces are good at that. The knight is not good at attacking and defending at the time. It's good at attacking and it's good at defending, but not at the same time. It's got to pick.
Okay, all right. King up. We're going around this way, as I pointed out before. We're just going to walk the king around, try to get the king close, look for some mating possibilities and ideas. Knight takes c7. Maybe I just bring the king in first, bring the king around. Look for some bishop ideas to try to get the bishop involved. Look for mate. 16 seconds for Sam.
Getting down to those last seconds again.
Made that with 2 seconds. He's just trying to hold on. You can even go this route too. King d3 on the board, knight f6, maybe just bishop f5. Don't allow a capture. Bishop f3 probably stronger.
Oh yeah, bishop f3, just threatening the goods. G2 check coming.
Bishop f3, there we go.
Played.
Rook g2 check coming. All right, guys. Yeah, we got a dub. Shout out to Hikaru. Shout out to you guys, chat. Thanks for you being here and spamming the chat. I mean, it's all you guys. You know what I mean? Hikaru only did so much, but the rest, that was you, chat. That was you being here, spamming, bringing that energy.
Especially the one person who said that it's not that big a deal if Hikaru loses. I mean, that reverse karma, you got there.
Right. Yeah. We need that type of energy. Spamming was the key. Exactly, Desmond. I mean, you guys did it, you know? I mean, Hikaru did his thing, but you guys did your thing. That's the most important thing.
Very well done.
Very nice.
Yes, credit no kind 20. Oh, I feel like a checkmate here. Where is it?
Right. Where's the mating
That bishop
net?
on h4. Bishop. Yeah, bishop. I'm looking for.
Oh, I see it. Bishop g1.
Bishop g1 threatening bishop g2. I've never seen that checkmate pattern in my life.
That's a beautiful
That is a
pattern.
cool checkmate pattern.
Beautiful pattern. Beautiful. Rook g8 maybe. I mean anything really.
Rook g8, yeah. Rook g1 played.
I still don't see mate now though. King h2. Oh, he wants
Right.
but then he runs. Okay.
We
Wait,
blocked that
am I-
that wonderful.
Oh, I pick up
pattern.
some pieces. Yeah, just this is
Yeah, and you can't take on e6 because of bishop g4 check, so that's a negative.
Can go rook check. He plays it. Bishop h2 forced. Very minimum. You could take on d4 and take on e5.
Bishop g1 is just
G1.
easy peasy too.
That
So
does
just
it.
Clip a piece off.
I have enough material. I see Hans crushing again.
Yeah.
Really? Hans locked in like that?
That's right. Magnus and Hans both on 2-0.
Whoa.
I mean, well, Hans was totally winning. Has he officially won the game yet? We'll find out in a minute. But let's just see this one play out.
There it is. And Hikaru, there's as they speak about the game. Yeah, I was probably lost somewhere, but but okay. I mean, yeah, you got it. So Hikaru with
There it
a dub.
is.
Amazing.
Handshake. Great win. The power of defensive play, the power of the bishops, even when it seems like the knight is awesome, some point becomes less awesome. Speaking of great knights, what do we got here? We got a winning transition into a pawn endgame, it appears, for Hans Niemann.
Hans completely winning. Let's see how it is started. Classical game. Okay, development of the pieces. Cool. We had a normal game, actually. They castled.
Yeah, this looks
And
like
then
chess.
yeah, this is like a chess game. Nothing chaotic happened in this game, which is actually pretty cool to see. Now he wants to get the bishop out. Play b5 first, and then put the rook on the file, hits the rook. Take. And Hans is a player that definitely loves some end games here. And look at this. Magnus style in a way. Look at that. Now we have a bishop versus knight in game. And somehow, wow, he was actually worse. Right here was +1. Actually worse. Still, even here, worse. Just worse in this position. I assume time had a thing. Also the knight, which is super annoying. Yeah, look at the knight bouncing around. Ugh. Man, we all got hurt like that before. Oh my goodness.
Sure have. Somebody in the chat said Robson through. I did not see the earlier part of the game. Yes, he's not happy about this at all, as he was doing fine earlier. And hey, Hans Niemann, it's going to be off to quite the beginning here in the freestyle chess. Round 2 of 7, looking to score 2 straight victories.
2 out of 2 for Hans Niemann, guys. He is a force to be reckoned with today. He says, I am bringing the fire. I'm analyzing by myself. All I need is me and me, is what he says. And looks like we have another game with Wesley and Norderbeck still going. What is this? This is a weird piece imbalance.
Right, a rook for 2 pieces.
Yeah, rook for 2
2
pieces.
minors. In a middle game, the 2 minors are usually totally dominating, but rooks really can do their thing in the end game. So sometimes it's not so obvious in the end game. And wow, apparently the engine agrees with that assessment. It thinks that this position is equal right now, or maybe just a slight edge for black. But it's all about the clock, right? 9 seconds left for Wesley So.
Wesley So having the knight and the bishop here. Can't find the configuration to get around with this pawn. It just says that is not the way to do it. But what is the move? That's
Knight
the hard
E3, you're
part.
trying to get your knight to E3, huh?
Yeah, I'm trying to get this knight to E3. Exactly.
Oh, look at that. Computer says King B1, massive error.
There's a knight around. Maybe knight B5 now. Oh, he just takes the pawn. Uh-oh. That's not good. That is not good for Norderbeck. Now you can probably move the knight back around. Maybe King F6. No, maybe King D6. Who cares, right? It takes and we go knight here. There it is. And now we go knight here, and I think
Oh, nice one.
there are some problems. There are some problems. Maybe even this way. Possible, and try to get around like this.
That's right. Get that king out of the defense.
20 seconds here. Norderbeck. Actually, Norderbeck's the one playing black here. For some reason, I thought it was Wesley. Oh, he went the other way, though. Knight C2. Knight takes B2.
Makes sense, though.
B4 me. Okay.
91
now,
on
91. 91. He goes rook at G5 and knight D3 into C1.
Said
King
hitting
here.
C1 and B4.
The problem is, how do I get... Okay, he goes 93, though. How do I get... Like, when he goes King B1, how do I get in there? Like, that's the hard part. I can't cross. Not the easiest.
He took
Take the pawn. Yeah, I would too. It's a human move. Take the pawn. And then 91. Try to take this one. 20 seconds. Wesley So.
Cap at 23K. Is Hikaru playing? Yes, he is. He's got 1.5 out of 2. If you're on the chess.com event page, you might be confused because you got to go to stage black to see Hikaru's games. Maybe we should make a command for that because I think that's going to trip up a lot of people today.
Hikaru not playing. Where's Hikaru?
Yeah, I know. Seriously.
First off, you just made it here. Where were you? Secondly, yes,
Don't worry. You got 5 more hours.
Secondly, he is here. Okay, that's an annoying move. That pawn push is something to worry about. Bishop back to e5 defends, but gives this one up, but says, I'm going to grab this one and maybe the other as well.
Yeah, I'm so surprised Black's not winning this. It's very weird. Like, just sticking our knight on c3 check was somehow not winning because you can play king b3 and we can't play a2 because of king b2. It seems unfair. Like, I've got like both minor pieces as a pawn in your throat and somehow you survive. What's
By the
going
way,
on
I just
here?
realized the heart rate monitor there. So
Oh,
125 for Abdusattorov. He is like, heart is, it's not pounding there, but definitely heart rate up. He's like, trying to close this out, which is understandable. A lot of emotion, a lot of things to think about and calculate. Heart rate is up. I think as he starts to close out the game, it will go down there. Wesley with a very calming heart rate at 72, just calm throughout it all.
yep. Boy, he's been here in this situation so many times. He's one of the only people who actually wears his jacket during the game. He's not too fired up.
That's true. He does I don't think he generally never takes the jacket off. You have the 2 extra pawns here. Black should be a big favorite, especially after h3 falls. How do you get f4? Don't think that. Yeah, I think the same. Oh, now it's moving now there again because I didn't see it move. I'm like, is it working at all? Now
Yeah,
it
it does.
seems to be working now.
Okay. It's a little. Yeah, it looks like his heart rate has gone down.
Just a little bit.
So what's going on now? We can make a queen, but then you just start pushing and you can't stop all your pawns, huh?
Yeah, correct. You can't stop them all. It may be possible though, because after queening, takes, rook over. Yeah, no, there should be enough. I have 2 passers. I can walk the king around to help escort, move the knight, and you can't stop both with the knight too as well. So too much for white to handle. So he's gonna have to find a move. Let's see what Wesley comes up with. 16 seconds.
This is a beautiful shot here of Wesley So. Not a beautiful position though.
Not a beautiful position at all. And of course, this plan will happen out or will probably play out right now. Maybe he goes f3 first. Just walk the king up from there. f3 is played. Now, after rook here, you can even go king into e6 with the idea of knight f7, blocking the whole path of the rook.
Very nice, very nice. Yes, I like that. Rook f8. Rooks belong behind passed pawns, but sometimes it's not enough.
Sometimes it's just not enough. King e6, walk the king up, end up blocking at some point. We push, we win this pawn, and then we have another passer.
Even f2 is good enough here because you can play after rook f8. You just got knight e4, or knight h3 for that matter. But the accurate king f7 has been played.
There it is, king e6, going king f7 next, or something like that. I mean, anything really. Rook check.
King f6, rook f8, knight f7 again. That nasty move.
Yeah, it's a very annoying knight. Tough start for Wesley, says Casey Bro. Yeah, tough start for Wesley. Going 0-2 here if he goes down in this game, which is likely, but still some rounds to be played. Sometimes you have that rough start and then you just kick in a high gear. Maybe he runs off 3, 4, maybe 5 in a row. It is possible, but definitely a tough start for Wesley.
Oh, yeah, remember this pattern, guys. Really important pattern. Knight f7, beauty.
F2?
Beautiful.
Oh, okay. I thought he went rook there, and then he gets the knight back, or gets the rook back, and then brings the knight around. Should be able to capture, run the king up. Maybe you just go knight e4 though, because there is some ideas where we might be in the Zugzwang where we can't no, I don't think that's possible. I think I could end up taking.
I think I'm close enough. I think you're too far.
Yeah, maybe I just
So we started bringing in the king first here instead.
Yeah,
now we need to be careful because your king is one move closer. So we just start playing king f5 here now. Get our king to g3.
Yeah. Well, knight f3. Oh, look at the crafty.
91
Look
threat.
at the crafty 91 threat. Yeah, and if rook c8, rook f1, it will be knight to d2. Yes.
So we got a block, and this one's a block too, right? Yeah, that's a block. Playing knight e1's like a block. blocking you from defending the queen in square. Very iconic tactics here as white does resign. Beautiful technical move there, knight f3, well spotted.
Resignation and Norderbeck with his first win. 1.5 out of 2. Very great play here. Norderbeck and Dussatura winning his game as well. As we do a quick recap of what happened in the last round. Looks like Levon goes down to Magnus here. Magnus winning again. Let's see what happened in that game quite quickly. B5 bro, first move question mark. Like, this is where you tell the engine, bro, shut up, bro. Like, what are you talking about? But this actually looks like similar to Hikaru's game. Very similar. E5, okay, capture, take, D2. A little loose there. Bishop E6. Queen C6 hits the bishop. Hit the bishop again. Castle long, there it is. That's castle long, but short at the same time. That's hilarious. Rook to D8, hitting the knight. Takes on B5, D3 is the bishop. We move the queen back. 94 says there's a miss, but that's okay. Brings the knight around, going for F4. Bishop G5, nice move, hits the knight. Queen back. I love Black's harmonious pieces here. Harmonious pieces. 93, really strong. Now we grab the bishop pair. King looks terrible here. You can already smell the rook lift. E4, takes, open up the game. That was a nice play, by the way. E4 was really strong. In fact, it just wins material. Too much going on. Too much going on here. It just wins material. So he's in the queen sack.
Do we need to do that, Canty? Because that's pretty interesting.
Ooh.
If we did something else,
He takes on E4.
Then you can play knight E4 now, yeah.
Right, so he
so
takes.
This was all part of the plan. Very nice.
It was
very
takes.
beautiful.
And now we
now
have
bishop D2. We got too much. You can't play queen D2 because of the checkmate. Ooh,
exactly.
What a gorgeous game.
Beautiful from Magnus here. Had a beautiful game. Rook A2 and a resignation from Levon Aronian. Magnus with a clean dub there in round 2. It looks like Sindarov beats Vincent Keimer. D4, F5, had the F3. So it looks like D4 and F3 are the first 2 moves we're playing here, in fact. Okay, E3, bishop E2, takes. Had a lot of that knight D2 stuff. Brought the rook around, castle by hand. Take, check, king D1 maybe. There it is, maybe A3. At some point, rook C2. Yeah, castle by hand going this way. Look at the king moves. Get the king out the center. F4. Takes with check. Maybe go back. And king G1. Yeah. This actually was kind of dry, actually, later on. Now we got this passer. D5 is weak. Queen E6 is a move too. Oh, wait, what? He just blundered Queen E6? Oh, he has 12 seconds. 12 seconds. And he didn't even take it. He took on D5. I mean, what a game here. Like, I thought I was missing something, Jen. I'm like, yo, Queen E6 is a full rook here. Full rook.
Well, it's a blindness of taking something, right? Instead of you have you can capture something with check, but a check on an empty square that wins a whole rook is miss. Yeah, very instructive. Very instructive.
Still wins though. Still wins the game.
True.
Wow. Yeah, that was a whole
White's still totally winning, indeed.
Whole rook, and I think Keimer never bounced back from that one. Especially
pawns,
even it's just easy.
Well, there we have it. Two games so far.
Wow.
And Nakamura with 1.5 out of 2. BB Sara did lose this game. She drew her first game. But unfortunately, this game looks like White again got a nice game. We looked at this in Nakamura's game or something very similar, the sacrifice here.
Yeah, that
where she wins a pawn, but the position is suffering.
Yeah, because you're just on the defense, and there's a lot of weaknesses. And okay, for the pawn, as you would see in like a Catalan type of idea, it's just weak squares. Look at this. I mean, look at the bishop here too.
Beautiful compensation. Yeah.
Beautiful comp, right? Queen C3. You might see even a king H1 get off of this diagonal at some point.
Absolutely no fun playing this. No.
Yeah, and now he gets the pawn back with compensation. Knight goes back to E6. It's just a very bad game. Yikes. All right. Take. Rook A2.
Rook A2, well done. And now that A file is under occupation.
Yeah, that's what happened. Rook A1 and resignation. Prag with the win there too as well. All decisive in round 2. Wow. All decisive there in round 2. I actually need to go forward again. Sorry. I actually hear myself now. Okay, let's go back. There's a lot of things to do, boys and girls. But in round 3 coming up here will be Hikaru versus Fabiano. So we got Fabi and Hikaru, guys. All right, that was everything that happened in the next round there. That was nice. We're gonna take a short one ourselves, guys. Again, stretch. We're gonna be here for some time today. We got another round coming up. We'll be back in a few. Here we go. Round 3 of the freestyle chess grand slam, guys. Round 3 coming up very, very soon here. I'm FIDE Master James Kente III here, joined by Women's Grandmaster Jennifer Shahade. We are back round 3. This position looks similar, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. It looks similar to the one that we saw in round 1, although it might make you feel a little bit seasick because last time it was on H1 and G1, the bishops. This time it's on A1 and B1 and A8 and B8 respectively. So if you think you're seeing double, you kind of are. It is a little bit different as well, though. In the other one, the king was on like F1 or C1. The king was on like the F1 square basically with the knights nestled between it. One difference I see right away, which might be reflected in the computer's top choices, is that that G7 square is a bit weak, right? So a move like B4 maybe, or, you know, I noticed that D4 is a suggestion as well. Lining up maybe for some tactics like, well, getting our knight to G3, knight can hop onto F5. So even though it seems very similar, James, I'm going to hold out hope that it's actually much more aggressive because of these tiny little differences.
Yeah, in fact, I think the same first moves we're going to see here because it just opens the bishops up and it makes total sense. Like you just want to get the bishops out first and then maybe figure out, because remember the rooks were in the center last time. So, or something like this where like the knights were able to grab the pieces too. So a slight difference with the shuffling of the rooks and knights or whatever. So B3, C4 type ideas, try to get D4 in, but you can't respond with the D5, right? So we'll make some differences. Maybe you'll see an E6 trying to go D5 there. Maybe some quick castles to queenside too as well. So really depending upon how white plays, you might even start with an E4 because the rook is behind it and then put one of the knights here, get castle quickly to the queen side. I can see that being a thing too.
Yeah, and somebody actually, I noticed the player is actually looking at the move H4, trying to rook lift a little bit. H4, rook H3, rook G3.
Do you even rook lift?
Considering the weakness of that pawn on G7, that can be quite exciting indeed.
Do you even rook lift, chat, is the question here. And we have, I forgot who even Hikaru was playing. I was like, oh, we got Fabi. Nice. We're going to see Fabi and Hikaru, classic clash. They have so many games together. So let's see what happens here. It's going to be a fun game, I believe. Maybe B3, C4. I like the B3 move, though, because Hikaru even is a fan of playing B3. I mean, you can even do like B3, Queen B2. Like, how ridiculous is that? Just to set up for the checkmate in 2 moves already.
Yeah,
or B3,
that's
Queen
one thing
B2.
I actually like to look at when I see a 960 position for the first time is I like to think about what's the quickest checkmate. Because of course in our traditional chess it's the fool's mate. And yeah, I think you hit on it here, just B3, Queen B2, Queen G7. Although maybe there's a faster one with, no, I doubt it.
Yeah,
I do see something like,
this one.
Yeah, something like that.
The rook has to move.
But the rook's in the way. There's also something maybe with knight G3, knight F5, knight H6 mate, but you'd have to walk into that one.
Yeah.
And we'd still need B4.
B3. Yeah, we still need this going.
Yeah. So if anybody sees a faster one, alert us. But it does appear that it might be the B3, Queen B2, Queen G7. That said, I don't think that's quite the idea of B4 because Queen B2 could be met with just a knight E6 type move. 2 weak pawns in front of the king could be early tactics right at his majesty, says Casey Abel. You know, the thing is, I said something similar to that, Casey, in round 1, and I couldn't have been more wrong. So let's not jinx it again.
Right. Yes, or be careful with the jinx, Casey. Be very careful here. So, yeah, what do you guys think, chat? Take a poll here. What do you think is going to be the first moves as players are getting ready to sit down? Shake hands are being shaken there and getting ready. Everybody's sitting down. 40 seconds to go into game time.
And Stitchy, somebody asked in the chat, how long do they get to discuss the position? 10 minutes. So far, it looks like they're spending about 8 on their own, and 8 discussing amongst each other, and 2 minutes getting into the zone, with the exception of Hans Niemann, who sits on the board as a lone wolf and analyzes it on his own for all 10 minutes. So far, it's working out for him, though. He's got 2-0, while Nakamura starting off with a draw and winning a great game last round. Some beautiful defensive play to cobble his way out of a very tough position against Sam Sevian. And he starts it up with D4. Let's go.
D4, C5. Already some spy. That's what I'm talking about, guys. Fireworks. Move 1 already.
No
D4,
symmetry.
C5. No symmetry. He says, go ahead, take it, bro. And now if he takes, will he gambit? I don't see a reason why, but queen takes C5 will probably be likely next.
And I don't mind getting the
Oh.
queen out early because remember, getting the queen out early in traditional chess is bad because a lot of times the knights and bishops are so well poised to kick it around. But in freestyle chess, sometimes there's less harmony and sometimes you can kind of just get away with having the big gun out early. So D5, chosen by Hikaru, trying to lock down that bishop on A8. I like this move a lot.
Yeah, he's sort of Benoni-ish or something similar that you see in a real game with classical chess, D4, C5, and then playing D5 in this manner. Look at how it restricts both. I mean, basically all the knights, or both knights, in fact, except knight to G6 being a thing. So definitely like it. Could follow up with C4, maybe possibly E4 as well. Have some nice central control. I like it, but it can be hit. B5, playing it in a Banco type of style here, stopping C4, but not E4. Maybe not stopping it. C4 can still be played, but we'll be captured.
Again, because those knights are not well poised to attack the queen, right? Like C4 takes C4. It's no biggie. We can just play queen takes C4 now or maybe later. You know, the knight. I think the knights are a bit superfluous right now, and they're actually not well placed at all. I don't think the D5 pawn is blocking the D8 to all its good squares. And the F knight only has the G6 square, which is notoriously weak when we get to play a quick H4, H5.
Yeah.
So I feel like the knights are a little woeful here for Fabi right now.
That is correct. The knight's not doing very well. And of course, you can always back up the pawn with E6 or E4 and C4. Black trying to break it up with E6 and possibly a C6, but that one is far from, it's gone. You can't play C6 anymore. Bishop is hitting this pawn. He will try to break this up as quick as humanly possible to get, the bishop quite active here. Very nice space advantage for D5. With D5, but equal. Engine doesn't like B5. Who cares? This is sort of a Banco type of style anyway. We'll go C4 or E4 next to follow. It says Fabi in prep, says Sam. And Kazi. Fabi in prep. Oh, okay. I think they're all in prep here. Nice one there, Sam.
And it sounds like PK is at the site, which makes sense. He apparently loves chess, also loves poker.
Nice.
I saw him playing poker in the latest edition of PokerStars Big Game. He played really well, actually.
Oh, that's nice. That is pretty good. As we know, Jen is a poker pro over here, professional at that as well. Do you have a book on poker too, or no?
No, I don't have a book in poker, but my next book, Thinking Sideways, does have a lot of poker in it, actually. That one's subtitled is How to Think Like a Chess Player and Win at Life. But there somehow a lot of poker comes up too, because, a lot of the life lessons, I think, in chess are actually accentuated by thinking about poker because the games are so different. But B4, by the way, C4 played, and now it's Fabi's move. B takes C4. Does he want to grab and go? Or does he want to attack it again with a move like E6?
Yeah, that's a great idea. In fact, E6 is sort of what I would like to play, just to really break this thing up. Really break it up. But I mean, I could go E4 once again.
That's the problem, yeah. Center is very formidable here.
E6, E4 is a blunder, I believe. And just says maybe you're okay.
Oh, because I see what you're saying. If you can play takes on D5, and I can't take with the E pawn because of the rook. Yes, very good. Well spotted.
Yeah. But apparently it's okay because there's like some knight moves into the center to defend that way. So C4 played. Let's see Fabi in a think tank as well. See how Hikaru is looking. They're both thinking. No emotion yet. Nothing to give. I mean, they are. There's only just pawn tension here. Like, it's so funny that they're thinking. But they're also thinking about what to do with the pieces. What's the plan? What's the overall plan? In a regular Banco type of game, I mean, the knight would be on B1 and bishop on C1 already. We'd be blitzing out the moves in the regular Banco. But this one, quite different. He takes on C4. He says E4. We're going down this line, sort of similar. After E6, he's going to place probably one of the knights on E3 to defend. We may end up taking with the queen or the knight. Play a B3 and open up this bishop at some point as well. Wow, let's draw the right arrow. There we go.
Interesting, we have the same opening with D4, C5 played with Bibi Sarah and Wesley So. I don't like it though. I like it for white. I'm just like a big fan of the way Hikaru is playing it.
Yeah.
Some players decided to play, many players played this, by the way. Kamer also against Prague, and Magnus also. Magnus, it's a big favorite this round, James. They all analyze this idea of playing C5 against D4, but it feels like it's a bit of a fun one for white. So
I agree.
let's
It
see if
feels like
the
white's
Lone
okay.
Wolf switched it up. Yes, the Lone Wolf did switch it up as Hans Niemann played C4 instead of D4, getting a completely different game character than all the others.
Yeah, and if he wins, you know, in this game, it'd be like, wait, this is working? You know, this lone wolf just don't care about my own analysis. I'm not influenced by anyone else's analysis. So we got to take a close look at Hans's game at some point to see how he does in this round as well. He is 2-0.
Levon, by the way, was the only other one who switched it up. So we got 6 D4s, and then we
Okay.
got a C4 by Hans, and Levon did go for the H4 Rook lift, which, by the way, I
Nice.
think Casey pointed out in the chat was also a favorite of Sese.
Right, with H4.
Yeah, well, H4, I think they liked H4 and D4 though, so it's not like D4 was bad or anything. But you know, the funny thing is, like, I love watching the players like look at the games beforehand. I mean, look at the position beforehand, but I'm not that crazy about it creating so much convergence. So like, yeah, it's kind of interesting. It's nice in a way that you have a couple players who are like doing their own thing.
Yeah, I get to say I want to do it my way and my way only, right? And which is great. Of course, you have your own analysis. You also have the other players to analyze with to get some other ideas here. And knight to G3 gets a question mark here because of the move. I would assume H5, but I actually wanted to do the same in reverse with H4, H5 to try to kick this knight. If H5 happens, I won't be getting H5 in. It's going to be kind of annoying to deal with. I could just maybe reroute the knight a little bit to E2 and hope for the best.
Yeah, Fabiano Marijuana says that it's hard to think and be social at the same time. Interesting. For you.
Speak for yourself.
James has no problem with it.
Not at all. Okay. Not at all. Hopefully you guys are on the stream.
That is actually the key to poker. I mean, you'd be really good at poker then. Actually,
oh yeah,
they're crowning a World Series of Poker champion tonight, which is quite interesting. And the one guy in Vegas, so just like a couple miles from where all this action is going on at the Wynn, and the guy who's leading it, Michael Mizrahi, fits that to a T. He's very social, talking all the time at the table, and a beast at the same time. So
wow, that's part of his strategy. He's trying to talk you down a little bit. You don't know what's going on. He's always the same. Yeah.
Get him off the game a little bit. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, that's good.
H5.
Good. Get him off the game. H5, H4.
Yeah, and yeah, you got to figure he'll just go H4 because it kind of stops H4. It seems like an auto play, but you never know.
Yeah, I really don't like H4, but then H4 weakens my position too. I mean, it is okay. We weaken or whatever. Like you weaken your king structure. Bishop takes G3 obviously is a possibility. I take back. I do grab the bishop pair, and I can't do the same in return. So I do like that imbalance to actually play 4 more in this game. Question is, do I take? Do I castle? He went 92. Yeah, he didn't want to go H4. I like that idea. Doesn't weaken anything. E takes D5. E takes. C4 is hanging. That's still like what? Knight D4, maybe defending. F. Yeah, he got some ideas himself. Fabiano, that is. Goes H4, pushing Harry, the H pawn.
We got to stop it at some point, man. We don't want to let it get to H3. Once it gets to H3, it's too much. Play H3, yes. I think that is the plan, that maybe he preferred to have that pawn on H3 than H4, where it would be more of a weakness.
I need my pawn on H3. I don't want this to happen. I mean, obviously, you see this from Alpha Zero playing the pawns down, the flank pawns down to create some space, and then it'd be a problem generally in games later on. So he plays H3 to stop it. Now it's sort of a weakness at some point. Again, where does this king go? Definitely not this side. So we could probably see a castle queen side, or even stay where it is and say that I'm already castled and try to rook lift via H5.
Great point. I mean, once your pawn's on H4, you got to ask yourself, maybe my rook's better on H8 than F8.
Yeah, as this one looks like he's already castled. Rook's already here. We just need to activate this one, which on the other hand, might actually see that. Rook H5 immediately, says Fabiano.
Well, the thing that I like about the rook on H5 is that hitting that pawn on d5, pressurizing it, which is kind of surprising. I didn't expect me to be able to get so much pressure on that pawn so quickly. The negatives, of course, that it's loose. So if there is a way to attack it, it can't easily be defended. But right now, there's no real pieces that can hit it. So, hey, looks okay for
Wow.
Fabi.
Yeah, definitely looks okay for Fabi. Wild and wacky. Bishops and the rook influence the center a lot. This is something you should do. He takes on c4, and the engine says, you are wrong, but who cares? It's a human we're playing here. Who cares about all of that, guys? I like to move from a practical standpoint. Again, we want b3 at some point, maybe backing up, hit the queen, or put the queen on this diagonal. Engine doesn't like it because, let me see. Oh, they want rook
Rook
g5.
g5,
Oh, wow.
threatening knight e5 and knight f3 check, I suppose, winning a double.
Okay.
But why rook g5 first? What's wrong with knight e5 right away? Like the move order here is kind of baffling me. Like, why does it need to be like knight e5 doesn't show up in the list of top moves?
Oh, it doesn't. Let me just see.
No, so
Knight
I'm
e5.
like
I just go
wondering.
queen c3 was my idea.
Queen c3
And then rook
and
g5.
now rook g5 doesn't work.
Do I have
because
f4?
F4 knight f3 check
King
is
f2
somehow
takes.
okay. Oh,
And
that is
this is crazy. What is going on right now?
it is wild.
What?
Yeah.
And then the engine gives knight g2. Oh my goodness.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Well,
Okay, bro.
I think most people would want to avoid that in
Okay.
the first place, right?
Okay, yeah.
But maybe that is exactly queen c4. So what's the big nuance with rook g5 that you can't play queen c3 because it doesn't make any sense when it's not hitting anything?
Oh, he
Fair
actually made a move, by the way. He went bishop b7. So maybe we'll never know. Bishop a6 is maybe
Bishop
an
a6,
idea.
yeah.
I still want to go queen c3, but b3 maybe first. He might try to trade the bishops off. Really don't want that to happen. That's also an idea too, is why queen c3 maybe not be the absolute best.
Impressive coordination here by Fabiano. I mean, actually, the only piece that's not working is that knight on d8. It feels like things are kind of like connecting to each other somehow, yeah?
Again, this knight is so terrible here, right? When we play d5, he wants to get rid of this. I wonder, again, is he really going to go bishop a6 though? That would help us a lot with keeping the center where it is and the knight being very, very bad. He might have to go the b7 route, try to get it out this way. Nevertheless, it is his move. Maybe go bishop d3. Oh no, that's an immediate 95. Interesting.
Yeah.
Immediate.
Can't
Yeah, we
allow
don't want that.
that.
We don't want that at all. So you're kind of limited on options. b3, move the queen away. If we don't, we have to move this anyway because this bishop's so bad. Eventually, we have to play b3 at some point. b3 or b4. Maybe just play it now. Get it out of the way.
Both of these knights says that Fabiano's pieces are a lot more active, looks a lot more playable for white. It's not clear to me why the engine still gives white an edge. Well, the engine is, of course, able to see very, very elite level play for many moves, and they are really, really good at defense. So sometimes a position that looks promising and is promising for most humans in an engine's eyes is not as sharp. Luckily, as we saw from Nakamura's wonderful win against Sevian last round, his defensive skills are top notch. So he might be able to mirror the engine's instincts in a lot of these cases.
Yeah, this is important to understand the navigation. As we seen in that last game with Sam. Sam was actually better in the opening, but then he just wasn't. Because the time went low too as well. But as we see the time even out right here, Hikaru was actually up 2 minutes. Now it's sort of even on time, as we see. I mean, it is a wild game with a few choices here, to be honest. We do still need to follow principles. We need to get this rook out and this bishop, worst pieces of ours. So how do we get this wrong? At some point, he plays b4. I knew something was going to happen probably with the b pawn, just realizing I got to get my pieces out. Like I have to. There's no other way. So it was b4.
And now if pawn takes b4, we can't really trade queens because then we don't get our chance to recapture the pawn. So I guess after pawn takes b4, we actually just have to play queen takes b4. But then we also get our queen out of dodge from some of those attacks with knight e5 that we were kind of irritated by. So that makes sense. And Little Cloaked Shadow points out that, yeah, Hikaru is probably intending on castling soon. Totally agree. Just sticking that rook at f1 where it has a lot more potential. Although after bishop a6, playing castles will self-pin your knight on e2, but I still think it could happen. Because knight f4 would be a bad move trying to take advantage of that. I think we could just Would it be actually? I'm sorry. After castles, is knight
Knight
f4 a
f4.
good move? Because I can play
That's a
knight.
good move. I like it.
At first, I thought I could just play knight takes f4, but after bishop takes f4, isn't my rook on
Hmm.
f1 trapped?
I don't have any tricks. Nothing.
Well,
Dang.
apparently the computer thinks white's doing well here, but maybe they just want to sack.
Yeah, exactly. Trying to figure out what
Yeah,
like
I'm
what the heck is this? How is this okay? How, I
I
don't
don't
even
get it,
have a
man.
move.
They're suggesting knight f5. What is
Knight
that?
f5. You've lost your mind. What the
what
heck is this?
pawn takes f5? What
What?
is going
It
on?
didn't take, and apparently, oh, okay, I see this.
No, what?
And the okay, well, rook takes,
No,
rook
this is
takes.
crazy.
Yeah, I
Oh
gotta
my
see it. There's
God.
something like this going on. Wow. All right. What about bishop
Power of a back rank is worth this
h6?
much?
And then
White is
here,
down a whole
f6,
piece.
g6. Bishop takes g6. Oh
Wow.
my goodness. This is a
Pawn takes
family channel,
e6.
bro.
Queen
Well, pawn
e7
takes, you have
check.
queen e7. Yeah. So king takes, there's rook g8, I assume. Oh, no, it's not. It's queen e4. And then king g5, and you get mated. Like, this is ridiculous.
Wow, what a line. What a
This is
line.
ridiculous, bro.
No.
What is that? That is wicked play, bro.
Okay, so if
Wicked.
that's the only way to get out of castles knight f4, it's
Yes,
too crazy.
he played bishop
Yeah.
d4. He like, bro,
Yeah.
hey, dog, I'm not doing none of that. I don't care about none of that.
That is a cool sequence, and it kind of goes to show you that in 960, there's some weird tactics that kind of arise because the harmony is weaker than in regular chess. So
Yeah.
without that harmony, sometimes these crazy sacks come out of nowhere.
Oh, man, no, that was absolutely.
And the computer giving Nakamura a question mark because he didn't see that.
Yeah. Oh, you didn't see? How did you not see knight takes f4, knight f5, bro? Like, it's, oh, come on, dog. It's just so disrespectful every day on everything you do. But I mean, you do want to use it for obvious reasons and like using, getting better at chess. But my goodness, man, that was crazy line here. Bishop d4. I don't know what he was actually doing with this. I know he's developing, getting off the back rank. Like what? Maybe he wants to go this way. No, but there's e5. Well, maybe he wants that to try to close the file down, the diagonal. Queen b7 from Fabi. Both around 3.5 minutes here, 3 minutes, whatever. That is something my style, correct, Cloak Shadow. I definitely like that. James wakes up his inner Michael exactly. Do like my grandfather Tal type of play, always. We don't play anything else. Very aggressive chess.
They can only take them one at a time. I mean, that position kind of epitomizes that, doesn't it? That was one of Tal's famous quotes.
Yeah. To the dark forest. Deep dark forest, where 2 plus 2 equals 5.
And there's only room out
for one. Drops the mic, walks away. That's exactly right.
Yeah.
Correct. All right, Queen b7, under 2 minutes. We're under 2.5 minutes here for Hikaru. We're still fine. We're still doing okay. He wants to figure out, do I want a queen trade or not? I'm pretty sure he doesn't want a queen trade here. If he does, he wants it to be on his terms. So taking, probably not. He says, no, you're right, Canty. I don't care nothing about a queen trade, even at the cost of Engine saying, you're terrible. And that's okay. Like, I don't want a queen trade either. Absolutely not. So knight f4 says there was a miss, but why? I'm curious. Engine says best was take on d5 and sacrifice the exchange. Yeah, okay. You know what? This is where we go back to like, bro, what are you talking about, Engine? So after knight f4, this is the move on the board. Probably should just take first and think later. This knight is too ridiculous to be here. There it is. Takes, and now we find a move.
Always looking for these little tactics with that G7 pawn is weak, but I'm not seeing anything. Now I'm always on the lookout. Right now we can't play any kind of knight f5 action because of the but bishop g7 and knight f5 doesn't quite work. Queen d1 getting us out of the pin and attacking the loose piece. There we go.
H5 probably going to be an automatic move. It just hits here. And then you may have queen f3, but then e5. Oh, this is about to get spicy. Wow.
Oh, yes. With just 3 minutes and 2 minutes left on the clock.
Oh, but I don't have to move the bishop yet. I could go knight f5 immediately with the idea of takes. I take on f4. I'm hitting knight d6 now too with the fork. But okay, if he handles and parries the threat, then what? What I'm talking about here, guys, is rook g5, queen f3, if e5. I think I have knight to f5 anyway. And it says psych, bishop d2. Apparently, this is much better. I saw knight d6 here, but how? This is crazy that black is better in this position. I mean, you're hitting f7 You're hitting the queen, you're forking, and black is just better because the engine knows all. Unbelievable chess. But at the same time here, of course, right? Now, of course, knight defends here too. Rook d1 takes. There's a lot going on, to say the least. In fact, after this position, I'm curious what happens. Queen f3. If e5, you're supposed to just back up. Bishop to c3. And this is a position. Okay.
And still a wild one. This is fun.
Yeah, a lot going on.
It goes to show you that the smallest difference in piece placement can change everything. Because when we had this 960 position that was very similar to this earlier, it was very dull. This one, though, fantastic.
We have
Queen
some moves, by the way.
B4.
Bishop c2, queen b4. What is he threatening?
Where is that queen doing? I feel like we're threatening something.
Right, like he's eyeballing.
There's some kind of nasty idea by Fabi. We don't trust you, Fabi. You got a nasty idea. Maybe pawn d5. Maybe pawn d5, rook d5.
Oh, wow. Oh, my goodness, guys. Let's just throw a move out there. A4 or something. Yep, there it is. Takes. And rook d5. Boom. Oh, my goodness. You are in trouble. Look at that. That's exactly what he's eyeballing, looking for tactics.
Yeah, we know Fabiano's got some nasty ideas. He's not just playing queen before for no reason, right? Like, oh yeah.
A3, what a move.
I mean, make a move. Oh, did he actually play A3?
He played A3, yeah, he played A3. He okay,
oh,
takes.
Nice. So the idea is now that after queen A3, you don't have the tactic, which gives us a move to do something.
Yeah, it gives us something. And the question is something, right?
Queen F3, maybe your idea?
What's the something? Yeah, maybe queen F3. You got to do something. Yeah, and here's the thing that the worst thing about Hikaru's position that I pointed out before is the rook on h1. Guys, look at this piece. You can't go king h2. You can't castle, right? Wait, can you actually? I don't think you can. It's weird because the rook is the one. Like, this is a situation where, like, oh, you could castle. Okay, it just seems obviously you're giving this up, but
you are sacrificing in exchange.
You're sacrificing in exchange. Yeah. The rook is so bad here.
And Fabi did grab the pawn. By the way, the computer preferred just playing queen a5, keeping the pressure on the rook on e1. What about queen f3 now? You were trying to do that earlier, James, kind of get that attack line.
Just be active. I mean, the best defense is offense. I love telling students that. So the best defense is offense. I need to do something or I'm going to get crushed. So queen f3 hits the bishop, and then, I mean, e5 again. Ugh, I don't even know what to do here.
Okay, one is on.
Is it queen trap? No, obviously not. You have a few moves to go to. By the way,
but a6 is hanging.
Oh, a6 is hanging. It's maybe queen d6.
That could be exciting, depending on where you put your queen. I guess maybe you can go to d6 though.
By the way, we got some moves. Queen a1 has happened. Takes. Bishop
queen
d7.
A1, okay.
He castles. He's out of there. We good.
There we go.
We out the woods.
And look at that knight on b7. Still terrible.
Right.
Still terrible. Knight on, I mean, d8. It hasn't even gotten to d7. It hasn't even upgraded, and it's still bad.
We good, boys and girls. Look at this a7 hanging. Okay, cool. Yeah, you take. I take. Oh, wait a second. No, yeah, I'm straight. I should be able to take everything. Takes. I might be down a pawn somewhere, but who cares? That was a mouse slip or a OTB mouse slip. Rook takes d5. A blunder. Oh, what? Really? A blunder? That's harsh.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like it should be a blunder.
That's harsh. But I think we're playing for 2 here. Okay, maybe not. It is possible to lose this with white. We do have the 2 bishops, but, we are at least, I think the worst might be over, to be honest. It was hard to develop and do stuff.
So we can just take the pawn off here on a7 with the bishop.
And he does it.
Which looks like what happened. And white has... So what's going on here? So black has an extra pawn, but the knight on d8 is terrible, and those 2 bishops are really shining. So that should give Nakamura the compensation needed to hold on.
Here we go. Bishop. Maybe moving away. I like b6. You didn't really have a choice. Bishop b3 is not really a move you want to play. Bishop to b6, keeping some hopes alive. Yes, we have the bishop pair. Down a pawn, but the bishop pair can compensate lots of times for being down, that pawn deficit. Having both bishops, which can control both color complexes, we should be okay. Should be able to hold here. And if we win d7, we are playing for 2 results, meaning win or draw.
That's right. Yeah. So bishop b6 here, we needed to get the bishop out of dodge because otherwise knight a7. But if it were white's move here, rook to d1, trying to occupy the d file and take d7 right away, would be tempting. But it is black's move, so black is probably going to try to make use of their tempo by playing something like rook d2, hassle that bishop a little bit because you can't really play bishop b3 that easily. I might be able to get you with a little rook b8 skewer action, right, with the two bishops on the b line.
Oh, correct.
But Fabi chooses none of the above because bishop b3 is impossible anyway. Rook b5 will still hit you where it hurts.
Boom, rook b5, not a fun day at the office. Rook to d1. And
so rook d1 instead.
Bully the d7 file, yeah.
I agree. Rook d1 looks nice. What do we do then?
Maybe he goes rook b5 anyway. Played rook d1 on the board. Will he take or will he not take? Is the question. Rook b5, and he plays it. Rook to b5, hit the bishop. You take the pawn, I take the bishop. Maybe go rook b1, played. Rook takes b1. Do we take the rook? No, we'll probably take the bishop. We want to keep an eye on d7.
I take the bishop after rook takes b1. Okay. At the first, I thought you said black was thinking of taking the bishop. I'm like, what tactic am I missing here?
Rook takes bishop? Wow, man. I need to do more tactics. Rook takes bishop. There is nothing there. In fact, do not take the bishop. Rook takes rook, and he takes with the rook instead, taking either way. Could have happened. There it is. And of course, again, we got the two bishops versus the bishop and the knight. White's down a pawn here. We're just trying to get that pawn back, but one thing we really don't want to do is trade one of the bishops unless we're able to get that pawn back while doing it. Under a minute here for Fabiano, but he has the extra pawns. Really hard for him to lose this. White is the one trying to pressure black. We need to be able to grab this pawn is our next idea, if possible.
Yeah, really well played game. I mean, could have been even crazier, like with those if those queens weren't traded. But this game was really something.
Very good game from both parties here. So it needs to start moving fast. Maybe bishop a4 to start. There it is.
Not
It just
over yet,
eyes
of
everything.
course.
Not over. Correct.
But
Not
most
over.
likely to be a draw, just based on the fact that there's not that many pieces left, and we're talking about two outstanding players. They'd have to make a big mistake in order to lose this, I'd say. You're not just going to outplay your opponent at this point. Somebody's got to make a mistake to lose this game.
Yo,
Can Hikaru still win this? Says I blame Tushar. Yeah, for sure.
Jen, right? The chance like, yeah, of course. It's 100%. Psych. No, it is yeah, it's possible. It really is possible. Anyone can win. Anyone can win, boys and girls, but not likely. I don't think. It's not likely. It takes a big wonder to lose. Okay, keeping the time edge, says Hikaru, trying to find a move to do something, but not a lot. Maybe you could just like do something, right?
Do something, but not a lot. Wow.
Yeah, do something, but not a lot.
That's some great life advice, James.
Yeah, do something, guys,
like
but just not a lot. You know what I mean?
If you're not feeling that great, or you're going to the gym, but you're kind of on the fence about going, like that's totally should be your philosophy.
That's it. Do something.
There and do something.
Come on, chat. But it's not a lot. Not a lot. That's it.
Apparently the AI mod is very sensitive. Be nice to him. Okay.
Yeah, very nice. Very nice, chat. 36 seconds for Fabi. He might, he's going to try to gain some time here by making some moves that don't hurt anything. So like rook a2, maybe hit the bishop. Possible. Shuffling the king also just to gain some time. He goes knight to e5, bringing the knight closer to the white king here. d7, not hanging, defended twice. Knight e3 doesn't threaten much because we do have f2 defended. There you go, Nakai. Nakai. Yeah, correct. Thank you very much. There's not even that a lot. So 30 seconds for both. Okay, just under 40. Not really 30 yet. Hikaru at 30 seconds now. 10-second increment. He makes a move. Bishop to b5. Bishops look really strong. Covering a lot of squares. Oh, that's annoying. That is actually annoying. Ugh. All right, let's attack this rook or something, right? You know, I don't want this pawn to get too close.
Huh.
It's a good move.
What about,
You have to do something.
well, rook b4 can also be played trying to look at the h pawn, but look at this bishop e1. He's brought his bishop back. Same kind of idea, I think, to think like, hey, I can also win the h pawn maybe.
Oh yeah, with f3, bishop h4.
Or rook b4, and then if you move bishop g5 to hold on to it, f4, and that then all of a sudden white's winning the game. But knight c4, smart move to avoid all of that business.
Rook d1 trying to take. I think it's very likely Hikaru will be able to hold
Oh yeah.
this game. Now after knight d2, do we trade? Go to an opposite color bishop in game?
I mean, that seems like that'll be pretty easy to draw, right? Because if you
Especially
play,
shuffling.
yeah, I mean, oh, but king e2 was his choice. Willingly going into the discovery rather than, trying to chance that end game. That's a brave move, but it's something that top grandmasters, I think, are very adroit at. Knowing when it's okay to put your king in peril and to allow them lots of discoveries. A lot of players are instinctively just avoid it because they don't want to deal with it. But the better you get, the more you sometimes have to deal with unpleasant things if you want to make the best move, right?
Yeah, sometimes walking into the direction of the fire is the way to go, even though it seems very counterintuitive. But black didn't have any good checking ways to check to gain some material. So rook goes back to c5, hits the bishop, both around 30 seconds. Looks like we have Vidit already lost. Wow, that was a quicker game. Ray Robson.
Carlson only drew, so he's not going to go 3-0. And I saw the Wesley So had on the board, started tough, but just won a game.
Okay.
He beat Bibisara.
Okay. Hitting d5. Am I going to get my pawn back?
That's what we need. It looks like we're gearing
Not
up
yet,
for
buddy.
it.
Not yet.
Not quite yet. Bishop e7, though, this has got to seal the deal because now we're attacking the piece that's defending it. This has got to be a draw.
Yeah.
Oh, he's going to play d4,
Okay.
stopping me from taking it. Okay.
Bishop
now
c5. Ah, yeah, there we go. We getting out of this one, y'all. We good. We good. And no way we losing this one.
No one is losing this one. Nope. I don't, and even though the bishop tends to be better than the knight, again, we're in one of those situations with pawns on only one side of the board, and with such little material, there is no advantage for either player here. And I think this one's going to be a draw momentarily.
And they're probably just going to shuffle back and forth, or, he's asking for a draw.
Best played game yet, though. I mean, I don't care what that accuracy score is. I just love the drama and the exciting middle game, accurate play there in the end game. Really great game.
And of course, Hans here is pushing again. He's up a pawn, trying to make it work. 20-something seconds here for Sam. If he wins this, Hans will be on 3 out of 3. He'll be on fire. Sam got to move. He's been doing a lot of this. Sam playing with 1 second type of ordeals. He's been making a move with 1 second on the clock.
In Sam's defense, he was a last-minute replacement, right? So he is, really playing some fine chess, not even knowing that he was going to be in the freestyle, a couple weeks ago.
Oh, yeah, I did hear about the replacement there. Yeah, he got replaced, or he was a replacement. So Sam's like, all right, cool. Yeah, throw me in here with these guys. Swing back, see what I can do, he says. Got a nice repeat there, trying to get a little bit of time. King to c1 hits the rook. $18 seconds for Sam. In some serious time trouble.
And the reason I mention it is because the other players surely might have trained with this exact time control the days before the tournament with random 960 positions. But yeah. Sam, just hopping in, might not have been as ready for it. Rook f2, the computer is adorning that mark with a question mark, but is that fair? I don't see any obvious reason why that move is so terrible. Let's think. Okay, rook d1 is the computer's answer.
Yeah, you just hit the knight. King e5, and oh, he finds it. 91 is really strong. That's annoying. 93 check is coming, and then the knight gets into c5. Hans is going to go 3-0. Hans is going to go 3-0, guys. We are seeing it right now. It looks like Hans is going to go 3-4-3 with this 96 idea. Sorry, 96, not 96.
Wow.
93 played very quickly. Now look at the knight being an absolute menace here. So definitely want these pawns as well to be able to push this through. So maybe knight c5 check, and you can't just end up taking this in lots of cases because the king has to stay around the knight. Here we go. He found the sequence. Rook d1, knight e1, knight d3, knight c5. King has to stay around the knight, or we are going to grab it. We're going to take here next.
Unbelievable maneuver there. You got to go backwards to go forwards sometimes, right?
That's right. You got to go backwards to go forwards. And that's what's happening right now.
91, and that's why those backward knight moves, especially when they're like partly positional in nature, are so hard to see. But apparently this sequence not exactly correct. Let's see what happens. Rook g3 comes to 9. Computer loves rook c3 check. Again, gaining a tempo on the king before taking on g3. Don't know why that's such a big deal.
Probably push. Likely. Pass pawns must be pushed. If rook a3, you go king b2. And there's nothing you can do about, actually, no, there's a knight
c4 check, yeah.
Like we do. So maybe you go rook takes first, believe it or not, and then king b2. That is a crazy combination.
Oh, interesting.
Then go a3.
Exchange sacrifice.
So, yeah. Whew, strong stuff.
Knight b5.
That's a good move.
Oh my god.
Everybody had a heart attack for a second. Whoa! What happened?
Computer still hates this move for some reason. I don't know why.
OTB mouse slip, guys. Like over the board mouse slip.
Swinging around. Black getting some counterplay of their own with the F pawn. Is it going to be enough?
It is actually scary. I'm not gonna lie, because this is some scary counterplay. Can I? All right, king here, push. I can take, push again. I'm able to check and pick up the pawn and sack the rook. Okay, so king c2. How about check? I run away. You check again. I run away. You check again. I go here. You push. I go behind the pawn. I could sack, steal, and push. So I believe we have enough. He's saying I'm just gonna run the king, which is happening now. I run the king up. b3. You check me again. I go to the edge of the board. Check here. King here. Rook down. King here, rook a1 check, knight a4. Here we go. King a4 should be played here. King c4 would be kind of a blunder. I guess he has a mate. Look, remember, hold on, I gotta show that.
No way. Again?
Look at this.
King c4, knight d6 mate.
And it's Sam too. Sam had another game like this with Ray Robson, like with the knight mate. Like I don't know how he's getting these positions where he just get these funky mates. Like
so weird.
Insane.
Something about this format where there's more weird mates like that.
Yeah, that's a beautiful mate. But knight b3 could stop this from happening and a push through, but you still got to be careful of this pawn once again. Do we go king here? This one's a hard one. Now it's difficult. Maybe you just go behind the pawn, stop it, and then go king b6 or king b6 first. He has enough time. He has enough time.
Yeah, that's right. He's still got just about a minute here.
Hans is trying to go 3 out of 3. Three out of 3, chat. Will it happen? He's under 40 seconds. It is possible to let this thing slip away, but he is playing for 2 results. A win or a draw. Will Hans be able to get it done?
Well, you say he's only playing for 2 results, but you just showed us this miraculous checkmate.
That is true. Okay, I did show that. I did show that. Yeah, that is true. He played check, and I think, yeah, that was an insane checkmate. Yeah, I think he'd be able to sack on this pawn and be fine. But here's the rook check. Do we have any other funky mates again? I think the king can run away now.
Yeah, so, that's a thing.
Here. And okay, box him in again. Something. There it is. He's going for it. If the king gets here, you know.
Gotta try something.
We got another one. Might have to go here to get this king. Even there, you're still threatening mates. Sam I am is making this thing very annoying. Very annoying. Okay. Gets behind the pass pawn. After rook check, I'm going to run away. Apparently, this wasn't the right way to do it.
Maybe because there's knight d5 check and knight f6, the blocking move that we have been looking at. Or maybe, I don't know, can I take the b pawn? I feel like I don't have time, but
Great question.
see what he does
Take the
here.
b-pawn.
If king b7, how do I have time to take the b pawn and then you play a7? Do I have knight c6 check? Ah, okay, that's why. Maybe there's a little knight
Sam I
action.
am making that bar go down.
Knight f6
Making
is
that bar
one
go down.
possibility. Trying to play for f3, f2. Knight c7 check. Keeping an eye on the loose pawn that's running fast. Which one's he going to choose?
Probably knight c7, and he goes for it.
Yes.
He goes
does
for
choose
it.
it?
Yeah, because there's like a perpet here.
He's going for the
Sam might have gotten
retro.
out of this one, boys and girls. Sam might be getting out. King c6.
And so wait, why
or
can't
rook
we
check.
take on it? Why can't we take on a6 now? What's the prognosis if I take
think,
on a6? You have rook a7.
Yeah, something like that. But maybe, yeah, maybe just rook a7.
Rook
But
a7,
you have a
f3.
check too, though.
But what about f3?
You have a check. Oh,
Or if I play knight a6 and you play rook a7, don't I have f3? Anyways,
do,
so
you
many
do.
tactics.
you do lots
He
of tactics.
starts
F3 was played.
He
That's the
starts
thing.
with f3. I thought I could take your pawn and then go for f3, but not what happened. Rook d7 check instead of
He's
grabbing the
throwing.
pawn.
He's throwing. Sam I am is making it happen. Now, of course, again, we did talk about like 2 results here. As yeah, this could be a draw, but you know, Hans could absolutely win as well. Rook f7 hitting the pawn. Is Sam able to find? I mean, really anything is a draw. King b6, probably rook c1. Like you just check everything, I think. Check, 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 check. Knight a6 runs into some problems. He goes king b6 trying to grab this pawn. As they say, we're all working games are drawn. Rook takes, takes. Maybe there's a check. I can try to win this and queen this one, but not the most likely. I think Sam is out of the woods here.
Yeah, he just let us get to the defense of that a pawn, which seemed like it was on the loose and unstoppable, but Sam said, I am here to stop it.
And I am. That's what he does.
And now we
Very
look like we
strong
got
player.
a dead draw.
Yep.
As Hans Niemann so close to perfection in the first 3 rounds.
Wow,
Well,
2.5 out of 3 still doing good. No else for him, not dropping anything. Looks like there's going to be a check. I can take with check. And then, oh, we may have not even a Philidor position. I mean, white is not
Yes.
able to keep both the pawns.
Somebody study their endgame. You see they see the Philidor 10 moves before it actually happens, right?
That is correct. Yes, the Philidor position will be likely if both pawns were to fall and this pawn were to fall and white left with 1. We'd have ourselves a classic Philidor position, especially with the pawn being on the 4th rank rather than 5th or 6th to start. Very nice.
Chat, do you guys know what the Philidor is?
Chat, do you know your Philidor positions and Lucina's, chat? Who knows the Philidor and Lucina's?
Tell us.
Who knows your Philidor and
It's not the most
Lucina's?
glamorous thing in chess, but it's one of the most useful.
Who knows the Philidor and Lucina's? I'm impressed, chat. I'm impressed. Who knows it? That's the pawn. You heard of him? You heard of him before. Okay, don't forget the Vancouver. There you go. Okay.
They have no idea. Come on,
Yeah.
guys. Study your endgame. This is it, though. You're studying it right now. So basically,
Right,
the rook is now cutting the king off. And when the pawn comes forward, then we're going to do a little switcheroo and start checking you from behind because you won't be able to play like king b6 and hide.
Very nice.
It takes a few times to study it to really get the hang of it. So I would recommend that you take a look after this.
Here it is.
Yeah, and there we see it play out. See now, imagine that pawn was on b5. When you check me on a1, I could play king b6 and threaten and mate, and then you'd be in trouble. So we do a little switcheroo defense. We start with horizontal, then when your pawn goes forwards, we've switched to vertical.
Very nice. Hans still
Very
at the
good.
top. 2.5 out of 3 there. It looks like all the games might have been finished there in that round. Let's take a look. Is there any other win? Oh, this is the Ren that we've missed. Ray Robson versus Vidit. This was a quick game, by the way, from Ray. Okay, d4, c5, another one. He went c4, grabbed some space himself, playing b5, sort of Benko style. f6 blocks the bishop. Engine didn't like it too much, but who cares? e6, stopping a knight at 5 potentially. Bishop e5, that is an interesting move, but getting rid of this strong bishop. Takes, knight to g6, maybe knight f4, rook f8 ideas. Goes a4, knight f4. Okay, knight f7, develop some more. c3, apparently the better move was knight to d6. Wow. Okay, whatever. Push, castle, nice. Hitting mate on g7. Knight h5, get rid of that. Queen to c5, activate the queen. Hits the pawn. Okay, hit the pawn again on e4. That was incorrect by the engine, but who cares? Rook f4. Engine liked what? Bishop d5? No one's playing that.
What is
Come
that
on, bro.
move? Oh my
Bishop
God, you can't
d5
take
is outrageous.
you can't
It's
take with the
outrageous.
pawn because of the pin.
The
Oh, I
pin,
love
yeah.
it. Pretty
Outrageous.
cool.
Rook f4, human. Okay.
They call
King
it an
h8,
invisible
stopping
chess
e6.
move
Oh
when
yeah,
it's a move
invisible.
that, yeah, it's a move that humans don't look at because the pawn seems to be having that square on lockdown.
Invisible move here. Missed by Ray, but who can blame him? Rook f4, get the king out of the way. Then we had a double of the rooks, so I can see some pressure on e4. He went for it too. Dang, it really works. Oh, you
So
can
what's
take on e3. Oh my goodness.
can you with the queen? Yeah,
Yeah,
because
after
there's
pawn
queen
takes, you can go queen takes
queen
e3
takes
here.
e3, and then after queen takes e3 and you take everything, I have queen g1 at the end, you're still winning that endgame?
Still, where? Which one?
After
After
queen
here?
takes
Oh,
e3,
queen takes. Yeah, it takes.
might be a
Takes queen
draw.
g1. Yeah, that's yeah.
Endgame. Now the
Here.
computer
Takes,
says it's
takes.
winning. It's just,
I get to
yeah,
take.
you actually have to calculate an endgame after all that, but you were up a pawn.
I'm up
Gotcha.
a pawn. Yeah, interesting.
Okay.
Wild stuff. Wow. What
Wow,
happened
cool
here? Knight
tactic.
f5. Knight f2. Smother mate oncoming, but he said not today. And then rook takes f3. Oh my
Nice.
goodness. Ray and have a nice day. He's gonna find those tactics. Rook e3. Rook takes f5. Bishop g2. Resignation. Rook e3.
What a
E1.
nice one.
Man,
What
Ray
a
does too many
game.
puzzles, guys. That
Beautifully
was
done.
nasty.
That was
was
a
nasty.
great game.
Great game from Ray
I think
there.
we can
getting on
forgive him
board.
for missing bishop d5 after throwing all those
Yeah.
tactics at us.
After showing all that, nice job. Bro, whoa, 3 wins here. Levon wins against Norderbeck. Take a look at it briefly. Oh, wow. Look at this. Don't try this at home, chat, okay? Just don't try this stuff at home, okay? Not in real chat. H4, H5. Don't try this at home. But C5, B5, takes, E6, knight G6, okay? Got some development going. Knight to B5. Okay, we'll just blow through this one. A nice little exchange sacrifice there. Got some pawns in the center. And I'm just going to fast forward to the big part of the game. Where did he win at? Right here. Nice kingside attack. Bishops look sharp. F5, knight f4 hits the queen and the bishop at the same time. Oh, nice. A lot of stuff hanging. Queen sack. Dang. Vicious. Because he got the minors. What a game.
Wow.
Wow.
Oh, it's so cool. The miners are dominating. Look at that.
Look at this, guys. This is very rare you ever see this type of game. Wow, that was beautiful. That was beautiful. I mean, there's so many games we can keep checking, guys. In the meantime, we actually are going to get set up and ready for the next one. There were some more games as well that happened in decisive results. We have another round to do, which is Arjun, Aragaisi, and Hikaru coming up, guys. So we will take a short break, guys, and get ready for the next round. We'll be back in a few.
Mark you, no player is left on a perfect score. We have 3 players on 2.5, Magnus Carlsen, Pragnananda and Hans Niemann. In order to draw the next position now, I would like to welcome to the stage fitness influencer, chess enthusiast and budding magician David Lade. Give it up. David, are you ready? Dramatic reveal.
Position number 253.
Position 253. Thank you so much. David, it's your first time attending, an elite event. We are in Las Vegas. What are you making of it?
I mean, I think it's a great event. It's like very well organized, and just for me personally, being able to meet a lot of the top players and just even play some games and just even watch their games in person, it's a very, very great experience.
Well, it's a pleasure having you here. I will let you enjoy the rest of the show. Maybe the ball you can put on the stand there, and we are gonna go to the players now as they get 10 minutes to prepare. To our wonderful audience, please have fun.
Maybe rook on f1, knight on h1.
It was not the same. Yeah, but it was not the same position.
No, it's on rook on f5, knight on h1. Yeah.
Okay, I think f4 will be clear. Knight g6. e4.
e4, yeah. No, then bishop d5 here, it's like f5 here. Yeah. Knight b3 take bishop d5 and yeah.
Knight g6?
Yeah.
Very similar.
Okay, knight b3, f5 here. It's more.
Isn't bishop d4 a move? f5, bishop d4. Okay.
Knight e6, yeah.
Yeah, knight e6.
You can also play f6, not necessarily.
Yeah, also f6 also possible.
Sorry?
But f6 is
Knight g3, yeah, here.
Yeah, knight g3.
Why don't we play f6 then?
Okay, e4. Is this the structure is good or bad? But why not f5?
Sorry?
Looks nice.
Knight g3?
e4, e5, f5 also okay.
e4, e5, f5.
Although knight g3 we do have e5, right?
Yeah, but it's, important was e4, e5, f5.
But the structure is good or not after e4, e5, f5? I'm not so sure.
We have knight g7.
Are you sure? It was okay.
I don't know.
e5, f5?
Sorry?
e5, f5?
After in here, this position, e4,
Probably.
e5,
Yeah, probably.
No, f5, knight g3, e5.
Firuza will talk like completely better.
I think f6 is fun. Yeah? e4, e4.
Yeah, this looks more solid.
I mean, e4, e5, f5, d5. I feel like this is a good version for
f5 in this
us.
version doesn't feel so good.
d5, d3, and c6, knight g7.
Bishop takes, knight e3, bishop f7.
Bishop f3, then castle d4, like it's very fast. I don't know. You have e4 also, yeah.
Bishop f3 I also have e4, right?
Yeah, you have
We're
e4.
going
but-
queen a4 at some point, no? On that line.
Yeah, also the queen can go on a4. And on d7.
No, I have no idea why we are not. So this f5 here first, f4, e5.
Also, white is not threatening anything.
Knight
yet,
g3,
right? So
we
don't
didn't
have
have
to take
e5,
the
yeah.
e5, knight f5 I wasn't so
Yeah,
sure.
that's true.
Take knight
Take.
g7.
Queen g6,
Bishop
bishop
f4?
d4.
Yeah,
I wasn't so sure.
Yeah.
yeah, bishop
You
e7
can take
kind
on
of
b3,
looks-
rook
But
g8.
knight g7, queen. Yeah.
Bishop e6, knight d3.
Queen g6, bishop d4, take, bishop b3, take, rook g8, something. Yeah, it's like,
Maybe, but I
yeah.
it's a bit...
Huh? So after,
This is fine, right?
but knight e6 then knight g7. Yeah.
We didn't like this. Bishop
I think it's completely fine.
Why would you do that? Or e4?
Queen f4, yeah.
I mean, yeah, e4 as well. Why
Or
not?
didn't look bad.
But what's the idea?
Not
Queen
even
a4,
close to
Knight
that.
d7.
knight d7.
Bishop d7. Castle.
Maybe I should take on d6 and then do ED.
Take where?
d5, bishop d6.
I'm not sure it's queen a4. Like d3, c4 is not
Sorry, I don't
coming.
understand. After knight e3.
Okay, first I will
Oh, take on
And
b6.
ED knight e3.
No, but then bishop goes to c6 also. Or just let them look at it.
We cannot play first c6 and d5.
Well, what's,
I think this is not critical.
so what's good?
And then d65, yeah? Or d65.
D6. Yeah, maybe 93 is critical. This is the move. Yes.
Why is bishop d5 there? Bishop takes b6.
Go bishop b6. Make the pawn.
I like this position for attack.
I think no problem. Yeah?
Like, yeah, this was
You did?
Okay, I mean,
okay, what about the 4 f5? What about the 4 f5? Sometimes these things work.
Okay.
Yeah, but then take
What do you
slightly better.
I don't know how to put the pawn.
What?
E6.
This is not good. Sorry.
Yeah, this is looks.
Yeah, it's 5. I don't like it.
Should we consider other moves?
Maybe we need to be conservative, but
No, F3 is.
F3 is
super.
illegal move.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
not a move.
Yeah.
Can you sack an exchange or that's stupid, yeah?
It's
That's
too much, yeah.
stupid.
And we're back for round number 4 out of 7 today, at least for regulation play. And it's position 253. I'm going to turn to you first here, David. How the first thing I notice, many or multiple undefended pawns on either side of the board. Usually the first thing we look for when evaluating a freestyle chess opening.
That's right. Two undefended pawns for each side.
All right, guys, and we are back. Welcome back to we have round 4 here of the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam in Vegas. I am FIDE Master James Cantor III here, joined by Women's Grandmaster Jennifer Shahade. Guys, we got a few minutes left, and we have the position on the board. Okay, Jen, walk us through this position.
Wow, this looks like an interesting one. I mean, look at that horrible knight on A1. I mean, talking about mating sequences, look, check this out. Knight, well, how do I get knight E3 to, I'm trying to get my knight to A7. As long as, yes, there you got it. Thank you. Knight A7 mate.
Ugh.
Hello. But of course we can attack that more directly with the move F4. Immediately that bishop on G1 attacks the pawn on A7. I noticed that positions like this with a completely undefended guy like this tend to have a slightly bigger advantage for the white pieces. As you see here, already starting off with plus 0.4 according to Stockfish. I know we've got somebody checking Ceci in the chat. I imagine it might be a similar edge. So will Arjun be able to take advantage of that and put Nakamura on the ropes? Well, we've seen he's played great with Black today, James, so I think he'll be able to defend. But this is one where Black has to start on the defense.
Yeah, in fact, especially with F4 being move 1, bishop takes A7, a sneaky move here that will just win material on the spot. So after F4, we're going to have to see something, maybe even starting with a knight to B6 or even B6, which is kind of annoying to face. I mean, you can even see a line like F4, knight B6, and then an A4, which actually is trying to divert the knight into taking to take on A7, but then rook A8. As you can already see, it's already quite wild here to figure out what plans you want to go for. Do we go with just central control? Keep it easy. E4 or E4 here, where usually the king is here, but the queen's here. So the queen right behind the defended pawn, maybe F4 followed by E4. I'm always a fan of these because I get to open up my bishops, and I also get to get some central control as well with the pawns on E4 and F4. So a fan of it. I think it is always exciting, especially when these two are playing. Hikaru and Arjun always have some exciting chess. So we're going to have to see what happens as players are making their way to the boards right now.
So normally in the beginning of the chess position, there are 20 legal moves, right? 16 from the pawns and 4 from the knights. Whereas now there's only 19, right? Because the knight on A1 can only go to B3.
Ah, nice.
And you think about the ripple effects of that. you know, as it could reduce the game tree, it could reduce the mobility of the knight long term. Because even when the knight gets to b3, it's not exactly the most exciting square in the world. In fact, the knight on b3 is famously called like a bad square because it can be hit by things like a5 or a4, as you just demonstrated. So yeah, I feel like that knight very awkward, but we are seeing on the other side of the board a piece that we're used to seeing in the corner that loves being in the corner, the rook. The rook is just as powerful from the corner as it is from the center. So it actually doesn't mind that, especially if it can sometimes get in those h5, h4 rook lifts that we've seen in other positions. So yeah, a very nice position that has some commonality with the regular chess position and some things that are completely different.
Yeah, completely different indeed. As we're gonna have two strong, aggressive players play against each other here. Every time they play, we get some fireworks. So trying to see what fireworks are gonna set off today. Handshakes, jackets coming off. Carl's ready to go. F4 on the board. We are already live. And knight b6 already played.
All right,
F4,
they're
knight
ready for
b6.
this. And then you were saying A4 was one of the suggestions from the computer here.
Yeah, actually, I don't know. I was just going with a4 off the head. A4 was like, oh, okay, I'll play a4 just to be creative. Maybe b3, but no, b3 seems terrible. I mean, look at the knight. You got to get the knight out so far.
Computer suggesting queen g3. Worth noting that the pawn on g7 is also
Wow.
That's
Oh,
rare, by the way, to
what a
have two
move.
pawns that are loose in the same position. I don't know if I've even seen that before.
G3, what a move there. I was not expecting that one. I don't really want him to take, so I'm fine with playing G6. As I'm actually looking to push, and I gotta figure out what to do with this knight. So something like D6, knight D7, E5. Very quickly this way. Get to king castle at some point.
Is queen
Seem to
a3
go.
at all annoying? I wonder about queen a3 being annoying. Like if we play queen g3, you play g6, and we play queen a3, hitting you again on a7. Well,
Ugh.
that's not going to come to pass because the move b3 was just played.
I think this is for some A4, A5 ideas without allowing knight takes A4. So I think that's what I believe B3 is about. So, all right, well, we didn't do anything to attack my position. Obviously, he didn't develop anything either. B3 does just maybe threaten A4, A5 without allowing knight takes A4. How do I proceed? I mean, I could just kind of play any move. There's just so many moves here. Knight E6, maybe not so much. He plays F6. Open the bishop up, E5 to follow.
Nice. That move wouldn't even occur to me. I think I'm like biased against it because in regular chess it's not very good a lot of the time. But now I kind of get it because also if we were to play queen g6 now, hitting the g2 pawn, our queen is not cut off by the f pawn, so maybe that has some advantages as well. Like if g3, then we have queen e4, which would be very embarrassing for white, right? I think we
Whoa,
just win the
yeah,
rook.
exactly. Yeah, be careful. Queen G6, type idea, G3, Queen E4, losing material on the spot there. Because the pawn's on F4 rather than F3. So up to Arjun to figure out where he wants to go. A lot of moves. Does he take on B6? Does he play Queen G3? The choice is his.
I feel like this is a position at this level, it might not happen, but I feel like if you put very strong but not as strong players in this position, there's going to be a lot of hanging stuff because things
Oh,
are
yeah.
just hanging all over the place, like that rook on
Yeah.
each one, you know?
Especially that bishop A7 idea. That
Yeah.
happens a lot.
Things are not well protected in this position. So that's where freestyle chess can also often throw you for a loop and you end up like losing a piece on move 4. Like, wait, what happened? I'm a chess master.
Like, oh wow, this chess 960 stuff, freestyle chess. I don't like it. No, but C4 on the board and followed up with E5 played very quickly. And Hikaru using no time so far. I don't know if he I mean, maybe in his prep, this actually really helped. Because he played this move instantly. I mean, which he had this idea of F6 anyway to go E5. So as a C4, didn't do anything to my position. Okay, we'll go E5. And we can even see a D5 here too. Really nice position, I think.
One important thing I think about freestyle chess is that you have to remember that you might play worse because you're not as used to the positions and the configurations are awkward, but it doesn't really matter if you play worse. All that matters is how you play compared to your opponent, right? So if they're making more mistakes than you are, even if you're not accurate or every move isn't the computer suggestion or even close to it, not even their top 5, as long as you're playing better than your opponent, hey, you can win the game.
It's always what it's about. Can you play better than your opponent? What are they doing that you can capitalize on? In this sense here, I think Arjun already just in a mix of plans. Look how comfortable Hikaru is, cross the legs there, like just looking around. He's very comfortable. Hikaru's napping, exactly right. Hikaru's just sitting there chilling.
A freestyle power nap.
Right in the middle. He's like, oh man, we halfway through. Might as well take a nap. Why not? Got time? We got to move, by the way. F5.
F5 to stop queen g6. He was really worried about that little queen g6. And by the way, he spent 3 minutes on this in a 10-minute game, about almost a third of his time. Not promising.
With F5, maybe we have D5. Next, I'll do like a D5. Central control. Like we have there. Oh, he plays G6 instead. Get rid of this pawn. Maybe you'll see E4.
Computer hates this move for God knows what reason. Bronkov says that he's 1,000 in regular chess and 1,800 and 960. Wow, that's impressive.
Wow. What a difference. Many to play more 960.
Somebody says Bobby Fischer brain. Well, that could be a huge compliment or a little bit less of a compliment, depending on how you mean it.
Like, Bobby Fischer, what do you mean? You're like, wow, it's actually complimenting you. Oh, okay, sorry. D5. Anyway, I like D5. Engine is just not liking Arjun's moves at all. Bishop E7. Look at the bishop A3. Already got herself a great position out of the opening.
Yeah, look at that diag. Whoosh. Whoosh.
Problematic for Arjun. Bishop E7. Bishop A3 check.
So what about knight C2 preventing the carnage?
I
probably do the A knight because the other one's not doing much.
Maybe just D5 anyway.
Yeah.
Strike in the center. I mean, black has a very comfortable position, I believe, already. Wait, that happened?
That happened, yeah.
Oh, nice too.
You're right, though. That's center control after D5.
D5. Have ourselves a very beautiful center. This game seems like it's going by so fast here. I mean, 3-minute time deficit for Arjun.
D5. Looks really nice for black.
Opens up the game a little bit. Pieces just seem a little bit better. White seems a little bit overextended with the F pawn. And we have this beautiful break with D5. Hikaru on the move, chat. What do you think? D5 or not? I mean, he has a few options. Maybe he could take first, then D5, but I don't think he wants. He's a fan of giving up. This bishop so easy.
Somebody's suggesting to move A5. Interesting.
A5.
I don't think we really need it here because we already have, like, the thing about moves like A5, usually it comes up more when we're like, we ran out of things to do and want to play A4. But right now I'm just like filled with things to do here as black. D5, queen maybe coming to C6, putting some pressure on your king on C1 and that pawn on G2. I got lots of ideas here for black.
Yeah, same. That's the problem is we have lots of ideas. I think Arjun is not having the same. He wants something to do with his piece. I mean, look at the bishop here too, where the counterpart, look how bad the bishop is. I mean, you have to move both the knights, one or the other, to be able to get the bishop out. On the other hand, my bishop's out here. This bishop's out here. I just feel a lot better about my position if I'm black here.
Not to mention the castle move is always in our grasp, which is really cool too. The queenside castle looks really nice. Just hopping that rook over and getting a nice rook into the game, which could make D5 look even hotter. What went wrong? It's only been 6 moves. How did White go so wrong so quickly? Because this does happen sometimes in 960 that things just get bad fast. It seems like it was this move F5. Was it just, instead of developing your pieces and controlling the center, it looks like a little bit too specific, almost like a bit artificial. Like you want to stop me from doing one thing, queen G6.
Yeah.
To put into human words.
Yeah. I think it was maybe a little inconsistency in the moves.
Yeah.
F4, okay, B3 makes sense, C4, but then like F5 and just a lot of pawn moves.
Yeah.
Pawn moves.
General principles.
Got overextended.
Yeah, and then here he should have maybe played e4 to finally get that center control. Center
Yeah.
control is just so important in 960. I mean, if you look at the computer output of best moves in all the different 960 positions, like e4 and d4 are just so high on the list, and then you get some c4 and f4, but it's just center control so huge no matter what the position is.
In fact, as we say center, he plays it d5 on the board, opening up the center of the board. Takes from Arjun. We're gonna have a knight takes, I assume. I mean, he doesn't have to take immediately, but knight takes d5 is very logical. What's up,
Yeah.
Eric? I see you.
Knight d5, and then I'm really loving the moves queen c6, queenside castles, and all of my pieces are
Okay.
coordinating, with the exception of the knight on f8 and the rook on h8. But
Yes.
the rest are just really beautiful play.
Takes with the bishop. I knew, you know, for some reason, I thought he was gonna play something different, and the reason I just felt that I was like, I know knight takes is the normal natural move, but for some reason, I think he's gonna take with the bishop or do something else rather than capture. I just like to have the knight too. I do like to have this knight, but I kind of felt this was gonna happen.
Oh, that's surprising, but I mean, it's funny that the computer gives us a question mark and still thinks Nakamura is up the equivalent of a pawn, which just goes to show how fantastic his position is. Do note that after something like knight d5, when we get our queen to c6, we're going to be threatening the move bishop a3, which will be devastating. And we're also going to be looking at ideas like knight f4, and your g2 pawn is in peril. So yeah, how does white castle quickly here? Because we actually need to play like e3 and bishop out in order to castle. We've got a long road ahead of us.
I think he's noticing that too. This position could get out of hand very fast. Where can you put the king at? You can see the weakness here. White's king. I mean, look at the box the pieces are in too.
By the way, we did miss one line there, just that might be fun to look at. Knight d5. You can steal a pawn. It looks extremely greedy, but bishop a7 is plausible. And now we have the move rook a8. We can also castle. But this looks devastating. This looks great.
Yeah.
Not a fair trade there.
Sweet. What's up, Brain Cams? Thank you. This is a Pro Chess League shirt.
Oh, I love that Women in Chess Foundation logo up at the top. Hello.
Yes. Yeah. Got the Garden State Pastures, and nice to go here. Is Kent the MMA fighter? No, but I do box. I do box a lot. So we'll be getting into chess boxing, in fact.
Nice.
Absolutely. We would love to see these guys in chess boxing. I always make the joke of like, oh, if they tie, then they have Armageddon. And then if it's a tie, it's another Armageddon. And then after that, they go chess box. Because that's how at some point somebody's got to win. Somehow, some way.
I don't know. Who are you picking chess boxing between these two?
I'm gonna have to go Hikaru. He has the better weight class, I think, here. Arjun is very stoic and chill and relaxed. I don't think, boxing will be his thing there. Yeah, I don't think he's gonna have to turn up the heat on the boxing part, I think. But Hikaru definitely will be ready.
Parso 13 says world champion chess boxing future, right?
Oh yes, absolutely, Parso. In fact, we have Serbia. Team USA has Serbia in September. So we'll be going out there to fight.
Knight d5, queen f1 now. And
that's right.
Queen c6 is my pick here. I want to play queen c6, threaten that bishop a3, threaten the knight f4 business. And wow, that's going to be pretty cool. So you said Serbia in December you're going for a fight?
September. Yeah, it's in September.
Oh, September. Okay.
We'll be going out there with a team. Nice team, ready to go.
There you go.
It'll be streamed, so you guys will be watching you guys.
Is that why you have to watch your weight? Is that what you say? Because are you fighting somebody?
I actually always just watch my weight period, but no, yeah, I'm just actually preparing, just like boxing and sparring as usual. I've been boxing 2.5 years now, so I'm pretty good to say the least. But yeah, chess boxing's fun, so you guys will be watching all over. Hope to see you there, watching and supporting. Okay, we had a castle. Arden down time too, 3 minutes. That's nice. It looked really good for us.
Yeah, this position is just phenomenal for black. I mean,
it's beautiful. We still got this idea too.
Yeah, and when that other knight gets into the game as well,
it's almost forgot about this.
Really ugly.
It's such a good position. You're like, oh, yeah, who cares what's not right now? But here and here probably. or even just now. I like this. Arjun, no time here. I mean, like compare. I think this is just a clean of the aura here and like the energy, everything that's going on. I think this is a clean. I mean, it's hard to call it, but I feel like we have great chances. Good position, timing looking good. Hikaru seems confident. The position doesn't look great for Arjun. So it's good.
No, and there's different types of like if you look at these computer evals, there's different types of up 1.5. Like you remember that Hans was up 1.5 against Sam Savion, but
Yeah.
it required him to find some good moves in the end game, some accurate moves. This one's not really like that. I feel like Nakamura just has such a good position that like no matter what he does, it kind of stays at 1.5. Like you notice the computer really liked Queen C6.
Yeah.
Nakamura castled instead. It didn't matter. He's still doing really great. That's the type of position this is, that you have like 4 or 5 good moves and they're all giving you that nice game.
Well, after King B2, what you going for? What are you looking for in this position, Jim?
Well, I do want to get my queen out because it's hard to get my knight out with getting my queen without getting my queen out. Like, listen, I've got the king safety, I got the center control, I've got the harmony, but my rook on H8 and my knight on F8 aren't playing, and therefore I need to get my knight to D7, but I don't want to leave my queen behind. So I still want to stick my queen on like B5 or C6.
Okay.
And yeah, proceed from there. Nakamura plays king B8, often known as the grandmaster move when you queenside castles. Your king is not completely safe until it's nestled into that B8 square. So
Always
fair
the
enough.
King B8 is what they say.
More
Always
concisely
with the-
stated. Very
That's right.
nice.
Always with the King on B8. Okay, now next moves from white standpoint is to get this bishop out. So I assume maybe E4. Knight needs to move. Maybe I'll go knight to F4 to go knight D3 check. Yeah, as you mentioned before, this knight is really bad. Like after I get some pieces out and I'm feeling good, then I'm like, oh wait, I got this guy, which is connected to this guy. So you actually have 2 pieces, 8 points in development and material here that have not been developed. Of course, white on the other side kind of has the same. But there's the E4 move. So now we have to figure out where do we put the knight. Knight F4, knight B4, knight B6.
I mean, they all look very promising because you can't, after knight B4, you'd want to trade that knight because it's a monster. But the problem is that D pawn is going to be hanging at the end of the variation after knight B4, bishop B4. So that looks really bad. You're going to have to jettison the D pawn. I'm actually still going to give white props for playing E4 in the first place, though, because it looks really unpleasant to give black the option of having that F4 square. But he knows that his position is dire, so he has to take risks now. When you're in a bad position, that's the time to take risks.
And here we go, knight to B4. Oh, this is a nice move because it's hitting the pawn twice. In fact, on D2.
That's right.
Knight takes B4, bishop takes. D2 is hit 2 times. There are
Can't
4
defend
weaknesses
it.
for white's king, too. Yeah, that's correct.
You won't
Kingdom
be able to defend it
D3.
enough times. You're just going to have to, but the problem will be that when rook takes D2 comes in, you can't exactly hide in the corner. King A1 will be met by bishop C3, and you'll be donezo.
Dunzo is the word. Dunzo. Funny. Dunzo, guys. What do you guys think? Is Arjun Dunzo, chat? Is Arjun Dunzo? Yes or no, chat? Is Arjun Dunzo? What do you think? I mean, he is down to a minute 40
And
now.
look at
This
that
is-
pawn on E4. It can't even be protected. The only way to
Yeah.
protect it is queen
Yeah, bishop
F3
F3, but then
or
that
bishop
falls.
F3, but that would hang the knight. So you have to play
Yeah.
queen F3. Only way to defend it, right?
Yeah, queen F3, and now I guess I move the knight again. Or I mean, for the first time here, it's got to get developed. I mean, I really got to get this knight out. Oh, there's also some tactics involved. I got to be careful because this knight is kind of loose when I block it. Yeah, this is such a bad piece. Like, wow.
Well, also you can play pawn
Incredible.
takes after queen F3, pawn takes F5, because if you take with the pawn, I have E4,
E4, yeah.
which further bolsters my knight. And also now you got to watch out for bishop D6 to bishop E5. Again, that long diagonal is going to be the death of you. And if you take with the queen, knight E6, and suddenly my knight gets into the game and it's double trouble. Yeah, this is just horrible. Knight E1 has been played.
91, knight takes. And my goodness, I'm just keep highlighting how bad the knight is. But Knight takes, queen takes. Wait, takes? I think I can grab some material here. Is it worth it is the question. I think white will be happy to give up a pawn to untangle.
So you're saying that queen e4 here, maybe there's a little bishop c2 action.
Ooh, I was figuring out where's the pit. Yeah, it's there. Bishop
Yeah,
C2.
so maybe we don't do it that way.
I
Yeah.
think we want this takes and then takes, and then takes. That's a lot of taking, but I also have not finished development, so it could backfire.
4 minutes left for Hikaru with only 1 minute for Arjun. This is definitely a good moment for Nakamura to think.
Get out. What are we gonna play? Here we go. Knight takes e1, takes. Bishop c5. Develop his pieces, he
Ooh.
says.
Nice. Okay,
This
the
is
computer
great
loves
move.
that move.
Absolutely love it.
What it does seem like there could be some fun tactics here in the long diagonal. I mean, I'd really love to make something happen. I've been eyeing that king on a1, looking like it could be a little bit toasted.
Such a weak king with the dark squares. But we're able to defend, says white here, because he does have the dark square bishop. So this doesn't actually work yet because of bishop takes. So white is surviving, but black is better, especially with the pawn weaknesses we have here. Bad thing for black is really just the knight on f8. We get this in the game, we are more than clearly better. Knight d7 is looking to be our likely next move. Try to follow up with maybe a knight c5. Here we go.
Bishop f3 protecting the pawn. Okay.
Bishop f3. We don't have to deal about that. We don't have nothing to care about with this bishop at all. Okay, he did connect his rooks though, but who cares? It's hitting a brick wall. We're looking good. Under a minute. In fact, under 40 seconds for Arjun, by the way. Wait, what? Something happened to this clock.
Rook d4 is a possibility here, but one of the things is that in chess, unlike in checkers, you're not forced to capture sacrifices. So Nakamura goes for the other piece on d4, bishop to d4, trades those off, and now rook c1 quickly. Probably Nakamura will move the queen to a square where it bolsters the rook on d4 and attacks d2, queen d6 or queen d7 maybe.
Love it. Queen d6 I love because I still have my knight d7 idea.
Yes.
And I could go knight c5 and put, he goes queen d7 though. I was not expecting this one. I guess he was at 5 maybe? Wow.
Yeah. Yeah, he thinks that if you take on g6, then I get to put my knight on e6, which is even better. Right? That's an even better square.
Yeah. Yeah, that's an interesting move. Queen d7. I was for sure with queen d6 to get my knight out because the knight's still suffering, which means the rook's still suffering.
Speaking of suffering, Arjun's clock is going under 19 seconds now.
Arjun's got to move or don't.
Bad situation. He's so calm though.
There we go. Yeah, he does. He stays calm under pressure. Something to learn from. He plays. Takes on f5. And thank you very much. I can take and say thanks, bro. I appreciate it. My knight was so terrible. Now it's not anymore. It's the best piece on the board. Well, against his counterpart, at least.
We can also play knight g6. I know it doesn't look as good because of g3, but after g3 or rook d3, maybe that just wins on the rook d2 or rook d3 might just win on the spot with the queen d4 action.
I mean, it really is such a nice move.
Yeah, it's just such a terrible position. Yeah.
Yeah, triple here. It's really just very strong ideas here. 19 seconds for Arjun, guys. We already chalking this one up. Chad, what do you think? Are we already chalking this one up? This is a dub already. Should we just put the jacket on? You know how Hikaru does. Just put the jacket on now, or should we wait?
That was like back in the day, Kasparov with his watch.
With his
When he put
watch.
his watch back on, it was like, uh-oh, maybe time
Right.
to resign.
He's waiting for you to resign. You know, put his watch on. Bro, that's just such a flex, bro. Like literally put like signing, 1-0 or 0-1 on the score sheet before the game's over. And he's like, bro, what? What are you doing? The ultimate just flex. That's funny.
Well, he is thinking here. It's a flex to think in this position because it's like, wow, we've got two great captures. Knight takes g6, I'm crushing you. H takes g6, I'm crushing you. Which one do you want to make? And this is not this is not like a super tactical position. It's a position where black is just like positionally crushing. So Nakamura knows that either way he captures, he's got a dominant position.
He's just trying to figure out which way does he want to capture, boys and girls. Which way? He might be even thinking rook d2 right now, actually, too.
Good point. That's another one. Rook d2 threatening queen d4 check.
Right, threatening queen d4, but it gives him too much. So he went with h6. Likely move. Going
But
to
you're right. That
96
might have been
next.
why he was thinking so long. Yeah. Queen
Queen
d6.
d6.
Oh, he still wants to play your knight d7? Is that why? I wonder.
I think he also didn't want to be in a pin. After 96, his
Okay.
bishop g4.
Right.
Yeah, he didn't want to be pinned.
Good point. You know, we don't want to trade up that bit. That's a bishop for knight trade we don't want to allow.
Bring the other piece in. Very easy move. Very easy move. h4. Yeah, okay. I don't really care. Still can bring the other piece in. That's what he does. d2 kind of hanging. Do I really want to take it yet? I mean, I do, actually. 16 seconds for origin.
Look at those gorgeous major pieces all lined up against the d pawn.
c6. Look at how terrible the bishop is. Bishop versus knight here. Really strong game here.
And not even able to make noise yet, the knight on e6. And once it does, it's really going to be the end of things.
Yes, in fact, what kind of noise does this knight make against the bishop here, guys? Chad, what kind of noise is this knight making right now?
Yeah,
Guys,
let's
what
hear
are you
it.
thinking, knight? Let's hear the noises in chat.
Kind of like it sounds like a stampede. It's like a
Stampede. Right.
ooh.
I think it's take six. That's what knights like to do.
Hearing word that
There it is.
Prague is winning against Magnus.
Whoa, Prague
We'll
winning
take a look
against
at that
Magnus.
after. Don't worry.
I
We'll be
also
looking at
heard
that.
Hans is winning again.
Ooh. He's been winning every game. He did end up drawing one of them, but Hans is certainly playing some great chess today. So now that we have every piece in perfect position, look at this. We have like every piece on a dark square, every piece beautifully placed. We actually have to convert and win the game. That's where some people go awry. But let's see how Nakamura does it.
I'm
Because
actually
the
looking
deep
too like,
one-
how do we win? Because this is annoying.
Yeah. And the deep one is currently defended, right? So how do we just finish him off?
Yeah, I know. That is the hard part. I was like, you get the knight here, but then you don't have any good follow-ups. It hints the you see Hikaru thinking. Time is getting closer, but we're doing good.
Computer suggesting a nice move, A5, trying to create one more weakness with A4. I like
Playing
it.
it.
Played it. Because if you
Playing
let
it.
us take on a B3, it would just be completely disastrous. So you're going to have to end up taking on A4 yourself. And that opens yet another front on your already weak king.
He goes G5 and say, oh man, look at this bishop, bro. Wow. I mean, incredible. Incredible. He's highlighting the fact that this bishop is so bad. And okay, yeah, you got the pass pawn, but it can easily be covered.
Yes, looking ahead, round 6, Hans is going to be facing Hikaru, and that's going to be a good one considering the form that both of them are in right now. So you're going to have to clear your next couple hours, guys.
Hans with the heat. Not bishop, that's the tall pawn. I believe so. C5, maybe looking for C4. Does allow queen b5, which he plays. C5 is now hanging. Getting a little spicy here and a little scary. B6, which is played. It is obviously pinned, but it is defended and can't really be attacked any longer. Like a rook C5 doesn't work. Rook B4.
Yeah, Big Loey says, for us non-US watchers, this timing is brutal. I know, that's why I suggested this thing called the universal time zone. But then the sun said, no, it's not going to really work for us. Sorry. It is a bit of a problem.
Yeah, not going to really work. Where are you from there, Loey? Where are you watching from?
It's 1 a.m. for Brilliant 4. Rook B4 now played. And I mean, this just looks amazing for black. A4 coming. Is there any little trickies for white? That poor bishop on F3.
Well, that's a bishop. I thought that was a pawn. Shoot. Oh, okay. I forgot he had a bishop.
That bishop needs to get really lucky. It's like
Ooh,
as
I
we
forgot.
say in poker, one outer.
So one outer there. Ooh, there's like a queen trap idea. C4 and knight C7.
There it is. There it
Queen
is.
trap
Knight
idea,
C5
Arjun.
too.
Oh yeah, C4. C4 should be winning on the spot here, boys and girls. C4 followed by knight to C7. Tactinos, there it is. He finds it. C4, beautiful move, and knight to C7 to follow.
Blocking the door before trapping the queen. That is not very nice.
Might just resign right here, and he does not actually. Oh, he goes for something different with the queen check, picking up material. Any way you want, even the way you look at it here. Knight C5 is even stronger here, by the way. Yikes.
They all win. Wait, knight C5 and knight C7 both trap the queen? That's pretty funny. Yikes.
You got two ways to do it.
Yeah, because they both stop. Yeah, rook C8 check, right? White would love to play rook C8 check
Yeah.
to stop you from to actually win. Wow.
Brilliant. And
A6.
you can just do queen A6.
What a game. Beautiful positional and tactical performance by Nakamura. As can't call the game yet. It's
What a
still
game indeed.
technically underway, but black is up a queen for a rook.
What a game indeed, folks.
And it's about to get even worse with checkmate on the offing, and I think this is going to be a moment of resignation. As
there it is.
Lasting much longer.
We get the dub. We got the dub. GMHikaru with a some type of analysis here. But let's move on over to the next game. While that one's over, what else is going on? Magnus is where is Magnus's game? I gotta go find that. It's over here in the other group.
Yeah, it's in the other group. Yeah. Is he still playing?
Craig is winning.
Yeah, we heard about this earlier, but then I heard Magnus was coming back, but maybe Pragna regained the lead here because look at those pawns. It's 4 against 1.
Craig is winning. He got a lot of pawns here.
I hope that's not a boxing match you're ever going to take part in.
Definitely not. Definitely don't want it. Craig looking to win, boys and girls.
It looks like he's going to. And what's his overall score right now? He's got 2.5 out of 3 as well. So he's going to find himself on the leaderboard here with 3.5 out of 4 if he does indeed win this game. And it's hard to see him not winning it.
Wow. Oh, I'm actually curious to see how this happened. Well, we'll wait. We'll actually wait.
Rook
Here it is.
B5.
It might be a resi.
Again. How do we...
There it is. Resignation. Prag.
Wow. Great.
Prag gets it done against Magnus.
Congratulations.
Gets it done again. That's always a huge win. Always in any format. A huge win. Prag gets it done. Oh, he found a tactic there.
Removal of defender.
Oh, he just cooked. Oh, man. Let him rook, chat. Let him rook.
I love it.
Yeah, he just,
a great game. You know, I think one thing we realized is this position very vulnerable for the Black King, right? I said it early on, there's a lot of weaknesses in the position, and it seems like White has a greater than average advantage in this 960 position. And let's see if the games bore that out. Of course, Nakamura was black, right? He's been black every game today somehow. I feel
like every game. In fact,
3 out of 4.
Every game. He's like, yeah, whatever. I got the same. Yeah, whatever. Right, whatever.
So as commentators curse, as soon as I say that, it looks like every position black's doing well in. Like this one, black is up, well, not up a pawn, but up a king. he does have a stronger king. Is it enough to actually win the game? Well, rook e6 seems like it was a very clever move here, as we can't actually protect that pawn, and that's going to create a lot of trades. Yeah.
Fine. Take. Takes. Should be a draw. Let's look at the other game in the meantime, because that one looks draws. Fabiano trying to win. Let's flip the board. What is he up? He have a pawn, 3 for 5, 3-6. Knights versus bishop knight. Yeah, this is a very annoying piece, putting that there. So don't really want to allow that ever. So how do we win? But then hard position for sure. I mean, this knight is such a vicious piece walking in there to d5.
Only 22 seconds left for each player.
Going back and forth, we refresh.
But I
Okay,
don't
there we
see
go,
how
king
this position is easy at all. Like the computer still gives black a big edge here, but those doubled pawns on g7 and g6 make my pawn advantage not that easy to execute. I mean, sure, I have the A pawn, but it's very tough to start just jamming that up the board because it seems like your pieces will have an easy time dealing with it. So how does Bobby play for the win here?
That's a
I'm
great
sure he'll
question.
find
How does he
some way
play
to
for the
push.
win? Yeah, exactly. I was thinking that too. Like how maybe king here and like knight around, but then
Yeah.
it's very difficult. Like it's just too difficult. Rook b7 maybe try to trade the rooks off, but he doesn't have to trade. Like, he never has to trade. Okay.
You're right. We need that knight on e7 to hold on to
Maybe
the
going in.
d5 square, but the knight on e6 is a little bit more free to do something else. But the problem is if we move the knight on e6, you can play bishop g5, trying to hint at playing bishop takes d8 and knight d5. So it's just not that easy, to say the least. Not easy at all.
If these pawns were better, like if I had a better structure, I might have a more easier plan. But in fact, I don't. I can't even cut across. Like I would love to do something like even this, but you can't get there. Idea was like to try to get the king up. You can't even get the king active. So yeah, okay, you got the pawn, but it's also a double pawn. This one may be a draw.
Meanwhile, I'm getting some updates in the chat from the World Series of Poker, which is probably being played about a mile from there for $10 million. And, speaking of flexes, James, the heavy chip leader coming in today, whose name is Michael the Grinder Mizrahi, he was asked, what's it going to take to win today? And he said, probably about an hour.
Wow. 10 million too as well. Wow, we in the wrong profession here.
Well, you
Like
got to
that.
pay to play, though. That's the difference, right?
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah, in chess, there's not those big buy-ins.
Check this the other way around. Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Play,
But
then you pay. Or then you get paid.
But okay, so is Fabi finding a way here? I thought he's going to stick a knight on b4 at some point. But the problem is knight b4, rook takes b4, pawn takes b4, bishop a7, pawn c3. It looks like that was probably not going to work. That tactic's always kind of in the offing.
Well, in fact, he's trying. Oh, hold on. Bar shift there. I think it's just because of the simple move idea. Maybe he's trying to deal with this, but I think yeah, he's going for it. A5 takes a4. Oh, he doesn't allow it. He says, no.
But now I'm scared of like bishop g5 and knight d5. Oh, okay, that was an X clan because king e6 just in time.
Just
Look at that.
in time. Getting away. Attack the rook.
Same thing, knight d5, king e6.
Right.
Just in time. God, these guys are so good at that kind of thing. It's the defense that really separates the greats.
4 seconds there. Wow, he made that with no time on the clock. Knight before hits the pawn. Maybe king to d2 now. Very playable. There it is. King back to e8. He wants a rook f8, I believe. Maybe. Black winning. Rook f3. No, that doesn't do anything. There we go. I was gonna say, just move the rook around. Let's move that rook around a little bit. Knight d4, knight f3. 10 seconds for Sam. Fabi with a lot of time. Did they draw in the linear game? Yes, they did. They got down to bare kings there.
And Hans won again?
Hans
3.5
won
out of
again?
4.
Wow.
Beast.
Hans at the top of the leaderboard. So we got rid of that knight. So now black could be trying to make something work here, especially with the knight on b4. This is a very strong and annoying piece now. Maybe try to walk this through. King d7. Bring the rook around. Try to push. Get the pawn to a2. Be careful there too, though. Bishop takes knight would be annoying. Magnus looking in on the game there, watching the last game.
Looking to play bishop d2 here and just try to
snatch the knight.
Yeah, and then just call it a draw. But black is, of course, going to try his hardest not to make that happen. I guess bishop d2, he could play as you're pointing out, rook king b6 or something like that. Gives him more options. He doesn't just have to play the passive rook a8.
You can also end up blockading with rook a4 at some point, and it's going to be hard to get anything through
It
on both
is.
sides of the board. I think Sam is going to get away with this one with the draw.
Although he is getting so frightfully low on the clock. Don't play king b6 now. That would be a
Definitely
bad move
is.
to pre-move, because
It
rook takes
definitely is.
b4 would hit you.
Nothing. No way to make real progress. Don't see it. Don't see it. Okay, now with a4, can I get this a4 move in? Is he going to allow me to? He says, go ahead, play a4 if you like. I want to gobble up the pawns. a4 check, king takes, push, bishop c1, push, bishop b2, queen. It's possible. I do win the piece, but he gets both of these pawns. This is a race. How about king b6? Rook f7, rook a7, take, push. He goes a4. They're going for it. Is he going to check? Is he going to check and take? Push, he got bishop c1. Push, bishop b2. He's going for it. King b6. Maybe he goes back. He does. I don't think he has enough time, though. There's knight c2 in there.
Wow. We're off to the races.
We're off to the races. 8 seconds for Sam. 5, 4, 3, 2. He makes a move. Bishop c1 going for that. He will sacrifice.
For 3 seconds left on the clock. Gosh,
Here we go. White wins both of these. It has these as passers.
Fabiano will probably be winning, though. I mean, I think that even if, well, okay, so rook d7 instead, trying to win the d6 pawn to boot.
Something's off about it.
Well, the problem is if we can somehow,
he wants all three.
even if we give you all of our pawns, if we can kind of get some activity against your king, like we can end up just squeezing our king into the position and mating you. E-pawn entering the fray. Knight d3, e4 maybe, or rook d3, e4.
Oh, this was really nice by Sam because he wants to take, and take. Instead of just taking and taking, he wants all 3 of these.
He wants all 3. They say it's take for a reason, right?
Oh, it is. It's 3 takes, not 2. Wow. I didn't even think of it. It's 3 takes. Okay.
I still feel like black. The thing is, it's better to have a knight than not to have a knight, you know?
Right.
And I think that the combo here of the knight, the pawn, and the rook, it's not just threatening into queen. There ends up being mating threats, especially when you start moving that king up to d4.
That's
It's
exactly
like you
what's
make a
happening.
queen, I checkmate you, and
Right.
I win the game.
Right. And his hope is the H pawn. Rook takes, king here, push, king here, push, king here, push. He's so close. Oh, man. And he push. King here, push again, king here, push again. I don't know what's going on at that point. Is that even the right even way to go? Are you able to mate? Wow, here we go. This is anybody's game, I believe.
Fabiano was still a minute extra. Sam Sevian constantly getting down to just 3 seconds before making his moves.
Okay, I gotta check the engine. What does it say? H5, knight c2. Oh, you go this route. Ah, that's better. Okay, well now he helps me, so that's not going to be good for Sam, I believe. You're helping me get here, so that helps a lot. So
Yeah,
H5, it wasn't king up anyway. It was actually
Wait,
knight
so why is king e5 bad though? It doesn't want to play king e5. Is that
Oh, at
because
first it did too. And now
is it
I'm
because of
looking at the
d6
engine
or
to
something
change.
like that? I don't get it. All right. Well, he did play king e5.
Yeah, it
Good
just
enough.
seems right.
Yeah, it looks devastating. It's like four party members right now. We got a knight, a rook, a pawn, and a king. I mean, it's hard for mere mortals to calculate this, but if I count 4 and all you've got is a lone king, I feel like I'm gonna find a way to get you.
Here we go. Oh man, knight c2. Thought king d4 was playable, but maybe even run into d6 too. But these pawns are quite scary. And look at that, rook a3. What he wants is something like this to try to build the mating net. He may even try rook check first, then knight c2. He's trying to build a mating net. Sam, with 2 seconds, he made that with 2 seconds on the clock.
Nice checkmate.
Check.
King e3.
Do we push? Push. There's a check. He might sacrifice the rook and then try to use both the pawns. What? This could be incredible with all these pawns. If in the rook sack.
What to do now? If we play e3 right away, what's the line? Just then you have h7, and if I play rook h2. No, he does something else. I think he starts with rook h2.
Yeah, maybe rook h2 first. I do like that. Under a minute for Fabiano too as well. Anyone can really nerf this and mess this up. It is very possible for both of them to mess this up.
Oh, it is mess upable.
Mess upable is the word here, guys. Here we go.
And now Fabi under the 30-second mark, and he's second now.
Oh man, 20 seconds to 20 seconds. 18 seconds for Fabi. 10-second increment. He's calculating. He's calculating. He's calculating. And here we go. Still no move.
Fabiano.
Fabiano,
4 seconds
3.
left.
Ooh, he made that with 3 seconds on the clock. Rook h2.
Now what? Computer hates the move. I don't know why. King g1 quickly played by Sam Sevian.
Side dirty with a very, very critical and very correct observation. Usually, Fabi long time, we all know what happens in the position to Fabi. Yes, time and time again, we have seen a lot. Now, it's not just Fabi. It is tough when you have low time, but Fabi in particular has had some problems. Usually, we'll see, even I think Vidit is another one that you'll see. Even Vidit had clean winning positions, but was actually end up losing games that he shouldn't have due to his time being low. So,
all three results.
All three results here,
in
Jim.
play here.
All 3 results, Jim. Okay, chat, go. Place a bet. What you think? What you think, chat? Win, loss, draw. Who, where, how? Wow. Oh, E2 is strong. E2 is really strong. King G1, E2, Queen takes. What is this even? Whoa. King G1. Anyway, he could go E2 and give up the rook and queen, but it's not mating yet. The knight is a little far away, and you have 2 pass pawns with the rook, and the king is able to run. You might have a perpetual, and the time is still low. Literally anything is possible, guys.
That is wild. So you're saying we just play E2, King H2, give it
He's
up.
playing
That's
it.
what Sam has done.
It's happening. It's happening right now. And look at this, zeros. But zeros where? You've lost your mind if you think this is a draw.
D7 or H7? Which one should we do?
That's correct.
If we
In
play
fact,
D7, you have Queen D2 check. Just snap it off.
and he finds it H7, correct move here, and he might just have to get away with a perpetual, because if you even get the queen back, guess what? Rook to G8. Now, if I'm able to check him and takes, then I'm winning. But let's see if he's able to find it. King to G1, he finds the right move. Oh my goodness, this is spectacular.
You can't.
This is
The rook
spectacular.
is blocking it. The rook is blocking it. So if I play Queen D1 check, you know,
It just goes King G2.
King G2, Queen C2 check, I win your rook, but what I
That's it.
really wanted was a pawn.
Right. And if he wins the rook, he queens. Unbelievable. He saves Sam I am.
And why
Crazy.
is that a draw? We're up a knight, but you've got 2 pawns.
Yeah, it get 2 pawns, queens,
Yeah.
and then somehow it's drawing there. But queen takes. Oh, you actually queen with check, by the way. So after king takes.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, I guess somehow drawing still, but
we might play that out.
yeah, exactly. We might play that out.
What a game.
Incredible.
Fabiano now realizing it's slipping away.
8 seconds for Fabi. He's like, how? He is like, Sam, how are you doing this?
Magnus, no doubt intrigued.
Yeah, he's like, bro, Sam is a machine.
I mean, he just loves chess, man. He's looking at that and he's like, whoa, I haven't seen that one before. That's a cool line.
Incredible from Sam. Incredible.
And Sam saw it. Very nice. Yeah, he is known for his calculating prowess. Well, of all people, Fabiano is too. So
True.
But it's hard to see everything in a 10-minute game. That's for sure.
Fabiano's still going to try this out, though. 86 moves so far in this game.
D7, we're going to have to use our knight to protect it, because otherwise you make a queen and we're in trouble. And now it's just going to go queen, right? And we're just trading everything off.
Just trade everything off. Queen, takes, and then they shake hands and says, incredible game, great find, great save, Sam.
Unless we get some kind of crazy cross-check to trade the queens into a winning endgame, but it doesn't appear that that would be the case.
Yeah, it doesn't seem likely. Takes. He takes with check. He's going to take on C4. They're going to shake hands quite soon.
Okay, he took on
believe.
C4 first instead of taking on G3.
Oh, he had to. It was check.
Oh,
Yeah, he had to. I would too. Like I was looking at that too, Jen. I was like, oh, take on G3. Take on G3, bro. Come on. Oh, wait, I can't. It's illegal. It's absolutely illegal.
Yeah, that's why I was worried about cross checks. I was like, wait a second, why is this a draw? Okay, now I get it. The cross check was the white's move.
Yeah, that was check. And so he has to move the king up and do this other stuff. And well, incredible game, incredible draw, as this one should be likely to be a draw. A draw. That's what it's looking like. Wow, boys and girls, that was crazy. Sam with some incredible fights.
Yeah, fantastic stuff here. Really well played. I mean, these players are just so good at this format. I mean, you know, I guess there's so many more rapid tournaments now. They've gotten a lot of practice in playing incredible chess fast, and it's really astonishing to see how much they can pack in to so little time.
Yeah, and he plays king h3 here to get out of the way. He doesn't want to even allow just any type of checks to calculate that in game, especially with no time on the clock. Now he wants to look to push his own and see if black is able to perpetual or, hey, deep bro, do you want to draw here? Fabiano just coming to terms here, trying to play some last moves here.
Casey Abel says, terrific defense by Sam. Must agree with that. He found every only move. That's what's so hard. Yes. Super well. Crazy Gabe. Agreed. A fair ending, says Wandering Bishop.
Man, Sam, I am. Great job there. Wow, incredible. There's a check. Move the king out of the way. Yeah, there should be nothing here, guys. Did we get another round today? Absolutely. You get a few more, in fact. It's round 4. We're going to round 7 today.
Yeah, it's going to be very tiring for the players, actually. Starting at 10 a.m. in Las Vegas for chess players. Wow.
Yeah, all day. Coffee, snacks, real food. You got to eat very quickly, too, in between your rounds there.
At least they're staying on site, and that's a great hotel. I've stayed there a number of times. The Encore win. Yeah, wow.
Very nice. Yeah, got to get the Red Bull in, exactly. Got to get your Red Bull in there, Janaya. Red Bull, coffee, whatever it takes. Make sure you're ready to go. Sam on the checks here now.
Check patrol.
On the check patrol.
Don't play King C3.
or King
C4.
C3. Well, yeah, King D4 right.
It's not illegal.
Don't play King C3, guys.
What if you play King D4 and you're like, it's legal, it's illegal,
legal,
but I'm just gonna play Queen A1 check and pretend I
I'd be like, no, he didn't. What illegal move? Where? What do you mean? Legal move? No, he didn't. Check.
Those diagonal lines are tricky.
So I can play for maybe 3 hours in a row until my brain says stop, or I stop it for you. Nice, says Janaya. Yeah, guys, very, very exhausting tournament, but the players are used to this type of chess and marathon chess. Stamina, exactly. And a draw. Wow, they got it done. Sam I am with a very incredible defense there. That was awesome stuff. Let's take a look at the round. We have a lot of draws there. The win was only Hans in that section here. Wow, let's take a look at what happens here.
And Hikaru
stuff.
Yeah, the only other one behind.
Yeah, correct. Like a Dutch type position. Okay, let's take a look at Hans's game real quick, guys, and we're taking a short break as the players need that much needed break as well. G5, G6 there.
Ooh, look at that pawn go.
Now Bishop G8, Queen F5, hit the knight and a big pin. Queen takes. Yeah, Vidit having a tough tournament here. He is a half out of 4 games here. He's looking to bounce back. It is tough. Man, and he takes the rook, G7.
My hands.
Hans just, cleaning up here.
Liking these moves.
Oh my goodness. Queen H5 with the queen coming next. Sheesh. Bro. Yeah, he was definitely cooking in that game. Round 4. Nice. Of course, we have round 5, 6, and 7 coming up. Yeah, that was a great game. That was a
Very
great
nice.
game.
I like that position too. I think that might have been my favorite position so far.
And
It
of
really
course, we had a
seems like
Hikaru win too. What'd you say? That was a favorite position so far?
my
Oh,
favorite my favorite
this
opening
round?
position. Yeah.
Yeah.
I feel like it was a real nice one. Lots of I like the weaknesses. Like that's what makes it fun, right? It's
Yeah.
like a lot
Yeah.
of aggressive chess.
And it makes it great for TV, as we say, but no, it's great for good showing, good games, guys, as we have more games to come, guys. So hey, get some food, get whatever you need, get something to drink, and be back in a few as we're taking a break as well. So we'll be back after the break. We are back. It's time for round 5, Freestyle Chess Grand Slam, Las Vegas. Guys, I hope you are ready because we got round 5 up here. We have Hikaru versus Ray Robson. I'm FIDE Master James Cantor III here with WGM Jennifer Shahadi. Guys, we're back in action. Hikaru got white finally. Is that like the first white? I feel like this is his first one.
It is his second, but it definitely feels like he has had 3 out of 4 blacks, which is of course unusual. Starting the tournament with 3 out of 4 blacks, but also starting with 3 out of 4 wins. So let's go. Undefeated, 2 draws, 2 wins. Plays a move D4 here, just striking in the center, opening that bishop on C1, classic development. He doesn't want to block the other bishop, so it's kind of like a clue that you want to play D4 and not E4, right?
That is correct. In fact, as he plays D4, gets the bishop out, sort of, normal when it comes to some of the pieces. I guess the bishop and rook are maybe the only normal thing here, in fact, in this position here, but able to open up the queen and the bishop so far. Looking to probably play E4 next, maybe something like G3. I mean, you can see a big center being a thing here, actually, in fact. So maybe he's looking for that, Ray Robson.
I like
on the
that.
other hand, is looking for something of his own.
Yeah, and I'm moving that knight out from F1 to E3. Hopefully, if we can get the pawn to E4, and then play something like knight G3 or get our knight out and then castle. And our bishop's already developed on H1. There you go. Already developed.
Yeah.
Already hitting D5. C6 probably will follow, mirroring the same defense that Hikaru gave to his pawn on D4.
Sort of King's Indian attack-ish. As you can see, a castle coming. Maybe move the knight to D2. Actually, you can get literally something out of a ready or King's Indian attack. It's maybe even Londonish. Like, it's funny how you can go knight D2, knight F3, castle, play bishop F4. You got some type of version of the London system with a pawn on C3. So very nice here. It can be quite normal, I think this one looks like. Or he could go kind of all out with the E4 type idea and maybe break the center open. C6 has been played. Lots of moves to be played. Will he go? Yeah, he goes for the E4. He just breaks it open immediately.
You said the London. It reminds you of the London. Just when I was
Some type of
starting to
London.
like this position, you
But
ruined
it's
it
a London
for
with like
me.
a Finchetto, like a weird London, very weird London, maybe more cattle than like. It's like mix of 5 different openings. But we do have a capture. We didn't go for any of that. So this is going to be fun. In fact, queen or bishop takes.
Well, I do want to get that queen out of the position, but the question is if they're queen E4, bishop F5.
Whoa! Ah! Yeah. Everybody breathe. Everybody breathe.
Oh my. Okay.
Man, that was scary.
It doesn't
Everybody
matter
breathe.
how long you played chess. That kind of queen hang just fills you with dread. It's like what?
Oh man.
So bishop F5. Where does the queen saunter to?
Oh, that's a good question. Maybe back to E2. Queen E2 looks.
Yeah, I guess.
Different.
Yeah, you're right. Queen E2, and then just after I play knight F to E3, you just have to move your bishop, and it wasn't very productive.
Right.
So it's one tempo, but it won't last for long. So maybe he's not even going to bother. It's probably why the computer doesn't even rank bishop F5 in their top 3 choices.
Yeah, and the knight comes out here is super annoying. For sure. Casey Bill says mouse slip. Exactly. E5. Whoa. Was not expecting this at all. Question mark. Of course not. We're not expecting this. That move looks crazy because it is, Chad. Because it is. Oh,
well, he's
man.
hoping for D5, Queen E5, and just like a standoff where you know, like a little Petrov type position where you just trade the queens and the endgame's equal. But Hikaru doesn't have to do that. In fact, we can just see the first choice of the engine is to play F4. Unusual type of position, not something you see too often in regular chess.
F4 and F5. So I'm actually curious. Let's put this on the board. F4, F5.
Okay.
Queen E2. My idea is E4. Correct.
Yeah.
And
now G4. One of the things about G4 is that you're not defending with the G pawn because of the pin on the rook.
Oh,
so that might be the uniqueness of the position, that you can't actually defend very easily that pawn on F5. Like, how do you do it?
Whoa, yeah, that's actually
bishop
hard.
E6. Maybe you can play bishop E6 so that if pawn F5, pawn takes F5. But the problem is, I mean, but now the problem is queen H5 is coming into the position as well,
takes,
right?
Takes. Yeah, I mean, look at the pieces back here. Queen
Takes
H5 at the very least.
Yeah, and then at least you get the F pawn. So yeah, things are just not working out here. But it is a very unusual position. So you can see maybe that Ray underestimated that position for white.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a natural and normal thing not to do. It's like you got to be careful with this because he doesn't have to actually take this. He can play a whole bunch of other moves here. So I'm sure Ray had that in mind, but then he's probably like, wait a second, I missed this. Oh, I shouldn't have, and etc. Things like that. So yeah. Yeah.
Wait, what's
No,
this about?
definitely.
No, this line is too cool. James, you
What you
got to
got?
see this. Bishop F4, and I
Okay.
thought the computer had like a bug. You know, the old computer bug. It said queen after F5. It says queen takes E5. I'm like, wait,
Oh my god, I was gonna go bishop e5. Oh wow.
queen takes E5.
That is sick. Look at
Bishop.
this one, boys and girls. Dang.
That is not a pattern you see every day. Now,
Yeah.
technically, this is only a slight edge for white, but
Right.
just to have
Incredible.
that opportunity to trap the queen in such a bizarre way.
Yeah, to sack the queen just to trap it back. And knight to d2 doesn't go for any other complications. Just knight to d2 and say, yeah, you can do whatever. I don't care about this. I'm still going to keep the pin going. He's looking to castle next move. Hikaru is just worried about development. Also, even a knight c4 or f3 to pressure the e5 pawn.
Yeah, Casey says, F4 was so spicy and good. Yeah, but it's very unusual, you know, and very dependent on that line G4 working. Like if that doesn't work perfectly, then black should be fine by playing F5 and E4.
Spicy and good. That's what it is. They said here. All right. Ray trying to figure out what he has done with the position here. He's like, yo, this is crazy. He already knows something is going on. White is about to castle quite quickly next. Knight f3 or c4 is actually objectively coming very, very fast. He did not want to fall in the raise prep. Yeah, of course. Yeah, raise prep. Right. Yeah, right. Everyone had prep in here. Of course. A lot of moves though. F5, 97. You could just defend it too as well and like say, hey, you know what? I know you're probably going to bully this pawn, so I need to probably get my king out the center too. So 97 makes a lot of sense. So he can get castle too and maybe put some pressure on the e pawn with a rook to e8. It's probably likely. I think Ray is very, very easily capable of finding 97 castle and rook e8 to try to put some more pressure or at least defend the pressure that may be coming on the e file.
Yeah, both players here are very inclined to castle quickly. And now you can kind of see why Hikaru was so excited to get his queen out of that B1 square, because we saw that tactic with the bishop f4, which was so nasty. And it's just like stuff like that looming. You do want to get the queen out of that closet right there on B8. It just doesn't look very nice there.
Very, very bad piece on B8. Bishop f4 was incredible. Very cool move. But now we have a time edge though, and it can grow. We have a time edge. How does Hikaru look on camera? He's relaxed, comfortable, calm, feeling good. Hikaru's like, yeah, it's nothing to it. He's just feeling good about it.
3 out of 4.
Hikaru is feeling good about it, boys and girls.
Let's see what the other, I'm going to take a quick look around and see what the other players played in this position, whether they look similar to this one. As we see, yeah, a lot of D4s did occur this round. So far, I'm seeing D4 all around. It seems like it was just the most logical move this time. Ooh,
D4 all around.
Magnus. Magnus played G3 in move 1.
Oh, G3. Yeah, so this is definitely a Magnus's alley. He probably plays C4 too. You know, it's more Catalan-esque. I could see.
Yes.
I could definitely see a G3 C4 from.
Yes, he did. He did go for that type of
He went
structure.
C4. That's so funny. Yeah, yeah, he loves that type of stuff. Catalan type of structures. He's at home. Who's he playing?
He's playing against Wesley So.
Wesley So. Okay.
And we have an All-American battle in Dominguez versus Neiman, and Hans looking to go for what is it, 4.5 out of 5 if he wins
1.5
this?
out of 5.
But,
I mean, on a tear.
But this one's gonna be tough for him because he's in a slightly worse endgame against Dominguez, where they've already made a lot of trades and it seems like easy play for Linear. So
Yeah.
we'll see how that goes. But meanwhile, Robson's still in the tank now with half the time that Nakamura has. That's always so dangerous to do to yourself against anyone, but particularly against Nakamura.
Yeah, you probably want to go for something more solid if you are going to spend this time and think like this, because now I'm down on the clock, Ray is, and then I also have a position that is quite, interesting and wild with the pawn on e5. We know that we might already be in some trouble here and down on the clock. I mean, just going under 4 minutes here. Yeah, this was a bad situation for Ray out of the opening here. Probably should have chose something just a little bit more solid where he can play moves quickly. For instance, like castling, develop a piece, get out of here with the other stuff. But e5, which is a very tricky move, and it backfired. Bishop e6 from Ray, blocking the file.
I got my cat here meowing, if you hear that in the
Oh,
background.
that's the cat. I thought that was a human back there. Oh man, the cat is literally talking. Chat, you hear the cat back there? I thought it was a human.
I guess she likes the position.
It's like the position. Meow. E4. Wow. This is saying, yeah, well, that's crazy.
Is this a cat friendly chat? Come on.
Cat. Come on, chat.
Chat.
Chat loves the cats. Chat.
Yeah, of course.
Chat.
How can you not? Cats are the best.
Come on, chat. That's funny. But now I hear the cat. I really thought it was a human. I was like, oh, okay. I'm back there having fun. Super solid from Hikaru makes sense. That's right. What's up, Peter? Nice. Hikaru moved quickly, by the way. He's actually realizing, oh, you are in the think tank, and he's just pressuring him. He played knight f3. That was his intention. Knight d2, knight f3, hit the pawn. If f5, we back up. He goes knight d7 instead. There's the cat.
Oh, you see her now.
I see her. Yeah. Show the cat. Let's see the cat.
You got a bigger angle. Here we go.
Hey.
Here you go.
Nice cat.
There she is. She's a sweetie.
What's up, girl? How you doing? Oh, so cute. What's up, Dre? Yeah.
Just castle and keep it quiet, says Casey. Yeah, fair. I wonder what the castling percentage is in 960 compared to regular chess. It's certainly much lower, because there are some positions where you don't really need to castle because your king is already closer to the side and your rooks are more central.
I wonder if we can get that stat somewhere.
But this one definitely seems like one that we need to castle.
Yeah, absolutely. It's more definitely Catalan-esque or something along the lines of the G3 bishop G2 castling, pinchetoing of the bishop on G2. So, Engine gives queen h4. I'm just gonna go with the easy castle here. Get out the way.
Queen h4 is just gone pawn hunting, to be honest.
Yeah, it looks like
it's not that easy.
Go for it.
I mean, you can play h5, right? That's the only way. Or, I mean, rook g7 looks absolutely terrible, so that's not going to happen. So it seems like h5 is the only way to protect that pawn, right? Or knight f8, but if you play knight f8, then your e pawn is in some peril. So yeah, I don't see that happening, and you can't castle anymore.
I actually like queen h4 because it will make him think, which Ray doesn't have a lot of time to do that. So queen h4 actually does make you think. Whoa, what? I wasn't expecting that. Maybe he wasn't. Maybe he is. Wait, is there a bishop f6? Oh, there's some tricks there. Because if it takes rook h8, but he just said, you know what, whatever.
Just castles, yeah.
Hey, man.
Well, and he can castle himself
just
to queen h4, but then you got to reckon with knight g5 and all that stuff landing on you.
Yeah, avoid the hassle. You just castle. That's what they say.
I hope you're listening, Fabi. That's my son. Fabian.
Yeah. Nice. Knight to g5. You say what's wrong with knight g5? Nothing at all. Actually, I like it myself. Knight g5 is a strong move.
I like it, yeah.
Bishop f5, queen h4, h5. You provoke some weaknesses.
Yeah. But hard to know how to continue. Like, how do we increase our pressure? Because we can't easily play g4, but Yeah, I agree. I feel like these knight g5, queen h4 ideas are very appealing. But
I just
Rookie
like
one
what he's
was
doing.
played.
Yeah,
Rookie one,
he's just pressuring him. Like, look at the clock. I mean, just Rookie 1, easy moves.
Yeah.
Anything. Rookie 1, bishop h6, queen h4, like whatever.
yeah, because you can take on d4 with the knight, and that looks unpleasant.
Very strong game here. You can even follow up with queen h4, bishop h6, knight g5, Grand Prix style for your Grand Prix players out there.
Yeah, I mean, Hikaru used to play that when he was a kid. I actually lost him when he was super young when he played that against me. He was learning from his stepdad at the time, Sunil.
Oh, yeah, Sunil.
Sunil used to play that so well. And yeah, so Hikaru played it for a while. And well, I think he sometimes brings it back one here and there in like some kind of blitz game or whatnot. But yeah, it's a really dangerous opening at the amateur level, that's for sure.
Yeah, I actually hate the Grand Prix. And no matter what, the Grand Prix is a vicious opening. It's so vicious. Gotta be careful with that, boy. That Grand Prix against the Sicilian is quite the opening.
Yeah, yeah. And this kind of mating attack happens quite often in that line where the big thing here for black is that white has a queen and black's queen is not participating in the action and is not close to getting into attack or defense.
He also doesn't have time. Look at his time, Jen. Look at his time. Oh,
bishop d5, looking to get rid of the knight so that you don't have those paint by numbers attack, right?
Very
if
nice.
queen h4 now, bishop takes f3 is part of the position, and suddenly like that's not going to be too fun because we don't get to play knight g5 anymore. So I love this move, bishop d5. Great play by Robson, thinking about prophylaxis and not letting Hikaru have too easy of a time at it.
Yeah, you can still see this knight jumping over this way. 93 to g4 to h6 or f6 at some point. So we still have a very strong attack. But we also have time, which is very nice for us. Bishop takes f3, takes, maybe 96. He might be getting some moves off.
Yeah, and then we can stick our queen on d8. Maybe you probably don't want to trade queens because you're the one with the attack.
Correct.
We are the ones with the attack, so we don't want to trade queens, and then we're going to be able to gain a tempo. Well, I keep saying we for everyone. I mean, I should say we for white, and Robson will be able to gain a tempo that way.
Oh, hold on. Maybe 93 anyway. Pawn takes, knight g4. There's bishop g7. Can I go bishop h6 and just go all in? Takes, check. I can't do both.
I like it. Bishop h6 right now, and then if I play rookie,
nice too.
And if I play rookie, okay, d5 has been played.
Very
Trying to
strong.
keep the position interesting. I like it because also after cd5, bishop d5, that's actually a phenomenal bishop, threatening to double the pawns. And if you were to move the knight, that bishop is truly raking down the board. A move like bishop h6 will remove your rook from defending f7. It looks very juicy for white.
I mean, also look at how 3 pieces are all blocked from this pawn. Like, this is a nuisance pawn. It's just all the pieces are blocked by the e5 pawn. They're all fighting over it. And now we can bring the knight around too as well. Yeah, it just says equal, but man, it's just so hard to play from black's standpoint. The bishop is extremely strong. Queen still on b8. Maybe you might see a queen move right now, as you mentioned, queen to d8. Like, you know what? Hey, man, trade the queens off. Where, I mean, I guess we could take b7 there. Does give up a pawn, but will he take? Is the question. Do you want to give up a pawn like that? It's not easy to do anyway.
Yeah, I think that's gonna be very good for white, but maybe he'll feel like that's the best he can do. Can Ray clutch in this position like he did against Sam? Wait, what happened in the game against Sam? That was a draw in the end, right? With the bishop versus the rook. And I think, yeah, Ray was winning for a while, and then he was worse, and then he managed to hold the draw.
Right.
If I remember correctly. But in this one, knight c5 played, trying to avoid bishop e6 type stuff, followed by queen e7, which would be pretty devastating. But now, bishop h6, what do you do?
That's a great question. I feel like I'm getting mated in like 12 moves. So bishop h6, yeah, bishop g7. I have to go bishop g7. I got to get rid of a piece.
Yeah, and then if I play knight e3, inviting you to invite me, I'm inviting myself over.
Queen to d8 probably. Now we could trade. I'm looking to trade.
D8, bishop g5, right?
G5, yeah.
No
bishop
way.
f6.
Ah, bishop f6. Okay, just in the nick of time.
I'm just getting out of here. Queen h3.
Yeah. You're right. We don't want to necessarily allow that.
Yeah, queen h3. 40 seconds for Ray, by the way. There is a huge time deficit.
Oh, yeah. Queen h3 is played. Now rook d1 on the menu, getting that last piece into the game. Knight g4 on the menu with the idea of bishop h6, king g7, queen h6 check, and
Exactly.
you're only hanging in by a thread there.
20 seconds. There it is.
Bishop h6, queen h6.
Queen h6. I mean, Ray is actually defending. I'm not gonna lie. If he, I mean, he got this maneuver, queen f6 to g7. I mean,
Can I win a
defend.
pawn? If you play queen f6 and I play knight g4, queen g7, just take everything, and I'm up a very healthy pawn, right?
That's true. And also b7. You have the
Yeah.
Catalan type pressure.
And so I'm up a pawn, and I have the better bishop. Yeah, so it's going to be really tough to defend. So he decides to try queen e7 instead. Not exactly sure what the follow-up is there for defense, but holding on tight he is. Imagine if white's knight could go to g5 here. We'd just be, well, I guess you could still play knight f6.
That's true. He can still play
Yeah.
f6. Okay. He's able to hold. Knight g4, bring the other rook in the game. You know, maybe b4-ish. h4, h5, you know.
Yeah, I mean, h4 is not even on the list of computer moves, which is kind of unusual because usually like this is like such an AlphaZero stockfish move. But I as a human, I'm very attracted to it.
Me too.
H4, H5 kind of create another weakness because don't forget that F pawn is pinned. So after H4, H5, HG6, pawn G6, queen G6, and you can't recapture.
Correct. And problems for black as Hikaru trying to close out. Can Jen, can you let us know what's happening on the other games? Any
Sure.
major upsets, anything going on?
Well, we've got a pretty potentially drawish position with Neiman versus Mingus, although Han's a little bit better now according to the computer. So wow, he's having quite a day. He also has a huge edge on the clock. So that one definitely could go either in the draw, but if somebody wins it, more likely to be Hans. Now Magnus against Wesley. So Magnus with a big edge. Looks like he just got a fork in and he's about to go up material. Great game for Magnus there. Bibisara is playing against Levana Ronyan, and she looks to be in trouble, having a tough day despite her opening it up with a draw. Since then, it seems like the wheels have come off a little bit. I feel that Prague is a little worse, actually. And what other games have we been closely watching? Let's see.
And Vidit too?
Vidit against Sam Sevian. Sevian is getting down to his final seconds, and Vidit looks to be crushing, actually.
Nice. That's
on the
good
clock.
for Vidit.
On the clock and in the position. And I think there's one other person I didn't mention. Oh, Fabiano. Fabiano's position, interesting, nice game against Arjun. Could go anyway, but it looks like a more solid position. Most likely result will be a draw. So there we go. But really, the story of the day is how great form Hans is, isn't it?
Yeah, he's just been going crazy. He's been going crazy in the games, winning, and only one draw. That's it out of 5 games. Only one draw. This being round 5 here. So in fact, we'll see what happens in this round for him.
Knight d3, given an X-clam by the computer, but what's not an X-clam is Robson's clock. 12 seconds left. Can he continue to find all the right moves?
Ooh, knight f6, and right on cue there. It's like, can he continue to find the right moves? Psych! He actually missed. Rook d1 was apparently winning.
Why is that winning? Because
I think the knight was just trapped, but there is an e4, so maybe
something
not.
like that.
It was kind of trapped, I guess.
Something there.
Oh, but there was a rook d3 and knight f5. Oh my goodness, that's a crazy idea.
Can we look real quick?
Yeah, back here. In fact, so rook d1, I believe, if after e4 you could take on d3, and after it takes, knight f5 should be winning.
Bang!
Should be
That's
winning. Yeah,
a
we're
nice
hitting mates.
one.
Hitting all of this.
I love it. I love it because you can play pawn takes e2, threatening the queen, but then you just checkmate me. You don't even bother taking my queen.
Exactly, mate in one.
'Cause I'm
Makes
right,
sense.
actually. After knight e7, it's a little dicey. You know? It's kind of
Yeah.
complicated. You got to
It
find that
is.
mate, guys.
Gotta find that mate, yeah. So, but he went bishop c4 very quickly, queen h4, and okay, he's playing on raised clock, which is very good. I mean, we're up a lot of time here. Bishop b5 hits the rook, probably rook d1 could follow up next to as well. We still have that idea, by the way. Rook d1 can be played. Rook d1 anyway, e4, but now there's
Now there's a rook on d8, so
yeah,
that the
there's a rook
whole
on d8.
idea
Yeah,
doesn't quite win right away.
all right, it's not
That
the
was a
same
cool
anymore.
tactic.
Yeah.
But there's other
10 seconds
tactics to
for
be
Ray.
had. It's not the only tactic in the position. Like, for instance, knight g4 is very much on tap now because you can't play knight g4. That knight is pinned, and if you play king g7, queen h6 check, looks like it could get nasty. But we'll see.
Yeah, actually, knight g4, king g7. Oh, there's rook d3 now. Now you could play rook d3 because of
Right?
the rook.
Ah, yes, again,
Knight
right?
g4, rook d3. If king g7,
So knight g4 and you're in a lurch.
you're in some trouble.
Yeah, this looks like it's going to be winning for Nakamura. This one, how did this one get so good so quickly? Because
Yeah, it was out
I
of
just
the
feel like it
open.
came from nowhere a little bit to me. Oh, but the queen. I guess it was just the queen that e4, queen takes e4. This game was all about queen activity. Again, I feel like in regular chess, we don't bring our queen out too early. And there's two reasons for that. One is that chess is so well set up that if you get your queen out early, your knights are so well poised to just start hitting me and annoying me. 916, not always like that. Sometimes I get my queen out and you can't do anything about it.
Yeah.
And then secondly, in regular chess, the queen is already in a better square than it is in some 960 position. So it's not as urgent to find ways to develop her. Okay, knight g4 is on the board, and Nakamura looking like he might be getting another win.
A dub, guys. For Hikaru, he finds knight f4. What a move here. We
Great
probably,
move.
yeah, that's a sick move because he's going to take with check and in between move, and he's going to get two pieces for the rook. In fact, we are. In fact,
Oh,
Hikaru.
but in the middle game, the pieces are still so much better, right? Rook takes d8, knight takes f6 check. Oh, but knight f6 check, king g7, and my knight is trapped. Okay, so I kind of have to take with the queen, huh? Yeah, he has to take with the queen. But not only are we up two pieces for the rook, we're also up a pawn.
They're
So,
going to get this
okay.
pawn e4.
Yeah, so that's going to
Likely.
be a completely winning position for white. And again, not only on the position, but also on the clock, we have an extra 2 minutes. So this is all Hikaru.
All Hikaru, boys and girls. Hikaru with another win. Looking good. We take on e4, probably f5 or something, but it doesn't really matter as we are going to coast on this one. Hikaru looking good to win.
Yeah, I feel like we learned something from this game. I like this one. It was instructive. Because yeah, like when I look back at it and I say like, what did Black do wrong to get into so much trouble? And you really see the importance of the queen in chess, the mad woman's chess game they used to call it.
Oh, really? The mad
Well, when they changed the rules, so the queen went from like one of the weakest pieces
yeah.
to the most
To the
powerful.
strongest, yeah.
Yeah, they first called it the mad woman's game because they were like, maybe this one's not going to stick, right? This crazy lady in it, maybe it won't stick. But then it stuck, and they stopped calling it the crazy woman's chess game.
Now it's the queen. Strongest piece on the board, generally.
There it is.
12 seconds on the clock for Ray. Looking good. Can we get a game update? Any results?
Yeah, let's see how that I'll check in on that Hans game because I know everybody's excited to see Hans and Hikaru face off next round because both such great form. And indeed, Hans won again.
Jeez.
He is on a nasty 4.5 out of 5.
Whoa. He is on a heater.
It is hot in Vegas. And meanwhile, we got Sam battling it out against Vidit, but in horrible shape. It looks like he's getting squashed there. Unfortunately, he's pulled out some great defensive moves, but it's not going to work today. Bobby, Arjun, earlier I predicted that might be a draw. Prediction looking pretty solid, likely to be a draw.
Okay.
And yes, Levon did defeat Bibisara. Magnus still playing against Wesley, so that one could go anyway. But maybe we'll hop to that one if this one finishes. Although, I mean, I don't see Hikaru doing anything but winning this. Because it's just easy play once you coordinate your minor pieces, and you have so much more than Black does.
Yeah, and we just up. Hikaru should just, cleanly win this one. The knight and the bishop are much better than the rook, and we have pawns on the board, both sides of the board, looking good.
Yeah, he's got to work on a couple technical things here and there, but it's all good. A6 here. What do we do after A6? What's our clean way there?
Oh, that's a great question. It's played on the board, by the way. Maybe
Well, it's on the
I
board.
was gonna say knight c7. Oh yeah, knight c7 because knight d5.
Yeah, it's okay. So B5, bishop B3 or whatever. We don't have to worry about it. Good point.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, this is really nice. Yeah, this is very nice. So, because I didn't want to give up my c-pawn, and apparently I don't have to. That's what I like.
There we go.
Sometimes greed is good in chess.
Sometimes, chat. Sometimes greed is good. GG's. Hikaru with the win.
Very nice. And sometimes the rook is better than you would think in the endgame against two pieces, but that's usually when the rook has something really nice going for it, like an outside pass pawn. But yeah, this one, Black just doesn't have anything to go with it, and it's toasted.
Okay.
If we play f4 check, you can't go king d4 because of knight b5 check. If you go into a light square like e4, I go bishop b7. Ooh, knight a8 to the corner. I wouldn't even see that move.
Yeah, that's a crafty one. b5. Maybe just a4. Doesn't really matter.
It's Black's move now. I know they're in trouble, but they do still get to move. I don't know how much help it will give him here, though. It's a tough position. Yeah, I think Nakamura can play almost anything here to win. That's the problem. For Ray, he doesn't really have a lot of hope here.
Good work for Hikaru once again. G5. Yeah, nothing. We just have, he has nothing. So we're just looking to cleanly win this one. And we're going to face Hans in the next one.
It's going to be a goodie.
Everybody's looking forward to it.
Yeah, are we going to get it? I wonder what color we're going to get in that one. Because we had a couple of blacks in a row. Let's take a look. I think the pairing will state it. Yeah, round 6. It does look like. Looks like in round 6 we are going to be black. Nakamura is going to be black against Hans.
Okay.
It's okay. Happens. And we'll finish off the day with white against Vidit. So that's what we got ahead of us. As Fabiano will play Hans in the final round. So that one will be one to watch as well. 7
rounds today. Thanks for sticking with us, boys and girls.
Oh yeah. I know for those of you who are watching in Europe, it might be getting super late. Some of you might have to leave us, and we understand. But welcome to those of us who are just joining us from your time zone. I think in Asia it's a good time, right? It's like early morning. Anybody with us from Asia just waking up in the morning? Let us know.
Let me see. Let me pull up chat again. Okay, there we go. All right. Oh, that's a win. We're up.
There it is.
We're up, boys. Let's go.
Nakamura, 5 out of 6, right? Wait,
Yeah.
no. Is it 4 out of 5? 4 out of 5.
4 out of 5.
Played
4 out
5
of 5,
rounds so far. 4 out of 5. Maybe I'm seeing the future, James.
4 out of 5 here. What happened in this game? Was it transmission error?
Transition error. What do you mean? What's up?
There's like 2 clocks on 0.
Oh, 2 clocks on 0, 0.
Yeah,
Ooh,
here.
I guess we'll find
Interesting.
out about that.
No result there. Fabiano and Arjun. 3-6, 3-6.
7:30 a.m. in Singapore? I'm not sure what that means. SEA? Where's that?
Let's go king c4. Magnus lost again? Did he lose?
Oh, Southeast Asia. Okay.
Wow, they say Magnus is lost. Magnus loses. He blundered maiden 4 in a
Let's
winning
see.
position. What? I gotta
Where?
go see that.
Yeah, he was playing against Wesley. Okay.
Blunder maiden. Oh, click the wrong thing. I got the chess
We
kids.
were showing a lot of helpmates throughout today, and we didn't really expect any of them to show up on the board, but let's see.
Oh my goodness. Wesley wins. Let's
Okay.
see. Where did it happen? It was equal.
Yeah, but he was winning earlier, I saw, but that's okay. So he played
Wow.
Rook F7 here, missing that after what? King G4?
There's queen
There's-
check here. And then
after
G5.
checkmate?
Lucky checkmate, to be honest. That's what it is.
Oh, wow.
Oh my
Wait. So,
goodness.
I'm sorry, I'm slow. Let me see that mate one more time.
Yeah, he's winning. Bishop E5 was wrong. He's supposed to stay with the queen. But here. And then after here, the problem is after
Oh.
here, you have queen G2. And if king here is Bishop G5.
That's what I wanted to see. Yeah, that's
Yeah,
a
and
nice
then
mate.
king
So
here
Bishop
is
G5
G5.
and
Yeah.
Bishop G5 is probably what he missed. I feel like that's the harder part because you feel like what we've noticed here in these weird checkmates that come from nowhere is they're often like a mate against a king in a center where surprisingly, even though you're in the center, all your pieces are blocking you from escape.
Yeah.
Wow. Tough one.
Very tough. Norderbeck versus Vincent.
Well, this is a tough
Okay.
one. Whoever's guarding that passed pawn on C2. That
That's
one
it.
looks like it's
Just
ready
a 1-2.
to
That's it.
become a mad woman.
Or a 1-2-3 like this.
There it is. Yeah.
However you want to do it. We can even end up sacking the rook and winning probably with this pawn too as well. Winning this one too. Very clean.
Okay, so knight e2. If we play knight b3 and you play g7, what do we do?
I was going to.
Rook c7 check, take the
I
pawn,
could
and
probably.
then
Yeah, maybe check, but yeah,
Yeah.
there's a check, king here, and then I take the rook. Oh yeah, I could take the rook, and then check again. I guess I could have did that anyway. No, I couldn't because the
No,
king
I
was
think-
here.
I think you might just take the pawn, right? No, because if you take the pawn, then you take my pawn. You're right. So I have to take
Right.
the rook first, and then after queen, rook c8 check. What about knight e8 though?
I was just about to say that. What about 98? So rook check. Apparently, you probably could go knight here because you're stopping this check.
Wow,
Yeah, so-
that's awesome.
Incredible.
Okay.
Incredible.
Okay, we could also maybe start with knight e2. So basically that's the key idea that after knight e2, so might as well pin him first. After knight e2, we're threatening queen and you have no checks. Wow, how cool is that?
Yeah, that's very cool.
Very well done. And then we just don't really have any perpetual possibilities because we can always nestle our king into a8. Nice.
Norderbeck winning. That round is over. Is that all the games? That was okay, black. I think everything is over. We got one more game. Fabiano and Origin.
Fabiano, I always thought this one was likely to be a draw because there was a lot of material traded off earlier, and I think that's still the case, right?
Definitely looks very likely to be drawn.
Yes.
Definitely.
It's official. Magnus is in 5th place right now, says Casey Abel. I didn't see that coming. Wait, how did he get into 5th place? I thought he started. Whoa, he's in 5th place.
Definitely did not see Magnus being in 5th
Yeah.
place.
Especially that early. He won his first game, right? I thought he started out well. Huh.
5th place is not Magnus you're used to seeing. Let's see what chat's talking about. Yeah, loss is a big deal. Yeah, he lost twice too. He did lose 2 games.
Yeah, he lost to Wesley. He's not going to be happy about that at all. And then he also lost to Prague the round prior. So 2 in a row after starting off quite nicely. Yikes.
And a draw here, boys and girls. Shake hands. Very
Okay,
easy.
He won his first 2 games,
Mhm.
drew his 3rd game, and then Magnus went on to lose his next 2. So, wow.
Wow, incredible round. Once again, Vidit actually losing. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I thought he was winning at some point. Vidit actually loses. That's tough. tough on Vidit. Hans wins again. Let's take a look at that very briefly, and then we'll go into a break, guys, as we got Hans versus Hikaru coming up. It's going to be awesome because Hans is on a tear here. We want to see what Hikaru does. 96, rook g7, take.
I mean, they're both on tears in a way, right? I mean, both of them, just one extra draw by Nakamura, but like a sizzling number of wins for both. And some really stylish ones, especially for Hikaru.
Yeah, and it got him in
There was
an
one
in-game
really,
here.
really nice win. The one that Hans just played, that was or was it last round? I feel like the round where he like sacrificed, got the brilliant move towards the end. With
Oh,
the
that was
fast
against
pawn.
Vidit. Yeah,
Yeah, that was the
Vidit.
last round. That was awesome. Even though we looked at it in like 1 minute, I could tell that was a nice one.
All right, here we go, guys. Look at this. You know what time it is. We have Hans and Hikaru coming up next, guys. You don't want to miss this one. We'll take a break and we'll be right back with more.
Knight G3, C6. And I got. Okay, what about Knight G3 first one?
Yeah, no. I think Knight G3.
D5, D4.
Yes, from Scandinavia. So Knight G3 makes sense, right? D5, you want to go Knight?
Knight F5, yeah. G6, you want to
Knight
say?
F6.
Yeah.
Knight F5.
D5, Knight F5, Knight E6, followed by Knight D6. I don't understand what's the problem here. Just play Knight D6 next move.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, this is
Strange to play Knight F5.
No, okay, Knight G3, D5, yeah. I think you shouldn't put D5 for any move.
Wait, so D4, D5, D3, D6 is just Knight G3 and then up? E4. No, but E5 I take and go Knight D3. Maybe.
Bishop C3.
Bishop C7.
Also, Knight G3, I can play H5. It's possible.
Yeah, it's just,
Well, I don't know, E4.
maybe.
So let's say E4 instead of Knight G3.
Yes, sir. E4.
If I take D5, you want to go D5 or what? Yeah, D5 was like, no, that's completely okay. Like,
How do you play after D4?
no, I think you should have like 97 maybe.
Decent. Take Knight C6.
Knight G3, D5, C4.
DC.
You want to take everything and play? You pass it.
No, better. Better. F4. No, but not H5.
Also, we can take.
The bishop on G1 is the only
It's also the same problem.
But we listed.
Yeah, with Carlsbad.
No, but then you can H, bishop H. And then Knight H.
No, but this pawn is.
And this?
Weakness, right?
This?
Where first no Knight G3 was?
E5.
E5?
You want to play F3, yeah? You want to say that the bishop is better placed, yeah? D6 we don't want to play. 92 and then 96. Not D6. 93, C3, yeah?
Yeah,
Slightly better.
Free tempo, no?
Preparation.
Preparation finish, yeah?
E5?
Yeah, okay, E5 and D4.
Huh?
D4?
93. 93, 93.
Okay, so 6, 8. Now like that's something like 25, yeah? Before 93.
Of course. What's wrong with me? But we were gonna play.
They were gonna play 93 anyway, yeah? So this is better.
Maybe.
So here, I'll probably C6, bishop before 97, this type. We should take this one seriously.
But you could.
97.
Seems easier. C4?
No, bishop f4, g3 you want to play. But I don't know, this bishop is...
I think I could.
Well,
You don't like C4?
this bishop is a bit idiotic in g1, yeah? It's too slow.
Well, but you can go here.
Just like this, you know?
But what's the. Okay, so
F6.
F6.
I'm also thinking h5.
English page 7, castle F5.
Ah, yeah. What is doing?
Okay, but
No,
you won't find it.
Maybe even d5.
yeah. Both fine.
He's not gonna find it.
Ah, he's not gonna find it. Okay, it's not then okay. What about Scotch?
F3 or C3, I don't know.
Yes, C3. Ponziani, yeah? Good old Ponziani. I'm thinking like 93, then try to play with 92. Huh?
96. Yeah, makes sense.
What happened?
D5?
No, but why h5? Yeah. Knight f5, g6, knight h6.
No, knight 96. Then 96. That's the
Ah, yeah.
I don't see.
Yeah, yeah.
This knight is not doing anything. No, I think d4 is the best. Just after e4, you play slowly.
And c5, f3, 96, what do you do?
Mere minutes away from our penultimate round here on day one of the 2025 Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour live in Vegas. And as you can see here, it's position 524 for each of our players, and it's going to look mighty familiar to our... All right, guys, we are back again. Freestyle Chess Grand Slam round 6. We are in round 6, long day, but we still here. I'm FIDE Master James Cantor III here with WGM Jennifer Shahade. Guys, we have Hans and Hikaru. Wow. All right, Jen, what are we doing?
Oh my gosh, this is just like the chessboard that your, Uncle Ron, who doesn't know the game, like ends up setting up wrong because they switch up the knights and the bishops. Like they remember the rooks, they remember queen and the color, but that, they got that bishop and knight mixed up. In one of my son's earliest tournaments, his opponent actually mixed up the bishops and the knights. And Bobby set up his correctly, but he didn't notice that his opponent did it wrong. And at some point early in the game, Fabian was able to play bishop takes b2 and win the game. And I think the tournament director noticed it at that point, but it was like too late because it had been like 8 moves or whatever.
You're like,
the funniest game.
How is this even happening? Right? Oh, that's so funny.
So that b2 pawn, I know that b2 pawn and that g2 pawn. Speaking of quick mates, knight g6, knight h4, knight g2 mate.
Be careful. Yes, checkmate is possible here. In fact, it's gonna be fun to see. There's a lot of just tension always between Hikaru and Hans, or Hans and really anyone at this point, and it's going to be all on the board here. Boys and girls, they are hot. Hikaru, 4 out of 5. Hans, 4.5 out of 5. It comes down to this right here. We're excited to see it. Any predictions, guys? Now, of course, with Bishop and Knight, Bishop and Knight just kind of switched up here. Oh, we got moves e4. He's just going with a regular setup here.
I like this. It is very similar to regular chess, except this one, like, it's a little bit less harmonious because, the knights normally have the magic square f6 and c6. Here they have the unenviable choice of blocking the center pawn or going to b6 and g6, which are not the greatest squares, although as I did point out, they do point at some weaknesses that don't exist in regular chess. So I would just say like harmonizing seems a little tougher. Also, don't move the f pawn, right? But how do we get our bishop on g8 out if we don't move the f pawn?
That is correct.
It's a little bit more difficult.
Okay, e4, e5 was played. Matching f3. Well, this is ridiculous. Looks like they really wait. You don't even know how do you play chess again? You push the f pawns, guys. f3. What a move. f3. But of course, he gets the bishop out and puts it on the long diagonal. As it is now, Hikaru to move. Maybe he goes d5. Maybe he goes, knight somewhere, knight e6, g6, c6. Any of these moves are possible.
I do kind of like knight e6, just getting that knight, and yes, he does it.
There it is.
Like it. Will Hans follow suit, or will he do something different?
Carl looking at something. He's like, yo, what is going on? You see that over there, and then he's back to the board.
The calm bishop f2, clearly angling for castling after he gets that knight out.
The question is, where will they put the knight? E3 or g3? What do you guys think? Chat, what do you think is going to happen? What do you think? Everybody's raving over this game right now. Tournament leaders in a way.
I like that this position is close enough to regular chess that people are just using regular chess opening names, like Casey Abel, who says that Magnus is playing a crazy Sicilian, meaning of course e4 c5. But I don't even know how you. Okay, I guess you can do that, but c3. I was wondering if the move was going to come into play because you're really going for this massive center with d4, which is supported by both the bishop and the queen. Normally, it's not as easy to go for that because it wouldn't be have as much support in the beginning of the game. So Hans very quickly noticing some of the differences here between this position and regular chess. C6, Hikaru doing something similar.
Yeah, with D4, I think the error with D4, maybe the problem there is there might be some checks over here. The knight to G3 with the knight F5 type of ideas, maybe knight H5. It doesn't really do anything because they hit G7. Bishop F7, there it is played. We're probably going to see castle and castle quite quickly here. There's one. And will the other follow? Will the other follow?
I think so. It's just such a natural move. I mean, we're probably going to play d5 too, but you know what they say when you're torn between castling and some other move, castle.
Yeah. Avoid the hassle. You just castle. That's it.
If you see a dessert menu and it's got creme brulee on it and a bunch of other stuff, just get the creme brulee.
Just do it, Chad. It's very easy. Just do it, right? And we have the same idea here. You just do it. You just get castle. There it is. Now, how do we follow up? D5. Okay, now this is basically regular chess. There you go. Correct. Manan is correct. It's just basically regular chess here.
Yeah, it isn't the most exciting one, but the one thing I like about this one is it kind of introduces us into like a more realistic alternate reality. Like, what if this was just the chess we've been playing our whole lives? Maybe we wouldn't. Maybe it would seem so normal to us.
That's so funny here. Alternate reality where knights and bishops are switched and everything else is the same. What do we call it? Backwards chess. Wait, what? That doesn't make sense. Okay. No. D5 on the board and challenging the center as I would too as well. E5 maybe takes possible too. I do like the fact that we have the ISO pawn. So you just play against the isolated pawn as we see here.
Yeah, we got to move our bishop to like C7 to B6. I like it. Yeah.
Play against the ISO pawn, something like this.
By the way, there's a new book out on the playing against the isolated pawn in the endgame, and it's literally called something like the most boring chess book in the world. Like that's the title.
Oh, that's terrible. Why would they name it that? Nobody's gonna buy that. What kind of marketing is that?
Yeah, I think it's kind of catchy. Like I probably wouldn't mention it. I probably wouldn't mention it in the stream otherwise.
Bro, what? No, I'm staying far away from that book.
You're staying far away from that.
Bro, why on earth would I buy a book that's that boring? Okay, thanks, bro. Appreciate it. You walk right by that book, chat. Wow, that is insane.
You are. Isn't there something called the Boring Company that sells T-shirts or something? Help me out here. I feel like there is a company called that. The
Chat,
Boring Company.
anyone know? Anyone know about
Am I
this?
going crazy here?
Anyone know about this, chat? No, that's crazy.
Chess too.
I'll start one. Okay, cool, King Me. Elon Musk company.
Is it really Elon Musk's company? Oh no. Gosh. I didn't mean, let me take it back.
Boring company.
It really is Elon's. Okay.
Answer some messages there.
Hawaii, tournament in Hawaii. I noticed some people complaining about the time zone, and I gotta say, chess is popular all over the world. The only way we're gonna make a time zone that works for everyone is if we can get conspiracy from the sun. And yeah, just tell the sun to rearrange its schedule for our chess event, James, and then we can make it so that everybody has the same, everybody enjoys the time control.
Oh, nice. Very easy. Yeah, I'll do it tomorrow. Yeah, I'll get on it tomorrow, first thing in the morning.
It's popular everywhere. It's popular in India and China and Europe and getting more popular in Africa, Kenya, Nigeria. Now it's like also South America. Chess is booming. Brazil. Come on. What are we going to do? It's popular everywhere. You can't make a time zone where it works.
Yeah.
Yeah, Samkazi 23 says it's 1 a.m. in Nigeria. Yeah, same time zone as Europe, right?
1 a.m. Yeah, that's right. 8, 9, 1, 2. Yeah, there's like Norway's like, from where I am, 8. It's like 6 hours ahead. 1, 2. So it's like 3 in the morning over there in Norway. 2 a.m. in Norway. There it is. Yeah, I know. I've been in Norway like 4 times. So yeah, it's like late. But then in the summertime, doesn't the sun come up at like 4 in the morning, which is crazy. That's diabolical, boys. Like, what? Yeah, you got to keep the curtains closed to get any kind of type of sleep.
The funny thing is there's a Macau, I mean, there's a win in Macau, and I think that it's probably like a normal hour there too. So it's funny, like you can actually watch it from both wins pretty easily. I think it must be 8 a.m. or something in Macau, right? Early morning chess.
Early morning, 3 a.m. in Saudi Arabia. I'll be there end of the month actually. Got to get on
Oh,
that
really?
time. Yeah, for the EWC, Esports World Cup.
97. Okay, so we haven't gotten our isolated pawn quite yet, but it seems like it's going to happen eventually because, well, if white takes on d5, we will take with the knight, not the pawn.
We
Although
actually
that's
haven't
not,
gotten anything here, Jen. This position is just boring. There is nothing going on. We got
I
an
mean,
isolated pawn.
I mean, I kind of like black though.
I do.
Like knight f4, which was played. It just feels like black is a bit better, right? Because if I get to decide when to take that pawn on e4,
I
I
agree
mean,
with
the
you. I
computer
do
thinks
like
black's a bit better, right? The knight on
Yeah.
d3, not super well placed in general, unless it can
Mhm.
hop over to f5, and it can't. It's all very small, and it's nothing that like nothing to necessarily write home about. But I'm sure Hikaru's got to be satisfied with his opening position. What do you think, chat?
What you guys think, chat? Yeah, is Hikaru satisfied here? I mean, actually, white and black are both developed, as you see. Plays b6 here, just restricting the knight. Maybe he wants an a5, a4 at some point, but I mean, quite frankly, not very aggressive, not very fun. It's just kind of boring, and you're going to try to work the position as much as you can. Time about even. I mean, this is as even as it gets right now, except the ISO pawn right here on d4. Chat is happy. Okay.
Well, okay, so rook c8. So I see the computer is suggesting queen d6, and the cool thing about this is, like, let's look. I know we've been talking about this being boring, so let's look at one cool variation. So
Oh, he
say I
just
play
played
queen
queen
d6. Oh, he didn't play queen d6.
Yeah, he played
I
queen
wanted to
d6.
play queen d6 just for fun, and then like play some random move like a3 or something. And then if I take on e4, and you take with a knight, I can play knight to h3, check, and mate. There we go.
Checkmate. Look at that, guys. You always want to pay attention to the lineup like this because tactics will follow at some point. And Hikaru, on the other hand, said queen d7, defending this way. And if a knight f5, I guess he would take twice, but knight f5 was kind of weird anyway. Just a doubling of the pawns. Queen d7, just sort of shuffling and making pieces better. In fact, Engine likes knight f5 right now. That is crazy.
Yeah, that looks weird. I mean, queen d7 makes sense. Just trying to unravel bishop c7, come in, and maybe a rook d8 or something like that. And once we pick the perfect moment, we can perhaps take on e4 and isolate the isolated pawn.
Isolate the isolation.
That's what we're going for.
Okay. Pawn.
We are Nakamura.
Yeah. We are all Nakamura here, Chad. Do you feel the power? Is it showing in your rating yet? If not, that's okay. Just read the disclaimer at the bottom. Bishop c7, maybe bishop d6 hits e5. I need to get this bishop off the back rank, like for sure. I just figure out when and how. Yeah, bishop g6 is possible too. Yeah, senior, exactly. Liberty music. I like bishop g6. It's a nice pin. It does something. You know, sometimes you don't need to do anything at all.
What was your line earlier? Do something, but not too much.
Yeah, do something, but not too much. You know, just do something, but not too much though.
That sounds like something Capablanca would say. You know, there's so many famous old Capablanca quotes. And it's like, yeah, he would say that for real.
Do something, but not too much, but okay.
And then he would, or somebody else would say it, and it would get attributed to him forever. Yeah. That's kind of the way those old school chess quotes work.
Wow,
all
he
right,
said that? That's crazy. I've never heard that before. Like, bro, what? Okay, bro. Do a little something, Suzanne. Exactly. By the way, Hikaru, gotta move, man. Make a move.
Yeah, it's not typical that Hikaru is the one down on time, but he is sensing something here, that these are critical moments.
Yeah, he's
looking at something.
I definitely like h5. He played bishop d6. I was a fan of this too, though, because like you got to get this off the back rank. I mean, I really didn't like e5. This is why I didn't go for it. I guess we take and play bishop b4. Maybe that's possible. But
Oh, I
also
like
maybe
that.
bishop g6.
That's cute.
Yeah, I
Someone
did like
mentioned that
this.
maybe you could have
a3.
played a5 and just kept the bishop on b8. The thing is, the point of a5 isn't as much to develop the rook as to just kind of pressure the knight on b3. Like, the rook is
Yeah.
not really a key part of the plan. So we still want to get the rook developed, even if we play a5.
Right.
Yes, baby girl Bailey, we are pulling for Hikaru. I mean, yeah, it is the GMHikaru channel. I think I've seen you all chat though.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think she's actually responding to somebody else explaining what I just said. Yes.
Why are you guys rooting for Hikaru, bro? Like, why are you here on Hikaru's channel rooting for Hikaru? That's crazy. Okay. Knight to g6 and bishop at 4, h5, h4 stuff. Queen c7 too. Very possible. Could just replace bishop at 4. Put the bishop here instead of the knight. But also restricting the e5 push. They're playing too symmetrical and safe. Janaya. Well, you would always want someone like Janaya in your corner. Be like, yo, stop playing symmetrical. Just go for it. And be like, what? But how? No, you just do it. If I can chat, I want some action. There we go. Yeah. I like that. You always need someone like Janaya in your corner there. Yeah, sack something. See, that is not great, Janaya.
That's not the right attitude.
You're gonna get somebody hurt, okay? You're gonna get someone hurt, man. You need to relax. You need to breathe through it. That's what I need you to do. I need you to
you
breathe.
gotta meet the demands of the position. You shouldn't have too many preferences. Same thing in poker. You can't just say like, I'm gonna go bluffing today. Like
Yeah.
what you gotta do what comes to you. What's the right thing to do right now?
That's right. No, we know you're joking tonight. We're
I
joking.
gotta sacrifice.
You gotta sacrifice, right? B4. Okay, we got some action here. I don't know. C5, yes or no? Chat, what do you think? C5, yes or no? Anyone?
But if I absolutely had to sacrifice something in this position, how would I do it?
That's a good
That's a
question.
new one.
Queen H3. No, I'm kidding. Knight H4 you could put this knight here. No, but it doesn't do anything.
Yeah,
really.
but it feels a bit artificial. Like I don't see where we're going with it, especially with that bishop on F1 kind of has a nice defensive range there.
Very, very strong maneuvering game here from both of them. It's just a lot of
yeah.
maneuvers. Yeah, look at Rook A8.
Rook A8. Well, somebody mentioned earlier that Rook A8, A5.
Yeah, the shuffle, bro. He played Knight C3. They might take a draw. I mean, he might just like, you know what? We both play it well.
Yeah.
Power down on time.
Both gonna qualify to the next stage. Bishop D6. I do think he's going for A5 though, because before we could play A5, but the pawn wasn't on B4 to chew on. Now the pawn is on B4 to chew on, so he really wants to play B4, create a weakness. Either the pawn on B4 or the pawn on A3, depending on what you do. Queen B2, though, is kind of anticipating that because now if pawn to A5, maybe you can play B5. Perhaps that's the idea. And now that pawn on A3 is defended. So I believe that was the intent there. If Black really intent on playing A5, maybe he could play B5 first. Looks kind of anti-positional at first glance. But once you see that the idea is to play A5 yourself, could it be worth it? I don't know.
Right.
Only if we could stick a knight on C4.
Well, chat, what do you think? Who is going to win here? Maybe no one. Maybe it's just a clean draw. Maybe it's just a peaceful, clean draw.
So many pieces on the board to consider that so far, and it still seems rather imbalanced. I know that it hasn't exactly been like slash and burn, but it could become that any moment, really, right?
Jen, I see someone says Magnus losing. Is that correct?
Oh no, he won his
Again?
first two, drew, and you're
And
saying
then lost.
he's
He's losing a third game?
I don't know. Isn't he playing Bibisara at this round too? Not that she can't scalp him, but that would be quite an upset scalp for her. I'll take a quick look. Maybe I got that wrong. Maybe they play in the last round. Let's see. No, he's not playing her this round.
Oh wow.
Notre Burke. But let's see. Yeah, he looks like he's in trouble. We can check that one out late, but I think losing might be an overstatement. He's under a lot of pressure as his king.
Okay.
Hikaru low on time needs to speed it up. I don't know if I agree because I feel like Nakamura is so good in low time, and actually this position's very rich. Like if you're gonna spend time trying to figure out what to do, maybe this is the moment, especially if you know once the position starts clarifying, you're confident in your quick game. It's something that you see great players do a lot, that they think a little bit longer in like a few moments in the game, but then some of their other moves come very, very fast. And he does make a decision here to scrap any ideas of playing against the isolated pawn with this move c5, as the position looks ready to blow up.
Oh, absolutely. But of course, lots of times when you see positions blow up, what could happen is the position absolutely explodes and then everything peters out, as they say in the chess books, peters out to some type of draw. If we see all of this stuff get exchanged here, it's kind of just normal, looks equal. But b5, maybe it could be a weakness, but it could be a strength too as well, with the bishop behind the b5 pawn. Maybe, 2 pawns versus 2 pawns on this side of the board. Really nothing. It's not symmetrical, but definitely even. Han's on the move.
Peter's out. You know, it's funny. Like, I love literature. I studied literature in college, but I got to tell you, there's some words where you feel like they're only used in chess books. I feel like Peter's out is one of them.
And another one is biting on granite. I've never heard that except in chess books. I'm like, what? The bishop is biting granite. And then the first time I heard it, I'm like, oh, that's cool, nice. Then I see it in a whole separate, different chess book. And I was like, this is something here. There's something here.
Oh yeah, tell us your other favorite chess only phrases in the chat. I want to hear.
Superfluous. Okay, I could go all day on this chat. Okay, I read chess books. Superfluous. I was like, what is this word? Never seen it. But superfluous nice. Like, oh my goodness, that is interesting. They say all this stuff in chess books.
Okay. Now our queen is on the wrong line. We don't really want to be in that line with the rook. So we're gonna maybe. I wish we could swap our queen and our bishop.
Hold on, we got zigzagging.
Zigzagging.
Zigzagging. That's a nice one, Dash Point. Zigzagging. Prophylactic. Okay. Yeah. Nice. Zugzwagging. He was like, oh my bad. Sorry, I said it wrong. Zugzwagging. Excuse me. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah. Now you got it right. You got it right there, Dash Point. Correct. Zugzwagging. Yeah. Absolutely.
I don't know. Some of those words I think have meaning outside chess too, friends in chat.
Wow. Zugzwagging. What's the correct way? It's Zugzwang. Task Point. That's crazy. Like zigzagging. Oh my bad. Sorry. It's been a long day. Zugzwagging. Like, oh, okay. Gotcha, buddy. Zugzwang, correct? Nice. Time is evening out. Yes, that's very good for us. Very good for us as we look to see what Hans wants to do. This is a very critical moment. This is why he's spending so much time to figure out what do we do now. And this is going to be the rest of the game, in fact. For the rest of the game, he's kind of calculated a lot of things right now.
Pawn takes d5 or pawn takes c5 are both very big candidates here, just for obvious reasons, because now we've gotten all of our pieces developed to have both sides, and now it's a question like, let's open it up and see whose pieces are better.
That's right.
Pawn takes d5, knight takes d5. How does that go?
Pawn takes, knight takes. Let's see. Pawn takes, knight takes. I mean, there's just so many things to think about, which is why, I mean, maybe you go down this route. Oh, wait, there's apparently rook takes e1 in between is better.
Yeah, so they actually want to take on e8 first because they think it's so nice to have that rook on c1 when this all goes down.
Right.
So you rather want to take that with check and then pawn takes c5 so that black ends up with like a bit of a weak pawn here. Yeah, fair. This does look better for white. That pawn on c5 looks like a real lemon. And then a4, a5 type things using the a pawn, using the b pawn as a potential passer could be kind of nice. So after pawn takes d5, interestingly, the computer doesn't even want to recapture right away. They want to go for the Zwischenzug in between move intermezzo. Speaking of moves, words they don't really hear in real life. But instead he chose none of the above. Knight to a4.
He chose knight a4. I don't know. In fact, my first instinct was c4 here. After takes, I can take with bishop takes. I had to have a pass pawn. It is weak and it's played. There it is. Knight c3 played very quickly. He was anticipating this, waiting. Now he's putting pressure on the pawn, but not really. Maybe I go bishop f4 first. I don't know the follow-up. I plays knight f4, makes it a little bit different here. So now if we take on d5, there's a question mark move. I can end up still taking with the bishop. Rook goes over to d1, defending. Maybe just kind of sidestepping. Making a move, basically, is what that is.
Yeah, just trying to not get too far behind on the clock. A lot of people have been mentioning that Han's management on time has been great today. So is Nakamura's. I don't think Nakamura's been in too much trouble either. Queen d7 on the board, getting that queen off the line of the rook, although I don't think it matters as much anymore. But what is the plan now with this queen? Is anyone in particular that wants to go?
Yeah, I mean, this was just a
Can
very...
we hit him with an attack?
Uh-huh. Oh, you mean with h5, h4 type?
Yeah, I mean, and then because our queen's on d7, we're hitting you actually on h3, ready to play bishop h5. Somehow the pieces are really starting to nag you. Maybe this is a kingside attack opportunity.
I like it. I'm a fan of it. He goes h6 instead.
h6.
Wait, oh no, he went h5.
He did go h5, h4, but now knight g6 is going to hit the pawn. I guess you can play knight f5 if we play knight g6. So that's not.
Maybe this knight g6. Oh, but he still could go knight f5. No, yeah, but I could take a pawn on that one. Bishop b8.
Yeah,
keeping the long diag.
That's right. So how do we make advantage of that pawn push on h4 with this weak pawn? I agree with you though. What about knight on 4 to g6? Isn't that going to be a good move? Oh, you say, oh,
yeah, the other pawn.
I see. I forgot about that. I forgot about
same,
that.
Same. I was like, oh,
okay.
Yeah. I got it.
But now knight g6. Okay, knight h5 stops bishop f4. Okay, fine. How about, I see that the computer wants to play queen d6 or queen c7, because now if we play knight g6, not so fast, you cannot play knight h5 because we'll mate you on h2. And this is not symmetrical, so you do not have a similar idea against me.
Hikaru locking in. He is locking in. This is a big win. This could be huge. This will be huge. In fact, if he's able to win, look at chat on cue with the spam power. The spam power. Every time you spam, Hikaru feels the energy. Look at that chat. Look what she calls in question mark by Hans here. That was not the correct move. Now, the hard move to find here, let me see. Engine says, oh, that's hard to find. The reason why I say that is just, maybe it's not hard to find after you look at what his next move could possibly be. Then you would go f5, which he plays. Yep. Which he plays. Because it just stops. This is coming next. You don't want it to happen. So you play f5. It's a very natural move. Now, the next move, yeah, queen prophylaxis. Exactly. Right. Prophylaxis or Zugzwagen, you know. So queen f6 and queen takes h4 coming next.
Queen h4, and then if something like knight f5, we've got that knight e2 check. Oh, I don't know. It depends on the position because there could be a little king running away. Let's look at it. How like say white plays a move like a random move like a5, queen a5, knight f5, knight e2 check. I don't know what's gonna happen there.
And then bishop g3. Yeah, there's some play. There is some play. Queen f6 is getting down to this game. Time lower for Hans here. Queen f6, we want to take. What did he play? Can he just move the knight away?
Yeah, the question mark is way too harsh, Casey. I agree. Those are not created by me and James. Those are automatically generated.
Automatically generated by the engine. Let me see. 92. Yeah, 93 is annoying. Huh? Right. 92, 93. This is just hanging. I mean, knight h1, but this is gross. Like,
oh, knight h1.
Come on, bro.
That we want to play.
Knight h1 is disgusting. Maybe he tries a bishop e3, but queen h4 hits the knight. Yeah, this is ugly.
Yeah.
This is ugly. Knight here. He goes knight d1. That doesn't make any sense. Queen takes h4, and you can't even move the knight. We could just take that and don't think. Take first, think later. Queen takes h4. Is a very strong move.
And I'll explain why you can't move the knight. So like say queen h4, knight f5, knight e2, is it knight e2 check? Bishop e2, queen h4, king h1, queen h1 check, bishop g1. And then after knight f5, we're just up there we have it.
All kind of play.
Yeah.
All kind of play. Did he take it, chat? Did he take it yet? He did not. Oh, he took the other pawn. And then he takes on h4. Okay, now he takes.
Let's go.
Let's
Ooh,
go.
looks like Hans is finally gonna go down today. Can Hikaru do
Wow.
it?
There we go. Task Point says Hans getting Zugs wagging. That's right. He's
Bishop
getting Zugs
D3.
wagging on this one.
We're just threatening to play Bishop G3. You're in so much trouble.
Yeah, absolutely.
What do? You can't move that.
Takes.
Rook C8. You cannot move the knight. But this doesn't help. Bishop takes F4. How does this help?
I mean, just bishop takes F4 immediately. Let me see. Is there any reaction from either player here? Nothing.
He's just trying to play Queen D3 so that at least he can protect against the immediate Bishop G3 winning the knight. But that's only going to be a temporary salvation. Because there's all sorts of nasty stuff here. I don't even know where to start analyzing. Seems like there's so many good moves here.
Yeah, first things first is, am I able to create anything? I want to keep this going with Queen H2, so I don't really want to move my queen, but like, what else do I do? Can I bring another piece in the game? I mean, this is going to be hanging if I move the knight. Maybe 4? It doesn't feel like it's kind of loose, but maybe I can follow with the other knight.
Yeah.
Here's knight f6.
Knight
I
F6
like the idea.
with knight G4, I like it. Still can't move that knight on G3 because Queen H2 is a checkmate.
Going for knight G4 here.
You have to stop it somehow, probably. So if Rook E7, knight G4, double attack with the queen on H2 mate and the rook on E7. So bishop E2 played, trying to just stop knight G4, saying if knight G4, bishop takes G4.
Bishop takes?
Not that, I mean, honestly, that still looks good for black, but okay. It stops immediate disaster, doesn't it?
Here we go. Closer on time. Hikaru, very calm, it seems. Very calm.
Knight F1 does stop mate, though.
Bishop C4 played. I thought this was the move, too, but the engine didn't even pop this up. I was like, Bishop C4, why not? And the bishop takes E2. Rook takes, and I don't know, something. Okay. Do something, just don't do a lot. Maybe just back up. Wait a second. There it is. Yeah, I like this. Whoa. Knight F1. Look at the tactics. That boy be seeing some tactics. Queen G5, I'll probably just sidestep you, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, we could start counting after bishop takes F3, bishop H4, bishop E2, rook E2, rook C1. I think we might be winning at the end, I think we might be winning material.
Takes.
Pinned up all over the place. And we've got G5 too.
Yes. This is hanging right now, but his would be hanging too. It just says, yeah, this is a better in game, which is clearly correct. We're up a pawn. Knight and bishop here. Looks very good. Knight, look at the centralized knight. You bring the rook in. Easy work here. Easy work. Rook C1 played. Oh, yeah, this is just an easy in game. Wow. Great move. He understands. He's completely winning. Nothing he can do about it. Takes. And then I'm end up winning on D4. Resignation. Hans goes down. Hikaru with the dub.
There it is. 5 out of 6.
Right. And some chatting too as well. Very, nice to see the chat, right? Of course, right. It's a gentleman's game. And they're chatting briefly about what happened in the game there. Hikaru with a very strong win there, catapulting him, I'm sure, into the standings. And we got a result here from Vidit, finally getting on the board. That was much needed from Vidit. As we're gonna see this real quick. Vidit, he had like a normal chess position, and this is the normal it says that it's been, and he got himself a dub. Tells you how strong his chess is. He got him a normal position, and he just absolutely destroyed it in this game. Oh my goodness. He have all this material. Jeez. Vidit absolutely snapped. He needed that. He had a game. We still got games left. Arjun Ergeist, It looks like he's taking down Sam.
Wesley's still playing as well. And who else is still playing? Magnus, I think, just drew. Is that right? Yeah.
Yeah, Arjun is going to clean up here.
Oh, nice. Yeah. Really nice pawn there. The thing that struck me about Hikaru's game against Hans is that Hans was doing really well for a while. I mean, I liked Hikaru's position by a little bit, but then the computer started to favor it for Hans. And when he played this move, knight to a4, is when everything kind of started trending downward from him. And you know what they say about knights on the rim.
Knights on the rim are dim.
That's right.
All right.
Yeah, just taking his knight out of the center and taking the pressure off, and after that, it was all over.
There it is, and it looks like you can still queen here, believe it or not. And there it is, extra queen on the board. Seems to be able to do it. Might have a resignation here from Sam.
Oh, 2 queens. Love to see it.
2 queen shorty.
People are starting to get excited for that recap with Hans. I bet that'll be a juicy one.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Ours and our guys see with the win. Hans going down there. Looks like Vidit wins. We got Ray versus Fabi. Likely to be drawn. I'm going to take a look to see if anything else is on the other boards there. Looks like Levon beats Prague. Wesley still playing. Norbeck and Magnus draw. Bibisara goes down to Vincent Keimer there. Okay. Okay. Wow, what an interesting position. Wesley with the 2. Oh, okay. Not anymore. Yeah, he just has enough material. It should be enough.
Too much for the queen, right? I'm surprised it's as close as it is. I guess the king being very open now leaves some perpetual possibilities. But if you can avoid perps, it should be totally crushing for white.
Yeah.
Queen G4 check. So unfortunately, King D2. Okay.
King E1 too as well. Maybe a perpet though.
Why?
How are we getting out of these checks?
After King
Goes
D2,
Queen D4, and then he just goes back and forth.
No.
Yeah, I don't think we're getting out of this.
Oh, you're right.
Oh, okay. You guys got to stop doing this, okay? This is ridiculous.
Oh no, it's a little pendulum here.
Yeah. And I think
so close to the win. That's the thing about the queen. You can never counter out, even if you have so many pieces for her. The ability of the queen to just strike you with perpetual check when you least expect it. It's tough. Look, I have this like tail on my face. Wow. It's like, yes, that is a human animal underneath it. It's a cat.
Man, that is a cat. The cat is like, see me, love me.
She's very excited about that last game.
Yes.
I did feed her on the breaks, guys.
Like, feed me.
She's trying to eat a piece of paper right now. Next break, I'll give her some more food.
Feed me, you peasant. That's how cats ask for food. Ray trying to do something, but really nothing here with the double pawns.
Oh, looking like this one's going to be a draw. Okay. Nice little fortress setup here by Fabiano with the knight on f5, locking everything down against the doubled pawns.
And bishop goes back to b8. Just going to bounce around here. Fabi should have a clean draw here on his hands.
Nuke them. They're playing one more game tonight.
Round.
That's right. So yeah, they started at 10 a.m. in Las Vegas, and now it's 5:30, and they have another hour. So they're really working hard today. A lot of chess for the spectators, but also ending at a reasonable time so they can all get a nice dinner. And you know, Vegas is one of the best food cities in the country.
I didn't know that, actually.
Oh yeah,
so
really?
It has everything out there.
Great at the fancy hotels, sure. All the hotels have like usually a good restaurant, but sometimes many, like in the case of the Wynn. But then there's also just such amazing food off strip. I don't know. It's so many good Asian cuisines, Thai food, you know, Japanese. So many great sushi restaurants in Vegas, Vietnamese, the pho. It's everything. It's so good. Wow. Great Italian joints. They got it all.
Wow.
Okay. As does Philly.
Vegas food.
Not better than Philly, says. Just as I was saying, you know what, Fluke 69, I didn't even look at the chat, and I had to defend Philly. You and I think alike. Thank
That's
you.
crazy. Draw there. We got to draw. Got to
There it
draw.
is.
Highlight of the day here. In fact, let me actually just see the results. I just want to click on it to see. Hikaru, you see at the top there, chat? You see it at the top with 1 round to go. Hikaru, 5 out of 6 games. That was amazing. As we have the last round of the day is going to be Vidit, who has been having a struggle here, but he did just bounce back and was able to beat Lanier Dominguez here in his first game. And in the meantime, guys, we got one more round. It's been a long day, but guess what? We got one more round. Hikaru's at the top. Everybody's feeling good. So take yourselves a short break, guys. We're going to do the same, and we'll be back in a few.
Stage, John Weaver of Advantage. They are major investors of freestyle chess. Give him a round of applause. John, are you ready?
$549.
So position 549. And John, we mentioned you here with a couple of friends or colleagues. You are major investors in freestyle chess. For the first time, we have an audience. What are you making of the experience today?
Well, it's just incredible to see all these people here and these incredible world-class competitors in an action-packed and exciting format. And I think we're all just excited to see this last round play out.
This last one promises to be the best one just yet. I'll let you go and enjoy it. The players are already preparing, so we'll give them a moment of silence. And to our audience, please enjoy the final game.
Manager would say
56.
Last round is here and ready to go, guys. We have the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam. This is the final round. You've been with us today a long time. And guess what, guys? We have the last round here. Hikaru at the top, feeling good. And we are too. I'm FIDE Master James Cansey III here with WGM Jennifer Shahadi. Jen, we are on the last round here against Vidit Gujrathi.
Yeah, who's having a very tough tournament, but finally he scored a win last round. So maybe this is the moment that he's going to give a challenge to Hikaru. I mean, Nakamura's been playing quite strong in this event. It seems like no matter what the what's called for in the position, he's able to meet it, right? So we've seen some positional games, some defensive masterpieces, and some really strong attacking games as well. Let's take a look at this position, not like any that we have seen so far. Those bishops in the middle of the board, d4 played, opening up the c1 bishop right away. And we see f5 in response. Okay.
Dutch-like, very Dutch-like, getting the queen out. So,
that's right.
Yeah, this is an interesting response, I think, because it only gets the queen out, and it seems like it weakens the king.
Yeah, I agree. I hear what you're saying there. And I'm feeling like a move, like just like with the Dutch, we sometimes sacrifice a pawn with e4. I'm like, wait, what about a sacrifice? But Nakamura with a similar idea, but without actually sacrificing, he's going to be playing for e4 without giving up any material. Let's see how that goes for him.
E4 is unlikely and possible next. On top of e4, I mean, you have a lot of other moves, so you can kind of try to think out of the bishop.
True.
E4. He attacks the pawn. It's probably just defended with c3 or even f3.
Yeah, that's right. f3 could also be a move. Getting that same thing that Black did, basically, using the queen right away to control the center.
There it is. C3, and now we have to look out for this type of stuff.
By the way, keeping a close eye on Magnus Carlsen is, he's had a tough time in this bracket. He is playing BB Sara, the lowest rated player in the tournament in the final round with the white pieces. But depending on how the other rounds shake out, he could be in some trouble.
That is possible. He could be in some trouble. Yeah. Because top 8 are advancing. In fact, that's what it's about there. All right. Here we go. It is on Vidit to move. Yeah, we keep an eye on Magnus's game.
It's funny, if he was in this bracket, I think he'd have a better spot. Yeah, because in the Hansen Hikaru bracket, I think that things are a little bit more. Yeah, if he was in our bracket, he would be easily qualifying with a win in last round, because Nakamura and Hans are just racking up so much points that those 3rd and 4th place finishers can kind of coast in a little bit more easily. Arjun and Fabiano currently poised, depending on what happens, of course, in the last round. But what I'm trying to say is a plus score will get you there in this bracket. Not as obvious in the other bracket.
Yeah, there's a lot going on in the other bracket too as well.
Yeah.
A lot of like logistical, basically just numbers. Not even it's just kind of calculations of math, figuring out who gets what, depending on basically best thing to do is just win. Like, oh, easier said than done, right? Just win, Oh, easy. Yeah, just win. Okay, bro.
I mean, basically the way it works is that if there's blowouts and people who are running away with it, then that means that an even score is good, right? Because somebody is like winning every game. So an even score is good because that accounts the fact that you lost from them. When there's those people, when there aren't those runaway trains, then you need a little bit more to get in there. So yeah, we'll see. And these are the men. Well, Nakamura is one of the men in this event who is running away with it. The other one is Hans, who we just played last round, won that game, but Hans will still very comfortably qualify.
Yeah, as Hikaru does too. Yeah, the top of the leaderboard, boys and girls. Feeling good here, confident. Of course, don't let your guard down. Vidit is absolutely vicious still as well, just not having a great tournament. And now we have this e5 move here. We're just trying to open up the game here, Vidit. That is, after takes, knight takes e5. We got to figure out how do we want to proceed from there. We do need to develop. Our pieces are quite strange. We like to kick the knight away, maybe with f4, maybe even e4 ourselves. We got to figure out what do we want here. Maybe follow up with bishop b3 first. It does attack the queen, then maybe take. Yeah, so we get a little bit of development there as well.
Hikaru thinking about whether to play d takes e5 or move, maybe tickle the queen first with bishop to b3. Again, those diagonals are sometimes surprisingly strong here, forcing the move d5. You can't play knight e6 because of d5. I'm looking at d takes e5, knight e5, how if we move our queen to e6, worth running the mate knight d3. I just always love that little
Gotta
summary.
show that. We gotta show that
Yeah.
for the fans.
Well,
We
it's not
gotta
gonna be,
show
yeah,
that.
oh, you're
Actually,
gonna put the knight back on f1.
yeah.
Yeah.
Knight d3 mate.
Yeah,
Gotta
reminds
show
me of the
that,
one
guys.
Petrov. There's one of these, or is it the French?
Caro-Kann.
Caro-Kann, yeah, that's the one
Yeah.
I'm thinking of.
Hikaru, classical variation. E4, c6, d4, d5, knight c3, ed, knight takes, knight of 6, queen e2, knight d7, knight d6 mate.
That's Beautiful. The one. That is the one.
And he plays
you
f4.
all followed that, right?
Yeah, everybody. Yeah, come on. Chat's 5,500.
They all do. Somebody said earlier that chat is like 5,000. I'm like,
right,
hey,
exactly.
you guys, I will say you all are doing a good job predicting things today. So
exactly.
I'll take it.
Never doubt chat. F4 hits the knight.
It's the power, the wisdom of the crowds, as they call it.
The wisdom of the crowd.
Yeah.
Wisdom.
They always know.
Yeah,
well, some of them always know.
yes. Good job, chat. Love you guys. 500 elo.
Now somebody's telling you it was a typo that it meant to say 500, not 5,000.
It's like 500 elo. It depends. It depends on how chat is. Chat is always one or the other, never anything more or less.
I like that.
It's always 500 or 5,000. Nothing more, nothing less. I like to say 5,500 to give them that extra, but one or the other. Bishop b3 seems a very strong one. I really want to get this move off, but of course you do have bishop c2. We also have knight f3. Very natural moves to play.
Knight g3 comes to mind.
Hits the pawn.
Bishop
5 out of 6
C2.
in this level, given the level of competition. Yeah, it's actually insane from Hikaru, the level of play from him. 5 out of 6. In fact, is there a his performance rating is 2956. 2956, Jet.
Oh, can he get the 3K?
Can he get the 3K? This could do it.
Senor Liberty Music said, by the way, Jen, Mizrahi just won the WSOP main event for $10 million. You know, I bet you know what the first thing he's going to do when he wins the main event?
Go eat.
Head over to the Win to watch the chess tournament.
Yeah, right over there to the chess tournament.
I actually don't think that's what he's going to do. But, hey, I wouldn't be that shocked. A lot of those poker players are just loving chess lately. You know that?
No, that is amazing, guys. Ooh, Hikaru does this every Tuesday. Yeah, but it's actually more time here. So, but he's getting those reps in. It's all about the reps, guys. Reps and calculation, as Hikaru is really good at. So e4, knight takes e4 on the board. We have an open game, and we have bishops that are open too as well. King right in the middle of all of this, but can be easily defended or whatever with like a queen e3. If we do see a queen e6, could be parried by queen e3, and we probably will have a queen trade eventually with that. Bishop b3 still possible. Casting queenside, I'm a fan of too, to get the rook on the d file.
Yeah. I do like that. Bishop b3, clearing one of the bishops away, and then when the other one goes out, we can castle queenside. Why is it that your bishop, Black's bishop rather, is so much worse than the white bishop? That's because Black put the knight on c6, and we're really dealing with the knight well with our pawns on c3 and f4, and so you can't play the move c6 to get your bishop to b6. Big difference there in quality. Yeah.
Big difference. Big difference in the quality. As you see here, as Jen pointed out, this bishop is extremely strong as counterpart with this one, or even this one. I mean, both bishops having difficulties figuring out what they want to do. Where do you put the pieces at? It's not the easiest to do. Maybe you can start with a d5, make this knight move away, and then follow up with just, I don't know, bishop e6, or some development move. Maybe get castle. Remember, it's about the principles too, is you just got to get pieces out. Easier said than done, but d5 starts, kick a knight away, get a bishop out, get the other one out, maybe e7, f6, wherever, castle queenside, go from there.
MJMR Gaming says he reached 1,200 ELO in 1,000 games just by watching Hikaru. All right.
Imagine if you started studying any chess or reading a chess book, MJ.
Stole the words from my mouth. I was going to say, can you imagine if you watch Hikaru and you study?
And you study at the same time? Oh my goodness. He got 2,900 performance. That's crazy.
D5 on the board.
Yeah, where does knight go? Oh, shoot. He sold this right here, knight c5.
Knight c5. Protected currently by the queen, so not a loose piece. You got to be extra careful about loose pieces in 960 because these patterns really come at you from nowhere.
Yeah, in fact, I always like to say loose pieces lose games. Loose means undefended, but in fact, this is a defended piece. 96. Putting the knights out. Nice development here. Do we take? No, probably not. That is not the greatest. You want to move the knight, or maybe just develop and let them take, so we can bring the queen out.
Yeah, I was wondering about bishop e3, but the bishop's kind of hanging out there doing nothing. If you bishop e3, knight c5, bishop c5. What else? I could just continue developing with knight g3.
I like knight c3 too.
Yeah, and then if knight c5, queen c5, I'm ready to
Right.
castle. I know originally I said that I wanted to castle queen side, but that's the thing about a plan. You always got to be ready to abandon that plan.
Yeah, all right. Yeah, always be ready, guys. You know, ready to adapt. That's what strong players can do, is to adapt. Nordbeck and Cinderoff making a draw. Okay, nice. You reach 3,400 in your dreams. There you go, Casey. That's what I'm talking about. Hey, Alex, I see you in chat. GG's, bro. You think players are tired at this point? What do you think about that, Jen?
I agree. I think it's a lot of rapid chess. To play rapid chess from 10 a.m. to what's it, 6 to 7 p.m. Yeah, it's tough. It's tough, and you know that's part of the game for them. Though they knew the rules going in, they knew it was going to be endurance. And I think the key thing there, because poker players also play very long sessions, right? Sometimes it can be 10 hours a day, 12 hours, 14 hours, sure, with a few breaks here and there, but similar to this. And the key thing is when you can squeak in those moments of rest, take them, don't waste them.
Absolutely. It's important, guys, to take care of yourself, right? And we had a long day too as well, but definitely I'm feeling good. I've been energized, had some food, been working out. I always work out. So I have usually more energy to do this type of stuff. I still have stuff to do after this. So I'll be up all night. Maybe not all night, but I'm gonna be up late. I don't know about you guys. I don't know about you, Jen, you know, but I'm gonna be up after this and enjoy the night. Do some other chess stuff.
What kind of workout do you do in these like 10-minute breaks? You getting some sets in?
No, actually, yes.
before?
Sometimes if I'm tired, if I'm tired, I will do push-up sets. But no, I didn't. I generally work out before
the
stream. So, for instance, tomorrow we don't. We have our call time before today for the day. So I'll be working out before. Tomorrow will be actually boxing, and then I'll be doing upper body. Leg day was 2 days ago, and then I will run on the treadmill for about 3 minutes of walking, and then the brisk walk, 2 minutes running for about 15 to 20 minutes, burning around 200-300 calories afterwards. Then you go eat something very nice and nutritious for the body, and then we come here to watch the chess. How it is.
Great plan.
Thank you.
Got to take care of yourself. That's right. That's what all these players do, man. They all get their workouts in.
That's right.
It also feels good.
Vidit is actually an avid runner. I know I've seen him. He goes to the gym a lot. He runs a lot. Vidit does. I know Magnus likes soccer, or AKA football, depending on where you're from.
Yeah, I think I saw a video about him and his favorite soccer players. And I heard PK, is that right? Somebody was watching the main stream. Was PK visiting the stream today? Because people kept talking about him.
Yeah,
I think they were
in chat.
Yeah, I think they mentioned that he was on the main stream earlier today. Knight c5, queen c5 has been played, and now we just need to get that knight out. Don't say soccer; it's football.
Right, exactly. Yeah. Don't say soccer, it's football. And then we say football, and they're like, "Oh, which team you like? Oh, you like the Raiders? Oh, you like the Commanders, the Lions?" And we like, "Oh, sorry, the other football."
Arsenal, Real Madrid. Just learn a couple. Couple names. Just get a couple on your belt.
That's hilarious. Yeah.
Let's go, Hikaru. Queen b5. Excellent.
Hitting b7.
Hitting b7. So what if we were to just do something like, I don't know, rook b8?
Right.
What's the follow-up now?
I like 93. I just
93.
like making threats.
And
I already cooking here?
Yes, I can't defend that pawn again.
Wait, a6.
Okay, A6,
Over
sure.
here.
Yeah, let's
I'm
try
just
queen
cooking.
D3.
Wait, 97.
97 now, true.
Oh no, I might
But
cancel.
what about C4? Oh,
Not there. Oh,
pawn to
C4?
C4? I guess you have C6. You're hanging on by a thread. Hanging on
Oh
by
yeah.
just a little thread.
Yeah, he's hanging on by the thread. Wow.
I mean, I probably just take and play like castle, and my position is just so awesome.
Yeah, I even like castles now, and then like I don't know, bishop D2 or B3, bishop B2. Like you just centralize the rooks. I had that game with Ray. It was just an easy game. I felt as in not easy playing Ray, but just an easy development of the game. He never was in trouble the entire game. You know, that's what it feels like here. Something similar.
Totally, and I kind of feel like an F5 sack is coming. Bishop D2, F5, rook E1, just slash and burn.
Very, very nice play. Rook B8, by the way, has been played. Romatini. I love fitness too. Fitness pizza. Oh, you are funny, Romatini. That was great. That was awesome. Okay. Yeah, fine. Pawn takes. There's that sack, by the way.
I was ready for it.
Jen was ready for it. F5.
I love it. I love to see it. And we're gonna castle queen side, get our rooks in. Pawns. Who cares about pawns?
There's.
You got the king to worry about.
That's right. Bring the queen back around castles. Bring the rooks. Ooh, bring the
And don't
rooks
forget
to the
about that
center of the board.
diagonal over on bishop H5 sneaking. We can sneak you a little check over there as well.
Oh, yeah, over here. Yeah.
It's gonna be a little
careful.
annoying.
King in the center of the board. Vidit. One thing about Vidit is Vidit absolutely uses his time in the slower time controls. Man uses his time. He has some very vicious positional games. Extremely strong. But of course, in the faster time controls, he does struggle against stronger players that are very strong in these time controls because Vidit doesn't play as much when it comes to this. It's just he's more into the classical chess, which is great. That's why he's such an awesome and great player here. But when he does get low on time, it starts to show, and he does get in trouble, as every player kind of does too as well. You get in time trouble, things happen. It's the same for Vidit, the story of the entire tournament. 93, as we pointed out before, hits D5.
Bad things happen when you get into time pressure. How many people in the chat are time pressure addicts? Or is there anyone out there who plays too fast?
Or too furious.
Identify yourself.
Identify yourself. Chat, where are you?
Are you just like perfect, like the perfect time manager?
Yeah, chat. Who are you? Do you move too
I
fast?
have to say, Hikaru is great at time management because he does sometimes get into time pressure, but it always feels like it's for a reason, right?
Right.
It's not just like random.
Yeah, sort of like Grishuk in a way here. Bishop H5 is actually pointing out. So castles is probably the only move. And then maybe we'll have castles queenside as well. Bishop H5. Maybe he has H5, I guess. Maybe not only move, but that means you're probably not castling. So castle queenside is coming anyway. Bishop H5 is incoming. I think we're going to see a castle. Maybe he goes queenside. Could go king. Really up to him. See what happens.
Tough choice. I like castle and queenside because we then hit that pawn on d4 in one go. But of course, it's more. Yeah, it adds a little bit of wildness to the position. Let's see how it goes.
He gets out the way with the castle.
I mean, I guess if we queenside castle, we have to think about what happens if they play d4 and try to get in some fun of their own.
Bishop h6.
You always gotta.
Yo, what? I'm looking at the engine, bro. Get out of here! Look at this move. No, look at this. Look at this. They want this, and then after takes, believe it or not, Bishop G5. If this happens on the board, bro, nah, dog, nah. You flip the board. You just knock the pieces off the board. Check under the seat. Fair play check. What is going on? This is outrageous. Ain't nobody playing this. And then, believe it or not, the evaluation says equal. Oh, it's equal. Equal.
What if we just take on e3 instead of playing this like bizarre Bishop G5 move?
No, this is ridiculous. You say take where?
If D4, Bishop F8, how is it to just take the knight on e3?
Probably just back up.
Yeah, you just back up and we sacked in exchange, but I mean, we got something for it. Like we can play F4 ourselves here, right?
Oh, you actually can. F4 is kind of annoying. And in fact, the best move is Bishop takes C6, but I'm not playing that. I would just castle, to be honest.
Okay, I see.
Because it's Bishop C4. Oh, shoot.
Yeah.
That's actually strong. So why is this good? Because I could go Queen G4 now.
Yeah, you got to check Karuni. Yeah, okay. Yeah, this is totally winning. Totally winning. Okay.
Crazy.
So, but there are some ideas lingering for black. I think that's the lesson here.
He plays f4. Oh, whoa.
Castles.
What is going on? This is bananas.
And now with
Castles.
pawn takes e3, what is there? Like bishop h5?
Bishop
or something?
d5,
No,
probably.
bishop d5. Okay.
Bishop d5 is probably the move.
Queen f1, rook f1. Okay. Wow. Wild times.
This might already be over. I'm not even gonna lie. And I mean, I'm not even looking at the eval bar. I'm just saying the rook is hanging. If you move, I go bishop h5, hit f4
Yeah,
immediately.
it's done.
This
So
is like
after
already
pawn-
over.
So walk it through us for James. And pawn takes e3.
Yeah, pawn takes, you go
You're
bishop
saying
d5.
bishop d5.
Oh, Engine didn't like this at all. Wow,
because
bishop
of
f6.
bishop f6 and everything
That's
is
crazy.
hanging.
So you go
They want you to
bishop
play
h5
bishop
anyway.
h5, and now if
This is
okay,
stronger. Oh,
and what's going on here?
this is
I'm
too much
just-
going on. Queen's hanging, you
Bishop
move the
f6
queen.
doesn't
take it.
work now because if bishop 8, oh, I can't play bishop f6. My queen's in take.
Right.
And okay, I'm just done. Yeah, I'm done.
Yeah. It's like cooked up here. In fact, Engine says best move is queen f2. And then this and this. And at least you get some. I mean, I'm still hitting both of these. Like, you know, it's just a very vicious play there. Let's see. Oh, we got a move, by the way. Bishop to e7 just happened. And I like bishop h5 anyway, and take on f4 to follow. How do you even? Oh, you have queen f6. Okay. So I would go bishop f4 there. Bishop h5, queen f6. Bishop takes f4. Possible. Logical. I can also just take on f8 too after bishop h5, but it depends on what you like. Vid it down 2 minutes here on the clock. Hikaru with a very nice position, looking to close out on top from 7 games, winning 6 of them and not winning, having a score of 6 out of 7. I think he had 2 draws.
Meanwhile, Magnus Carlsen, by the way, against Bibisara, actually not an easy win at all. Has an advantage in the position. He has 2 bishops in an endgame, but material is equal, and he's holding on for dear life. Can she do it? We're gonna check that when this game is over, but that really is not in the bag for Magnus yet.
Yeah, that's very nice, very strong showing from Bibisara too as well. What's crazy is, the Vincent Keimer game, thinking about that, he was up a pawn. Vincent Keimer was up a pawn and still lost in the end game. Was in a position that it was just like, it's outrageous to play that Magnus can display. Bishop h5 is not the move they wanted. In fact, they wanted a bishop d5, but I was going for the human move that he played, which is bishop h5. Queen f6 hits the bishop. You got 2 options here, maybe here too as well. Probably some other ones too. Knight g4. Oh man, when you find a good move, look for a better one. He says, if bishop takes, queen takes g4 with check, probably picking up f8. Next.
Knight g4, I like it. That is one of my favorite chess expressions, by the way.
Which one?
When you find a good move, look for a better
Look
one.
for a better one. Yeah,
I love that chess expression because it's one of those things we've heard a million times, but
right.
Every time you hear it, it actually, as you get older, it actually gets deeper because you're like, yeah. And when you start coaching people, you're like, yeah, when you have a good position, it means that there's a lot of good things in your position.
And without Googling, chat, who is that famous quote from?
Yeah.
Who is that famous quote from?
It's like when you have leverage, you have sometimes lots of good moves.
Right.
So don't just pick the first one you see.
Danya.
Sometimes you're going to mess it up. Danya, yeah.
Danya.
Well, Danya would say it.
Danya would say that, though.
If this guy hadn't said it first, Danya would have discovered it. Let's say
Correct.
that.
Correct.
Shout out.
Good question. Yes. Who said it? Very famous world champion. One of the first ones.
I'm very impressed that nobody from chat has just Googled it for the answer.
I know,
yet.
right? Just go exactly.
It's got honest.
Nobody got it.
You got honest Abe's here in the chat.
Man,
I like it.
I am impressed, chat. That none of you guys just Google it. Okay, now Google it and go find it because now we want to see it in chat.
Chambaz says Karpov.
Fisher, no.
Gary,
They're
literally
older.
mentioning. I think they're clowning us. Come on, they're clowning us.
They gotta be.
They're
Chat's
specifically
5,500.
picking every player. Every player.
I don't get it, bro.
Except the one.
My goodness, chat. Come on.
My son's version of it was when you see it, you see a bad move, look for a badder one.
Yeah, Mom, that's what he said. When you see a bad move, you look for an even worse one. Oh, yeah, there you go. There you go. Lasker. Come on, Chambaz. Come
Yeah.
on, Lasker.
I know Google AI is not what it used to be, but you
Okay.
can get this one. It's gonna tell you it.
Lasker, yes.
Both
Lasker.
hands.
Both. Oh my goodness, Jack. Man, it's a long day. Long day, Jack. Long day. Man, y'all need to get some sleep. Okay. Takes. He didn't take the exchange here. He just said, I'm better with the pawns and the bishops, or the extra pawn, that is. Yeah, it's just clearly better. Rook F7, maybe incoming. It doesn't really do much, believe it or not. I don't have Bishop G7. He does stop it anyway, though, from happening. I can play really kind of anything. G3. I don't know if G4 is anything. Try to get G4, G5,
Yeah, I
but
kinda
maybe not.
like that idea, but G3 is very solid. But I mean, we got to give some credit here to Vidi because it did look just absolutely horrible. So he's climbed back into the game. So credit to him for that. But it's still going to be really tough. Move Rook F5, beautiful move. Usually this type of Rook left is more devastating in the middle game, but this in some ways has a properties of a middle game. Remember that the way you tell whether it's a middle game or an end game is not about how many pieces are on the board. It's more about, is the king safe in the center? And as we can see, this work is kind of challenging that. It's saying like, are you really excited about your king being on G8? I'm going to play Rook G5 and hit you with some nasty checks.
Yeah. Rook
So-
G5, check. And also Rook takes D5 with Knight G6.
Bishops are too strong long term. I mean, I do agree with you, King 20. Like, I think that Hikaru is going to win this, but we saw like we thought Vidit could have collapsed even earlier for sure. It's so difficult to defend this, especially looking at his time, 30 seconds left on the clock. Casey Abel says Magnus will get a playoff. He's done the calculations. Okay, we'll keep our eye on that after this is done.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on all that. Okay. Cool. See, nerf the bishops. Yeah, you gotta get rid of those. Takes on D5.
Oh, he didn't even take, he took the other pawn. He had a couple options there.
I'll keep all the bishops. He wants Rook E1 check, but there is no Rook E2 check.
That's right. That's the power of the bishop. They're so good at attacking and defending at the same time. Yeah.
At the same time.
Now we could try to play Rook D1 and see if our opponent wants the bishops versus bishop and knight endgame. We do have an extra pawn though, and that should be a very easy win for Hikaru. I think if it were me as black, if I'm trying to, save the day once in a blue moon, I would move my rook back because I just feel like it would be too easy for white. Remember that when you're on the worst side of things, your job is to make things difficult for your opponent and sometimes even to think about cheapo potential. And that's when you need to keep pieces on the board.
Yeah, keep as many as you can. Less trades, the better for the person who is worse here, which in this case is Vidit. Just having the worst position down a pawn, not having the bishop pair. Not hopeful here, but bishop rook B5, engine go crazy here. I mean, we could just go B3. Like that.
Yeah.
Bishop D5.
So many ways.
Wait
to
a second. Oh no, the rook is not trapped yet. Wait, it kind of is though. Wait a second.
Well, it's got B6. But right now it's just in take, so I guess he has to take a timeout to play. Yeah, play somewhere. Bishop C4. Kind of had to let the rook out of the bag, but that's okay because white is still got great pieces, a clean extra pawn, and an extra 2 minutes on the clock.
Should be a clean one. Other than Hans, which game should we recap? Jen and Canty. Nice. That's you can go first, Jen. What other game do you think? I have to think too as well. What was another game to recap?
Oh man, there were so many good ones, weren't there?
Right,
I think of
exactly.
the wilder ones. I feel like this. Let's see.
I think the Arjun one for me, that was just like a good game. It was just
that was one where
clean.
Naka was black and he just kind of got him right out of the opening, huh?
Yeah, that was a
he got a big edge right out of the opening.
Really quick. It was just easy. And then also maybe the Ray game too, though, because it was just no problems the entire game. It was not even he wasn't even in trouble ever.
The defensive skills he showed against Sam Sevian were wonderful, but that was more of like a move or two, less than like the whole game, right?
Yeah, yeah, 'cause he
Yeah.
was worse in that game. He was
Definitely not the
worse.
first game because that was the draw that wasn't as exciting against Dominguez, right?
Oh yeah, that's not even a game. We don't even count that. That didn't even
Yeah.
like.
That
Oh
was like
no.
a ominous start compared to the rest of things.
Oh, I forgot
Yeah.
he even played that game. Long gone. Forgot about that one. Nobody remembers that game.
Except for me because I'm looking quickly at the day's results.
Looking at the results. Yeah, nobody remembers that one. Okay.
Yeah, that it is true that game against Arjun was a real masterpiece. Yeah. I like the game against Hans though. Oh, well, that you're saying besides Hans.
Besides the Hans one, yeah, because of course that's a top one to recap. Definitely maybe Arjun or Ray are big ones. Even a Sam for the defensive aspect, even though he didn't win.
Yeah. I remember really
Oh
like
no, he did win. I'm sure. I thought he drew. No, he won that against Sam.
Yes, he did. I like that he won that with the defensive skills because he was using his bishop to defend the c7 pawn, and I think Sam made a miscalculated that.
Yeah.
But yeah, I like the one against Ray because the queen activity turned out to be so devastating, and there were actually some really cool tactics that didn't show up on the board. I mean, Hikaru played really impressively, but there was that one really wild one that you pointed out with like the knight f5. That was superb. Yeah, okay, I'll take that one.
Ray, nice. Yeah, I thought it was just a clean game against him. By the way, there was no bishop takes here, guys, because of bishop b7. They also have this check too as well, but it's not mate because the knight is able to go back to g7. Hikaru here just looking to win a clean end game here.
But better than playing bishop
finish
b2,
strong.
and then when the knight goes to g7, you do have to deal with the double attack on the pawn and the bishop. It'd be better to use that tempo for something more valuable, like getting your bishop out of take. So bishop e6, knight g7, then bishop c8, right? So you keep tempoing. It's very interesting because, you know, a lot of players, if you ask them to look at this position, you say, what's the move? They're like, oh, I want to get the free check in. But it's not exactly free, right? You keep that check in your pocket rather than use it as soon as you can.
Oh, I like this. He's going with b5 instead. Keep everything on the board.
Like it, yes. This one, you can't even attack my bishop. You don't even have a move to attack it. Love it.
Now we can just go maybe a3. Wait, bishop b2.
Now we can go bishop b2, forcing bishop e5. Yeah.
All right, and then b5 anyway. Nice little tactical play there.
One thing you don't do here is do not play bishop takes bishop. You get banned from all endgames if you do that.
Bishop takes knight, yeah. Take. Bishop. Opposite color bishops. Real quick.
Your
and
chess coach resigned.
Oh, don't do that, chat.
I can't do anything for you.
Yeah. Don't do that one, chat. Don't just voluntarily go into this opposite color bishop in game thinking that you're better because you have the extra pawn. Okay.
Your chess coach cries. They don't resign. Come on.
Yeah,
they're not that harsh. They
that.
start to cry though.
They are. Yes, you have the bishop pair. Keep it until you're forced to give it away, if that's even a thing. Okay, b5.
Nice. It's beautiful to see both of these minor pieces hold each other. I mean, interfere with each other, right? So the bishop can't move because it's protecting the knight, and the knight can't move because it's protecting the bishop. How sad.
Yeah, outside. You can try like a knight f3. You know, that's really the only move.
Poor codependent minors.
Yeah, not working there,
Minor
buddy.
pieces are not working together. Nope.
Not working together. 2 seconds. Wait, 1 second. Fit it. Oh, wait, did he flag?
Did he flag?
Oh, he just resigned. Oh,
he resigned. Oh, he resigned 30 seconds ago.
Oh, yeah, he got up out of there.
Wonderful performance today by Nakamura. This was a very nice game, a day of nice games. Finishing on a very impressive, what is it, 6 out of 7 blistering score.
Unbelievable, but very believable. The man played out of his mind today.
Yeah.
Absolutely out of his mind. Incredible play from Hikaru, and we still have way more chess to be played, guys. Remember, this is a round robin, right? So they still got more stuff to do. And the quarterfinals, and obviously, you know, losers bracket kind of thing, double elimination. Still a lot of chess, guys. This is only day 1. 6 out of 7, exactly. Congrats. What a day. What a day. Yes, what a day.
6 out of 7. What a score against this field of monsters. Unbelievable.
Very good stuff. Looks like
And
Magnus.
Magnus did win that endgame against Bibisara. She was holding on for a while, but you know, Magnus is the endgame maestro, so that is always hard to hold, even when you have an even position, let alone a worse one.
Yeah. Very tough, especially when you're facing the man himself. Now, rook takes happen. Looks like there's going to be some problems. Maybe bishop takes. You might have to take it to king. You could take it with the queen, though. Sam Lanier. He takes with the queen. Maybe I go back. Try to get this going with tricks like rook g7 and even queen takes c5, trying to fork. In the meantime, I'm actually just going to see if there's any other games left. So the others have finished over there. On the last game, looks like Lanier and Sam. Okay.
A7 pawn's now hanging.
Oh, d4. Yeah, a7 is actually hanging.
H7's hanging, and then if d4, what happens? Knight d7 check, knight f8, and we're attacking the queen in that line. So knight d7 check, and then knight takes f8. Oh, c4 was played. Maybe, I don't know if my idea worked.
If Magnus wins,
Yeah,
so,
there
though.
might have
Knight
been
c1
there's like that double check, right? Yeah.
Yeah, but that wasn't mate, was it?
Yeah, it wasn't made because of king b1.
Yeah, but this is also perhaps cleaner. Why calculate a long line when you can just win easy peasy?
Hit the rook.
That's the Dominguez style.
That's right.
That's why he's such a legendary blitz rapid player.
Be careful. Yeah, he said I'm never gonna move it. Now there might be there's not even a trick. I was looking for this. But you can't even do that.
No, we get there way too soon. So trying to stop the pawn. Queen g8 is certainly a possibility. And then we are actually threatening queen takes d8, rook g8, backing it up.
Very nice.
But after queen g8, e2, still some kind of calculation to do, right?
Oh yeah, e2. That's annoying.
So he's found the rook h1, perhaps a better move. Keeping our eye, there's a theme here that we prefer to use our rook in a way that is able to promote our pawn, but also keep an eye on the e2 pawn.
Here comes some tricks. That game that he played with Fabiano, Sam is able and capable of saving a lot of things. Here we go.
Knight f3, just stopping it manually. Freeing up our rooks. Now we can play h8.
There it is. He's going for it. But I mean, I think this is his last ditch effort type thing, because you can still end up queening. Yeah, and it really doesn't work. This is not mate because the rook is already defending the square. What we're looking for is a queen, and hopefully a knight takes.
Knight takes rook a1 mate.
Yeah.
I love it.
Yeah.
Oh,
But-
look at that cheapo.
Of course, right? You gotta.
I
get the
love
cheapo.
it.
Is there a knight c1? Wait, do I have a perpet? Knight
He has
c1,
made a
king
queen.
b1.
No, I don't think so, because I can squeak out around on the c2
Oh, I can go
square.
c2. Yeah.
And then, and then you make a knight check.
He's going for it.
Let's see, wait, how does that go? So knight b3 check, king c2, make
Oh
a
man,
knight, but then
the
have
king takes d1.
d1.
Yeah. Oh, it's so tricky. It almost works. It almost
Works is called. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, it almost works. And Sam might resign here.
Close but no cigar. Yeah, if you had to play king c3, would it work? Rook d3 check,
Yeah, there's even king
d4,
c3 running
c5
here.
check. Even that, I don't know. I think it does. Knight c2 check is no, I don't know, man. I don't know. We're looking fantasy variations now because the real variations are coming up. Roses for Dominguez if he
Alright.
does win. Nice game.
Dominguez wins, guys. Wow, that is it for the games, but we still have more stuff to be played, guys. So let's hop right over to the mainstream to see what they're talking about.
Somewhat following in the footsteps of Fabiano Caruana as things kicked off with 4 draws in a row before falling down twice, but ending his day on a high note, moving up to 3 points out of the 7 rounds. But we are guaranteed at least one tiebreaker, and that will take place between Magnus Carlsen and Levon Aronian on the other side of the group stages for the final spot in Group A.
Wow, and 7 rounds, 7 hours, pretty much the players have been sitting at those boards competing. They need to dig deep. Magnus, he's got to start as a favorite on paper. Levon, slightly older. You've got to wonder how he's holding up after that last round defeat. He's got to go again, dig deeper. But these were the world number 1 and 2 back in the day, as we see some of the highlights from that round.
Really back in the day. And speaking of what's happening right now, we've got, I just checked our FIDE rankings for July. You've got world number 2, 3, 4, 5 already in the mix in that top 8. Magnus Carlsen, if he wins, you'll have the top 5 players of the world battling it out in the quarterfinals. And what a day it has been of chess, but it doesn't stop. Winston Keimer is the man that Magnus Carlsen needs to be thanking right now for Lev. Such a disappointing heartbreak, you know, brilliant run through, and then to go down to the player who's at the bottom of the leaderboard, only to face Magnus Carlsen to try for your chance. That's a situation no player wants to be in. But the game goes on for Lev. What does he have to do to take this match against Magnus is what he's thinking about, and there's no easy answer to that question.
Magnus Carlsen better be taking Vincent Keimer out to dinner as a thank you, buying him a breath of new life in this tournament, and it's not done yet. Here you can see the standings for Group A. You've got 3 players all sporting 4.5 points. It's Pragnananda, it's Nodirbek Satorov, and Javalkir Sindarov. They are already booked into that upper bracket quarterfinal. It's Magnus Carlsen and Levon Aronian. They're the 2 who have to play for that 4th and final spot. The loser of that match will fall down to 5th, ultimately getting their choice of opponent in the lower bracket quarterfinals. From here, we can flip over to Group B, where things are a little bit more set in stone. It was Hikaru Nakamura who, by the end of the day, really began to separate himself from the rest, taking one over Hans Niemann and then even doing one more in the final round. Look at that, 5 wins and 2 draws on the day, not a single loss to his name, and 6 points total. He might be the man to beat. Hans Niemann, though, also scoots right into that 2nd place position at 4.5 points, and then Arjun and Fabiano each slotting up to 4 points apiece. They are already in to our top bracket bouts.
Hikaru undefeated. I mean, he just crushed it. 6 points, that's a massive score. 6 out of 7. What a day, what a performance it's been. And I think the chess fans love to see this, right? Hikaru on his A game means this is going to be a big fun tournament for all of us. This one, a tight bracket that we see. But now it all comes down to the other Group A, Magnus versus Levon.
And Levon, the only player across both groups not to make a draw. Mr. Decisive.
Yeah, but not always in the way that he'd want, right? Again. So I think that's the real question for him. In the streakiness that he's shown today, does he continue the streakiness? And if so, which part of the pendulum swing is he on? Or does he finally become a little bit more rock solid here in his last step out in the group stage against Magnus Carlsen?
Yeah, it's tricky. If you play too solid, if you play too passively against Magnus, he will tend to punish you a bit later. So maybe that's just the best bet, just to keep doing what he's doing, Levon, and hope that he manages to hit an upswing in this next bout.
Now, while those couple players rest and retool and get ready here for this all-important tiebreaker, we're more than excited to be joined by none other than Hans Niemann after a very impressive group stage performance. First of all, thank you so much for joining us. Congrats on qualifying through. You had a blistering start to the day. I think not just in the impressive victories and decisive victories you put up, but also with the pace of play that you put on display. What do you attribute your seeming intuitive mastery of freestyle chess to?
Well, I've prepared quite a lot. I played probably 6 hours of training games a day, as many as I could. I was running I have to rotate training partners to ensure that I get enough games. So I really prepared a lot. I probably know every game played in all the past freestyle tournaments by heart, or at least a common theme. So I've really immersed myself into freestyle and haven't opened chess space in a while. So I feel like I really love the format, and obviously an opportunity I've been waiting for, so I certainly was not going to waste it.
And did not waste it, did you? I mean, again, I think you were setting the pace for the rest of the players, particularly in your group. Your group, though, very different story than the other one, where there was a little bit more separation between the rest. So was there any element of the overall standings that came into play later on where you're just playing strategically for certain amounts of points to bank through, or are you just driving for the victory no matter what?
Yeah, I think I lost the intensity towards the end once I clinched it with 2 games to go, right, which is so rare. You know, I never could have expected that. So, you know, in my game against Hikaru, I would have, you know, kept control if there was actually something on the line. And then same against Fabi, you know, it's not a, you know, the sort of professional thing to do would have been to maintain intensity throughout, but it's been quite a long day, and I had nothing to lose really. But even though I lost the last 2 games, let's say for the beginning of the game, I outplayed them both quite easily. So I feel like I'm in great form. I'm managing my time well. I really feel like I'm getting to the core of the positions. I've had some. I think the opening I was most proud of was when I played F3 C3 against Vidit, and I got this sort of commanding advantage. And that wasn't such an obvious sort of thing. I had seen this concept where, you know, the main point is that I don't yet want to commit to either playing F4 or, because, you know, let's say the pawn on F4 will be hit by a tempo when black plays C6, bishop C7. So here I was hoping he would play F5, and then I'd hit F5 with a tempo. So I don't know. There was some, I guess, no, not bishop C, knight B3 first, but even bishop B3 was possible. That was sort of the point. Bishop B3 was also another thing. But anyways, he sort of he went, yeah, maybe not here, but I like this, and I saw no one else played it, so this game was quite nice. F4 was quite, you know, I just have so much initiative. I gained 2 tempo in the opening. I'm developing. F4 is a bit overextended, and this was quite a nice positional game. So.
Talk to me about your approach to evaluating the positions, because we've seen across all of the different Grand Slams so far, different players, not just yourself, choosing at times to go sit off on their own and not be a part of the group discussions or the group think. Do you think there's almost a danger at times of being, you know, in that group of 8 where everyone starts to funnel into a specific idea and maybe traps themselves, whereas you sitting off on your own can really, you know, not get too swayed, let's say, by somebody else's perspective?
I just did, you know, you have 8 people on board, it's a bit unproductive. It should be different, it should be multiple boards. Like, you can barely, I had to sit on the floor to reach the pieces. So 8 people, there's a bit, you know, this is too many chefs in the kitchen. So
Yeah.
If it was 2 or 3 or perhaps I would probably team up with whoever was doing the best. But with 8, I felt like it was best to sort of stay in the zone and not sort of open myself up to any distractions.
And super impressive by you today. I mean, to make it through to that top, to the top 8, to the top 4 bracket there with 2 rounds to go, and that was awesome to watch. Your clock management, as you mentioned, the moves on the board, just super impressive. We loved it. But I want to look ahead right now, because Magnus, you know, with that win, he's going to be playing the tiebreaker against Levon, a huge favorite on paper, head-to-head their scores as well. Right now, it looks like he might be the one who takes that match. And if that was to happen, there is a big chance we get a quarterfinals between you and Magnus, because Hikaru gets the pick. Hard to imagine him taking Magnus there. How do you look ahead at that matchup? Is that something at the back of your mind?
Yeah, I would say that that's a certainty. If he does win, we did have an early quarterfinal match in the World Rapid and Blitz, which was incredibly close. So obviously, it's a bit weird to have it immediately, but if you compare the level of play today, I think I showed much better chess. So, and again, the Levon is no slouch, and so. He first has to get through him, and then I'll be waiting.
It is a very anticipated matchup for the chess world, and is that something, that noise around it, how would you block that out?
Well, it has been quite a long time since I have been on the biggest stage. So I have been preparing and mentally and obviously on the chessboard for so long. So when you've thought about something and you've sacrificed so much for something, and in preparation for it, you've already sort of lived the moment in your head 100 times, so that makes it a lot easier to handle the stress.
You talked about kind of the intensity of the day. Obviously, it was a marathon, 7 games in a row, 10-10. But there's going to be a bit of a switch up in pace as you move into the quarterfinals. Now we move to 30-30. You know, for yourself, how does that change of pace, you know, ultimately affect your approach, your confidence level going into specific matchups? Because as we've seen, you're happy to push the clock. A number of other players getting into time trouble. In previous events, a lot more time typically being spent on opening moves. Do you see yourself going down the same path, or are you going to stick to your guns and really put the pressure on other people?
Well, I think that actually all of my missed points were actually a product of time pressure. Against Hikaru, I sort of was in control of the entire game, and things sort of went awry once it became a blitz game. Against Sam, I had a completely winning end game, and time pressure failed to convert. And against Fabi, okay, if it wasn't the last round, I would never lose such a position. So if I assess the pure chess side of things, I haven't really been outplayed by anyone, let's say from start to finish. So when you sort of lose a game in time pressure, it doesn't feel as bad as, let's say, how I defeated Arjun or Vidit or Dominguez. So I still feel a lot of strength and I feel like I really understand and I've had so much practice coming after this event that I'm looking forward to the longer time control, but obviously I guess it'll likely, the playoffs get faster, so I think many matches will go to playoffs. So I think you just have to be in good form.
You know, David and I were calling the action on the plains, which you won and earned your spot into Vegas, and that was a fantastic performance as well by you, Hans. And you said that, this tournament means so much to you coming in. Do you think you've been able to sort of deliver on day one? Are you overall, not just the scoreline, but happy with the quality of play that you produced today as well?
Well, I think that my start and the quality of play and the sort of dominant in some games and others shows exactly why open qualifiers are critical to every single tournament and to ensure the meritocracy of every tournament, because clearly I'm one of the better players here, and I've been deprived of opportunities for a while. So I would hope that other tournaments have more open qualifiers, because it's really inviting the same people over again does not exactly ensure that the best players are there.
And what would you kind of classify as a good result come the end of this week?
First place.
First place. Nothing less?
No.
Fair enough.
I like it. I like it. Strive for the best.
I don't feign humility like my competitors, with all due respect to them. Like this whole humble act is getting a bit old for my opponents.
We move into this final round. I just heard that the position was drawn as position 42. I'm hoping that we could maybe get a graphic of it up, because I'd love to get your insight before the players ultimately
2 games
step
of 5
out.
plus 2, right?
Yes, 5 plus 2.
Levon is very dangerous.
So here we have it. Position 42 up on the boards. Anything jump out to you in particular?
He starts with white.
Yeah, Magnus will have white, it looks like.
Well, the right side of the board is the same.
That's 5-1-8 as the standard position.
It feels quite balanced. All of Black's pieces are... So usually you can assess the general evaluation position by looking sort of how well the pieces can coordinate. So the right side of the board, right, is sort of symmetrical, so the pieces are placed normally. On the left side, sort of the bishop's already on the open diagonal, so they're quite easy to develop. And the rook on c8 supports c5, and the knight on so in these positions, it's usually the openings can actually go both ways, because it's so symmetrical and so balanced sometimes one side might overpush. Like for example, a move like e4 would be a mistake, probably because of c5. It's hard to say, but usually the main move that punishes e4 is c5, especially now the queen is opened. Early on, the queen scope is quite important. Sometimes when the queen is in the corner, it'll play a vital role, sort of corralling that queen or controlling its space. Here, it's less clear. Since white has quite easy development, there's not as much immediate pressure on the queen. Some positions, the pieces are just sort of hard to coordinate. They're getting in their own way. Here, you don't really have that issue. So I think that if, you know, it should be quite balanced.
I think that's one of the interesting things for myself as a player, not near the ratings of any of you in this room, that I've begun to notice, or at least begun to gather as a pattern from a lot of you grandmasters talking about it, is that the development of pieces in freestyle at times, based on the starting position, can be effectuated by just a pawn movement, right? Because of some of those pieces maybe sitting on a long diagonal, where in a normal game you would actually have to get them out onto the board themselves to effectively, get them in the game.
So the way that I would, presume things will continue is, let's say, c4, and probably c5, and then let's say b3, b6. A lot of the openings in freestyle, when you're unsure, are just making a move that can't be bad. So a lot of times players will try to be creative, or they'll try to recollect some past position they saw and replicate the concept. But sort of plain logic can be quite an effective tool in freestyle. So, sometimes, the simplest solution is the solution. For example, I would say knight f3, knight f6. You don't really want to play d4 yet, because.
So Hans, if you had to make a prediction, do you think Magnus starts with c4 on move 1?
Yeah, I would say so. Or b4 is possible. I would say b4 is another. Either c4 or b4. I would say.
So in this case, though, I'm noticing, right, that so far we've just followed symmetrical lines. Which position or which side of the board would you prefer to be on in terms of being the one to actively break that symmetry at some point?
Well, obviously you prefer white, but this is definitely a favorable position for white. I mean black, just because of how symmetrical it is. If you're not on some positions, the king is already raising. All of black's pieces are reasonably placed. Like sometimes. Okay, for example, let's say you put the bishop on e8, the king on c8, and the rook on 8. There's not really much patterns that you can sort of rely on. Here, it's almost like a regular position. If you, for example, let's say c4, the right side of the board being symmetrical sort of, gives you a lot of.
All right, guys, and we are back. As we see, got the playoff going on here with Magnus and Levon here. 5+2, best of 2 games. Let's see what happens. All right, Jen, we're here. We got
a
C4.
position.
Yeah, we got a position, right?
Let's see this one. Okay, so you see the king side is exactly like regular chess, which is kind of freaky. It's like one side of the room is normally decorated, and the other floor is like everything's in total disarray. But I do feel like, that means we're going to be castling kingside most likely, right?
Yeah, I think kingside castle is likely. Knight f3, maybe g3. It has a Catalan feel to it, and actually a very easy. I'm not gonna lie, this is like a very easy type of. Well, maybe hold on, not anymore. I would like g3, but not anymore. b6 was really nice. It's also 5+2 makes it much faster. So blitz. We have castles, and then b3. Open up the game like this. g6, b3, b4, castles, knight c3, d4 as well.
Yeah, you're right. It almost feels like we're already developed with that queen on b1. Oh,
yeah, that was definitely a slip. Yeah. We've had this so much. We're like, nah, he didn't play king f1. I wasn't even concerned this time.
Although knight g4 now slightly annoying, because if h3, bishop takes f3, that's where it hurts. So we can't play the kind of elegant h3 type move that we want to make. That's probably why the computer gave that castle is a question mark, which seems kind of harsh. But I
Yeah.
think it's probably because the weakening move G3 is not really that appealing. I'm surprised that white's still better after that. It just goes to show you that in modern chess, like weaknesses sometimes aren't that important if you got more time, more development. Because to me, I'm like, ooh, I don't want to play G3 with that bishop on A8. Computer's like, no biggie.
B4.
And in fact, Black didn't even bother playing knight G4. I mean, 100% Levon saw it, but just felt like it wasn't worth the many tempos he had to give up.
And follows up with knight to C3. More developing.
Mm-hmm.
As we should. You should get your development out. And make sure you get your pieces off the back rank. So very natural move with knight to C3 here.
And now keep in mind that if we play knight G4, there's other moves on deck, like maybe a knight D5, maybe pawn to E4. We don't necessarily have to play G3 anymore.
Yeah, knight C3 was a very nice developing move. As Black needs to figure out what we want to do. I mean, you got to get the knights out, but also some type of central control with one of the pawn pushing. Bishop is quite strong. I do like maybe even myself knight E6, knight C6 as well. I don't know about an E6 D5. Could be a little too much. But knight C6 played. Levon already down almost 2 minutes there, almost. At least it seems though. But he had to think. He had to go for a think here and figure out what do I want to do. Very positional game. So he needs to figure out, okay, knight's out, develop my pieces, follow principles. Plays knight C6, hits the B4 pawn.
All right, Magnus, ahead by a minute and now kind of sinking in because it's one of those critical moments we talked about, you know, take, push, or protect. 3 ways to get out of it.
You know, takes,
And
takes, and H3, stopping knight G4.
And again, one of those standoffs. So instructive, so second nature to grandmasters, but so instructive to a lot of people, certainly in our chat, where you might play queen takes b8, but you don't really want to give it up. Let them give it up, and look at that. He just contradicted exactly what I was saying. Probably he just feels like there's not much use in the file in this case. I mean, this is a general rule. You don't want to give up the file, but I guess b7 is completely protected, so there's not much we can do with it at the moment. And I guess maybe he wants to take a crack with the white pieces. Interestingly, this 960 position didn't seem like it was a huge edge for white. I wonder why. Maybe because the pieces were kind of already developed on the queen side, and then it was easy to castle on the king side. So it wasn't one of those positions where there were a lot of gaping weaknesses to start things off.
Yeah, and this is right up Magnus's alley as he loves to play these quiet type of positions here, where obviously you have holes in the D5 and B5 squares. You could still play D4. He chooses D3. It stayed very flexible. Might even see trying to double on the B file here to do something a little bit later. Knight D7, anticipating or looking for a bishop trade. Knight D5, yeah. And here we go. Bishop trade is likely. Bishop A1, rook A1. Now the rook's off of the B file. E7 can't be really touched, obviously, because knight to
Not
C6.
really. Even though it would be such a bonanza, because not only would it take the pawn, but it would also cause a fork. But what about E6? Is that too weakening for us, or can we just kick the knight? Well,
Levon says, yeah, I got you, Chin. I got you.
Yeah, it is a little weakening, but I think Levon feels like he can handle it. If knight E4, you can just stick a rook on D8. So he's not too worried about it at the moment.
Not worried at all. As it seems, he goes rook to B1 and then the other rook to C1.
Yeah, and that rook D8 move was important because otherwise Magnus would have played knight B5, which would have been a double attack because knight A7 would also be a threat. Look at that loose knight on B6. Now, after knight B5, I guess there's some way to protect rook D7. Perhaps wait, rook D7 doesn't even work. Oh, it does. I guess rook takes A7 and you take A2 at the end of the line.
Right.
So yeah, probably knight
tricky,
B5,
tricky.
rook D7's A-okay.
Tricky.
A-okay.
Oh, yeah, he plays it. Rook D7.
It's on the A file. I didn't even really think of that.
A file, A-okay.
My unconscious mind is making cornier jokes than I can even come up with. That's terrible.
That's great. That's great. Knight D2 gonna be played now, and knight to B3, or there it is. Knight to D2, maybe something like this too.
Knight E4, but King G7, nice move. Just acknowledging that the king's a bit better on g7 because it stops any kind of knight a4, knight f6 nasties. And, maybe later it's going to, come into the game via f6 to e5. Nice little move.
Bring the king in. Be careful. Of course, the pawns will kick him back. But later, definitely something to pay attention to. The king is actually already ready to be active for some type of in-game.
So why is white better here? Is it just because of the weakness on d6? I guess, that bishop on a8, you mentioned it earlier, that biting on granite expression, even though it has that long diagonal, it's not doing much for some reason, whereas the bishop on e2 is protecting d3, but I can't really see why white's better here. It just looks so symmetrical, except for that. And because of that, we can also play moves like d4 because our pawn on c4 is protected, whereas your pawn on z5 isn't, so you can't play moves like d5. Again, showing that weirdly enough, even though it's a long diagonal, the bishop on e2 is actually doing more than the bishop on a8.
Oh, yeah. In fact, even I like the bishop coming here, but he does move away and he gets rid of it. Magnus loves these type of positions, so he's can play this forever. You see squeezing water from a stone type ideas. Knight d2, king f1 like this, like just do kind of whatever you like. Also, he's up on time too as well.
Wandering Bishop giving a big shout out to all of our mods, to our producer. Yes, that's right. GM Canty getting in there and giving some applause.
Yeah, we here.
Heck yeah.
We all here, chat. We all in here. We all in here. Yeah, there we go. There we go. All right, Magnus on the move. Let me take any body language, or he keeps good composure. Yeah, he's just chilling, doing his regular stuff.
Yes, the best.
The best. Shout out to you too, chat. Especially the people that's been here the whole time.
Yeah, identify yourself if you have. I love how this tournament equalizes. Levon is usually like so well dressed, like the best dressed, but because of these super sharp jackets and everything, I feel like everybody is well dressed, and Levon feels like more at home. I love it. Okay, so we got a little bit of a change in dynamic here as the move d5 has been played. On the face of it, it's like it looks bad because it kind of kills that bishop on a8. But the thing was, the bishop wasn't doing much on a8 anyway. And if we play the move c5, knight c4 could actually get a bit annoying for us, because if we play bishop c4, pawn c4, knight has to move and the d pawn falls. So very well timed.
Here we go. Levon with a better position against Magnus here, because this knight is an absolute annoyance, a beast, in fact. What is his next move if I move this knight away? My goal is to actually take this knight. This is so annoying. Wow. Magnus with knight to d1, trying to take on c4. Maybe even rerouting to e3.
Wait, how does it help us to go to c4 by going to d1 to take on d4? We're going to have that same issue with the d4 pawn.
Yeah, in fact, actually, because it is hanging due to the b file pressure. Maybe we're going knight e3. Rook b4 with a double of the rooks looking next, also defending c4. 20 seconds for Magnus.
Let's go, kitty power.
Kitty power, the cat's back. The cat is back.
Meow twice for Magnus. Meow once for Levon.
And nothing. She's like, I don't care about either one.
I guess that's a draw.
That's a draw, or like she's like, you puny humans. I'm tired of you.
Knight to b2. Wait, we have so many ways to win.
He's just hanging a pawn. Is Magnus gonna? Let me see. Did we see any reaction from Magnus? Because he's literally hanging a pawn.
Losing.
Knight takes d4 happens. Did we see nothing from Magnus?
Knight d4 easy.
It was bishop d1. He didn't even move. He didn't even flinch. Like he just dropped the pawn. Like he didn't even flinch.
4 seconds left as well. He's down on position and on the clock.
Levon is cooking here. It's gonna put Magnus in a must-win situation with the black pieces. I'm assuming they get the same position with black, and instead of like whole nother position, like that wouldn't be fair, right?
Yeah, I don't know. It might be kind of interesting for us, but yeah. I don't know. Did I like this position? Not so much, actually.
Same. I didn't like this.
I wouldn't mind a different one. Yeah.
I wouldn't mind either.
I mean, it wasn't
definitely would not
horrible,
mind, but yeah.
Yeah. Like you said, it was a bit of a Catalan right away, and Catalan's
Absolutely.
not my fave, so.
Yeah, and Magnus is losing here, boys and girls. It is not looking good. Takes. It's possible to salvage things.
You could take either way. And this pawn on c5 is indefensible. We can't defend it.
Magnus having no time. Remember, it's a 2-second increment rather than 10-second. So now this is a grind. Okay. F4, F3 is going to try to walk the king up next.
Okay. We're up 2 pawns. Completely crushing here, but only 10 seconds left on the clock.
These guys have to move instantly here.
Magnus can't even get any play. It's terrible. Rook b8 doing what he can. Get a piece into the game. How does this help us? Bishop takes a4, rook b7 check. What does that change? Nothing.
Rook takes c4.
Okay, you got 1 pawn back.
Got 1 back.
You're very excited about that. I still have 2. But you're right.
I got 1 back, guys. I got
2
1.
is less than 3.
I got 1. Oh, wait. Okay.
2 is fewer than 3,
still
right,
down.
guys? Come on. Rook b2 check. Oh, no, he's back to 3, but the a7 pawn will hang.
Take, but they're all on the same side. They're all on the same side.
All
this
gonna
one's
go.
gonna go too. This one's gonna go. Everything must go sail. H4, king here, takes, king f6, maybe. Try to go for something crazy.
Yeah, you're a Magnus fan, and you're looking at those. You're like, wait, how can Magnus win this?
Yeah, right. I'm absolutely Magnus fan, but love Levon too. And it looks like Levon should pull this one out, boys and girls. Wow, 2-second increment for each move. I think they
Bishop
do.
G4,
Wait.
so
Oh yeah,
fancy.
rook takes
Look at
c3.
that.
Wow, beautiful. Levon.
Pawn takes c3. All right, this is gonna be easy because we're gonna get that h4 pawn too, huh? Nasty. Kicking that king all the way to the corner. The time is becoming scary, says just as good as Joe.
Amazing. Amazing stuff here from Levon. Wait, okay, there's only 4 seconds. This is, you still have to insta move here. Yeah, I mean, that 2-second increment is not a lot of time.
No, that's like 5 seconds left for Levon. Come on, let's go. Don't lose on time. Not like this.
Magnus trying to draw.
Not like that.
What happened? Oh, it was resignation? Oh, there it is. The resigns. Magnus gets away. 1 more game. Wow.
What a game.
Wow. There it is. Well, clock's still running over there. But okay. They're catching up. Everything's catching up.
It's catching up, and it is a win for the Von Abronian. 1 game left, and Magnus is going to have to win with the black pieces to equalize this tiebreak match. Oh, I didn't see that coming. I thought white was better.
Yeah, I mean, exactly. Out of the opening, it looks pretty good, but Levon says, try again, think again. It's not over yet, guys. We're going to bring up the mainstream to see what they have to say over there.
Destiny isn't meant to be.
Yeah.
And Magnus Carlsen with his back against the wall. We just know what
Yeah, I'm staying.
like.
I'm the new 4th commentator.
Yeah.
These are the 3 musketeers have been transformed.
This has been brilliant. This is a new level of energy on the desk right now. We're happy to have you.
You know, I used to be a content creator back in the day.
No one can write Magnus Carlsen off. Yes, he's got that 1-point deficit. Yes, he has to win on demand, but this is freestyle chess. No way to shut the game down.
Yeah.
Hands far from over.
Far from over, but Levon, that is a juicy victory.
And it kind of goes back to his pattern from the day. He's had a lot of success on the black side of the board.
Yeah.
No, Levon is like, you know, he's when it comes down to it, he's very, very sharp. You know, he knows how to. He's probably got the most experience at the top level out of anyone here, other than Magnus.
I mean, a 25-year Grandmaster at this point, right? 42 years of age, hitting Grandmaster at the age of 17.
Yeah.
That's a ton of experience.
That's what me and him share the late Grandmaster sort of achievement.
What also makes this win so incredibly impressive, you know, Lev's coming from a loss against Vincent Keimer in that round-robin stage. He's playing this endgame where he's on the back foot against none other than Magnus Carlsen, a player who grinds them out for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, and then turning it around in the style that he did and gets that first win in. You got Jan Butner here as well, who's in absolute disbelief with everything that's going on.
Well, yeah,
Everyone
rightfully
loves it.
so.
He's gonna, Hans Niemann is gonna take our
know.
jobs.
No, and that's the thing. Hans, you got to go to the finals because if you don't, they're gonna replace one of us with you, and that's a problem for our careers. Okay, so
no, listen. You know,
If you want to stay,
I am honestly. I think that I had to lose those 2 games as a sacrifice to the universe.
Yes,
I gave my energy to Levon.
You put this into the universe.
You know, listen. I lost those 2 games to sort of give some of my karma all the way to Levon. So he has my power now. He has my spirit, and I am so impressed.
Well, I think then that tells me that you perfectly understand, the idea behind freestyle chess, right? To be a massively entertaining broadcast, right? And you've delivered us just that. Set us up for such a brilliant tiebreaker.
I wonder why people don't invite me if I'm such an interesting person, you know? Maybe you guys should call the St. Louis Chess Club, call up Vikanze, tell them, listen.
Look, I'll call everyone I know, but I just don't know if I know anyone who has.
I haven't played
power
in the last year. If you forget, I have played 1 serious classical tournament in the last year. My last round-robin classical tournament was last October. I'm almost like retired and going to be a commentator like you guys. Maybe a podcaster.
You're right.
You know, maybe
maybe
it's time to just be a freestyle podcaster.
Well, here at Freestyle, the couch always has a place for you, and you can always jump in. All right, but predictions for this one.
Oh, Lordy.
He starts with the black pieces here. You know, there's only one result that keeps his run going. How does he do it? What is going through his mind? You know him best, David. Take us through Magnus Carlsen's mindset right now.
Oof. Hard to say. I think he's just trying to forget. I think he just wants to move on, focus on whatever the new position will be. I think it's more important Levon's mindset. If Levon is as stable as he was for the second half of that game.
Look at him, it's a shark. Going around. Levon is circling his prey.
Levon, though, he's only won 1 white game so far today. He's won 4 games with the black pieces. So yeah, despite having the advantage of white, it's
no. But if you look at the previous game, Magnus tried to overpush in a must-win against Noterbeck. He got completely outplayed. The issue with freestyle is that if you try to overpush, which you often do in a must-win position, it can backfire terribly. So, if you look at the Robson Aragaisi game, he got wiped off the board. So, it depends a lot on the opening position. If Levon gets a position where his pieces are regularly developed and he has smooth play, he's going to be forced to create, so Levon is not really the guy to sort of play passively and keep control. He's more the one to sort of create action himself, so he'll be welcoming any complications. So
you think Magnus should just be solid and wait for his shots?
The principal thing is usually to just be patient, especially with his time control, but it's extremely hard to have that perspective, considering that I don't think he's been close to being knocked out in any previous tournament, right? Like this would be, this would not be good.
Definitely not a familiar position here for Magnus Carlsen. You say that the starting position is oh so important to determining
absolutely.
How this is going to break down. In just about a few seconds, we're diving into the arena to get that final position in our second tie break. Fiona, take it away.
Welcome back to the second playoff game. Levon Aronian won game 1, which means Magnus Carlsen is now in a must-win situation with the black pieces. They will play the same time control 5+2, but with a new position. And to help me draw the next one, I would like to welcome to the stage co-founder of chess.com. Give it up for Danny Wrench. Warm welcome, Danny. Are you ready?
Position 383.
Fantastic. Danny, thank you so much. We're all missing the bathrobe the first time you've been dressed. Give it up for Danny one more time. The players will get 5 minutes now. And to our audience, enjoy. To the players, best of luck.
And here we go, it's position 383 to define who goes through in the top 4. And here we see a very different type of position. It's queens, bishops at one edge of the board. And
well, this looks like the exact position we had in an earlier game. Actually, this is...
very close.
Wait. Only one thing was flipped. Wait. In my game against Aragaisi the first round, this is eerily similar. Wait, no, this is like almost the same. The left is, look at it, it's incredibly similar.
And maybe Tanya can check that.
Yeah, check, no, I'm sure it's incredibly similar.
And what strikes
okay.
the main factors?
No.
Yeah, this is the first round position, and you're absolutely right. It's
no, sorry. It's the fourth, the right side,
It's the rook and knight that have been swapped over.
No, there was another, sorry, there was...
But that was the long-range pieces on the left side of the board.
What?
But we have had these dynamics, David, as you were pointing out, the queen and the 2 bishops on that right flank, and there we've got our first move in, or not yet? The players are still thinking.
No, sorry, but Vidit. Actually, can you check my game against Vidit, round 4?
Sure.
I believe that was with the bishop on d1 in the center. You were showing.
Yeah, but the other pieces look
Yours and
the left side is very similar. Wait.
What would you say are the main factors of this position?
Well, f4 and you get the initiative, right? So f4, he can't really play f5. It's too symmetrical. Like, just go to the beginning. This looks incredibly similar.
Are you thinking this is a good side?
Oh, look, it's the bishop. It's similar. It's similar.
But more to the first round that you were talking about, David.
Yeah.
We have seen these dynamics. All right, first move predictions. Let's start with David. What do you think Levon, needing only a draw to go through in this one, will be his move of choice here?
f4, obviously, attacking the... Oh, sorry. I'm supposed to do...
Go on.
Sorry,
I agree, Hans, go on.
No, definitely f4, and this looks actually really bad because f4, knight, b6, g3. White's king's already castled. You've got super simple development. Like, this is a dream position. You know, if everything was in disarray, it would be far more concerning. But this is actually, everything is already developed normally. So I think this is a great start for Levon.
So you think, despite being far away from the standard chess strategic positions where you've got familiar patterns, Levon's happy with this freestyle draw?
But the bishops are in dream positions.
Yes.
The king is perfectly safe with 2 rooks next to it. The knight is springing into b3. You have no issues. So he just has to play normal logical chess and everything will be fine. Like, it's not... when the positions are complete disarray, black can be better after 2 moves. But in this position, like, black has 0 chance for an advantage. Maybe I would take 10, 15 moves to hope for an advantage as long as Levon plays normal chess.
1 minute and 39 seconds before the first move starts. If you could tell Levon one thing right now...
For example,
you know,
an idea is f4, knight b6, f5. Sort of playing against this bishop on h8.
But tell me this, Hans. You're on Lev's corner right now, and you had to tell him one thing before this very potentially final game. What would that be?
I'll tell him that I will send him, he'll get a PayPal wire from me after he wins this game. A generous PayPal wire. He already won 10,000 for beating me in endgame, so I would, give him a little tip for his gracious victory.
Where are these funds coming from, Hans?
Endgame company, startup, venture capitalist.
All right, guys, we back. Jen, another game.
Let's go. Can he do it? Magnus,
do it.
playing black, a tough position, I think. Again, when there's stuff that's unprotected, when all the Well, actually, now that I come to think of it, we did have a position similar to this, which I thought was going to be violent, but ended up being okay for black. So maybe I'm wrong, but I do note that pawn on a7 totally undefended. And what else do we notice about the queen bishop bishop pattern? We had this, I think, in the first game. Remember when it was Hikaru who drew against Dominguez, and we had those 3 diagonal pieces all in a row on one side of the board.
Yeah, in fact, this was the very first game of today looked like this, in fact.
Pretty similar. Yeah.
And we have moves, by the way. F4, knight to b6, which is not allowed. I mean, this is basically the same, it feels like. Knight b3. Well,
Yeah,
g3, opening up the bishops. They got to move quickly, too. Remember, it's 5+2.
Right. So very different than the earlier time control with 10+10. Sometimes it can get a little tricky when you're still used to the other one, right?
Yeah, actually, in fact, because they played that position before. So remembering some ideas and maybe looking at what they could have played better earlier is probably coming out right now. If e5, maybe even a d5 too hits the bishop.
Although the other one, the knights were in between the king and the rooks were on the other side. So it was like rook, knight, king, and knight, rook. Now it's knight, rook, king, rook, knight. So a little different, but substantially might have a lot of similarities. We'll see. As black to move, computer already thinks it's equal. Yeah, this is the thing. For some reason, you know what it is? I think similar thing happened where there was like an e5 move at some point and queens got traded on the f file. So that was the reason. Maybe when there's a queen face off and there's the king's very far away from it, it makes it more likely that there will be like a trade, and then of course it'll become more drawish, right? So I wonder if that plays into that. But nonetheless, Magnus now has to decide what to do about this e-pawn. Does he want to take on f4? Does he want to try to get an intermezzo in with knight d6 or knight f6, hitting the bishop on e4 and perhaps trying to play e4?
Yeah, actually try to play e4 will be quite annoying. I can't put the knight on c5 and hope for maybe some d6 stuff, so I can maybe try to use the diagonal here, depending on what the king is doing, maybe castling. So knight to d6, which does hit the bishop. Bishop moves away, maybe back to g2.
Yeah,
bishop g2. There it
I
is.
like that because on h1 we're not connecting with the queen on f1, and also we always have a possibility of finding ourselves on h3 one day.
There's the capture on f4. I actually like taking with the pawn just to keep more pieces on the board. Of course, it isolates it. Knight takes, I don't like the g5 move. Queen takes, I don't really want to trade queen, but gf seems just about right. Yes, of course, I do have an iso pawn, but I can kind of play around it. He does end up taking with the queen, though. It does probably make the most sense naturally because you don't damage any structure.
But also don't forget that a draw is good enough for Levon. So queen f4 makes a lot of sense considering the stipulations of the match.
Match strategy.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, I'll take a draw, bro.
And now potentially going to play, move the rook away so that he can move the other rook there by queenside castling.
But it also allows bishop d3, which is sort of an awkward move, I guess. But if you move the knight, then we do damage the pawn structure.
Yeah.
But then he's going to damage the pawn structure.
Well, I guess.
So, like, how do we do this?
Maybe we could play knight on b to c5, and then if queen f4, knight f4. And if bishop d3, knight d3. So we kind of hold all the positional eggs together there, while also putting our knight on a nice square. The only thing is we hang a2. But, you know, it's always double-edged to take a2 because then we get to play rook a1 and your a7 pawn is under fire. So that probably won't matter. Who's rooting for Magnus, guys? Who's rooting for Levon?
Let's go, chat.
Let us know,
Magnus,
chat.
Levon, who you got?
I know everybody likes them both, but you gotta choose.
You can only choose one, chat.
Yeah.
Magnus. Okay, I see Magnus. Levon. Okay.
All right, we're tied up so far. Chat's
exactly
very split on this.
Levon now. Oh, one more. Tough. USA. Which is Levon. Oh, Hikaru versus Magnus.
That's a true believer.
Okay. Maggie, man. Levon. Okay.
Magswagon. It's not the same person who said Zugzwagen.
Zugswagon. That was great. That was what I'm saying. So Romatini. Yep, that's him. Magswagon.
All right, what happens now if knight? I'm just trying not to hang anything. It's getting that time. Knight 8. What happens if knight A5? I'm hitting your B pawn 3 times, right? What you gonna do? Take my pawn on A2, perhaps? I don't know.
Okay, back to winning game. He is totally fine with this. LeBron, that is because he is like a draw is cool. I'm good to go. That's what he says here. We do need to probably get the king out the center too. Maybe D3 can attack. But Magnus's move says, where do we go, Jen? Where do
Oh,
we
it's
go?
black's move. So maybe I am threatening knight A5. Okay, because I was thinking white might be threatening knight A5 here. Bishop D5 would certainly prevent that.
Okay, Bishop D5 takes. That's not many captures. Takes. And then maybe Bishop D4, but that gives up the F2 square. Maybe I'll castle next. D3 possible. I need to activate this rook.
Gosh, this position, this is the second time the position with all the queens and the bishops on that side resulted in early trades. Very interesting. I need to investigate why that is, and I do think it might have something to do with that queen file. Because think about it, James, queens are always on the same file, right? Because we mirror each other. But if you're on the same file close to the king, it's harder to like open up the position to trade them, like in regular chess, right? It happens like in the Berlin, but maybe it doesn't happen as often because you have to weaken the pawns around your king in order to liquidate the position that quickly. Here
You
you
also
don't.
have the bishops too as well. With the bishops open right up. So of course G3, you see F4, F5, very symmetrical. So we get these type of positions that are very equal that we had before actually in the beginning.
Not a good draw for Magnus. He must have groaned when he saw this position. It's like, I want something juicy.
Yes.
But hey, maybe he can make something happen here. It is still a very interesting endgame. It's not like it's an easy draw for either side. Both sides kind of have some awkwardness to them, right?
King on C6 though, very active king. Very active. You do want to have an active king when you are in sort of an end game here as we have right now. Rook could come over to E8. We could go D4. He rerouting with the knight though, as it wasn't very good on the B3 square. So maybe going around this way. Minute 30 for Magnus. Minute 30, only 2-second increment. Let me actually pull up. I just want to see what he looks like on the cam. Okay, everybody calm. All right. Knight D3, played. Now we have A5. You have a doubling of the rooks, maybe. Maybe D6 possible as well. Magnus has to win though. Wait a second. It's not like
he does have to win, indeed.
Yeah, it's not one of those positions. I mean, he can try to create something, but a draw is not the answer. Maybe he wants the F1 square to try to create something. We can always go rook E1 though. Even trading first and then rook E1.
He's also down on time.
Down on time he is. 95 check. Not a big fan of that. Bishop E3, which allows some type of imbalance after knight takes E3. Not played though. Quickly, Bishop G7.
Trying to just keep the game going is Magnus, as he knows that draw is death for his chances in this tournament.
That is correct. Rook D to E.
Time for poker.
You know what, they are having 10 million over there. Wait, what they doing? Okay, let me go. Let's head over there. Let's head over there. Okay, pawn comes over to D6. Rook E6 could be possible to put some pressure there. King D7, you still could probably play a rook E6, but that could be parried with a knight takes F4.
Yeah, and then knight takes F4, and we have a nice knight, but nice enough for what? All we need is a draw anyway.
That's true. A4, I do like this move, creating some play over here. They say the best way to play for a draw is to play for a win. So
Yes.
A5 taking and maybe rook A1.
Very true words, because if you clam up and get too passive, hoping just to trade off into a draw, it sometimes just makes you too passive, and little by little you lose the game. And Levon is very well aware of that, and he's just trying to play normal chess.
H6, H4, stopping G5. Rook E7 says, come on, go into my layer here, as I do like to play these in games. 35 seconds, though. Can he play it with 35 seconds and a 2-second increment on the clock? Magnus in a must-win situation versus Levon, trying to push his way through and knock out Magnus. All right, chat, will it happen? Levon or Magnus? Who wins?
I
Who
mean,
wins? Magnus needs a draw. I mean, sorry, Levon.
Win. Yeah, I don't know. I don't see it. But Levon is getting lower in time, so maybe. Rook E7,
Maybe.
97.
Anything can happen, chat.
26 seconds mark now. X Melnick is a Magnus fan. He thinks he will win.
You know what? I mean, this 22nd here is frightening. 17 seconds. Is he choking? Is he choking in a drawn position? Okay, he's not drawn yet, but it's equal. Equal position. Is he choking, chat? You only get a 2-second increment, bro. You got to move. Oh my goodness. What the tank there was crazy. You only get 2 seconds.
Gotta
You
move.
only get
Gotta
2.
move.
That was a crazy tank there from him.
Trying to keep it interesting for us.
I think bro forgot about time. It seemed likely. He thought for like 20 seconds with 30 seconds on the clock. With 2-second increment. Wow. Knight f5, bishop f4. Okay, c4 played. Magnus trying to make some things work. Rook
Trying to do
f2.
something.
King goes back to d1. They're moving instantly, basically. 7 seconds on the clock to 8 seconds. 2-second increment. Anybody's game here.
Don't look at the eval. I'm seeing more activity for Magnus's pieces now. I am definitely concerned. I'm concerned.
Takes. Here we go. He has to play on. G5 played.
G5 wouldn't, knight G3 wouldn't have done that much because we would have won upon ourselves in the end anyway. Just like knight H3 now. Rook H2, knight G5. Winning
Knight
a pawn is
G5.
a lot. Uh-oh.
Magnus might lose this one.
Wow. Indeed. Knight F3, nice move. Knight E5 check comes into the game. Nope, he played knight E1. Not sure why he did that.
Oh, wait, 94. You have to go rook
G2
G2.
though.
He takes, and then he goes knight f2 check, but he misses it, of course, with only so much time on the clock here. He can push G5. There it is.
Uh-oh. Losing again is Magnus
G6.
now.
Oh, he's losing. You can play pawn D3 at some point just to kick this knight away. D3, G7 played. Play D3, A5, anything. Just make a move.
King G8 X clam. That feels very generous.
No, that is not it. Knight G5. He misses it though. Wow, just miss after miss. Knight H7. Wow.
Knight
Okay.
H7, cool move.
I thought that worked
But
too.
not
I
good
actually thought it
enough.
worked. Oh, but it's not
Only
enough.
need
Knight
to
F8.
draw. Okay. Only needs a draw. He's trying to set up some kind of mating net.
Oh man. Oh, rook D5 is losing knight F4 check. Oh my goodness, he missed knight F4 check. Oh man, he missed the fork. Oh my goodness. Everybody hold your breath here. Oh my goodness. Nobody touch nothing. Don't nobody touch nothing.
Oh my
Everybody
God.
breathe. Oh my goodness. Knight F4 fork. Wow. This is crazy. This is crazy. Everybody buckle up. Oh
Wait.
my goodness.
We're winning that A4 pawn. The game is still in play.
Yeah, I don't know what's gonna
Not
happen.
an easy draw.
No, it's not gonna be a draw.
There's 2 pawns against 2 pawns. It's wild.
This is not a
the
draw.
B6 pawn though. The B6
Wow.
pawn's hanging.
Whoa,
But there's
that
rookie.
was
There's rookie 1
crazy.
check. Got to be careful. Oh, he's just gonna keep checking and then take B6. Okay, but not anymore. Wait.
Oh, he has
Rook
king.
F1
He
check.
can attack the.
King G2. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, he should be okay. It shouldn't be no more 4. Oh, something happened. Okay, apparently, the game's already over there. So check. It looks like Magnus lost, and Magnus may be out.
Looks like that. I mean,
Wow.
Levon totally winning now, right?
Yeah.
With the king pushed to the side, and there it is. Levon wins. I can't believe it.
Levon, aka LeBron.
There it is.
LeBron-aronian over here today. Wow. Absolutely incredible and epic from that man. That is crazy, boys.
Carlsen is
Dang.
out.
Carlsen is out. When do you ever say that?
Oh my gosh.
When do you ever say that?
Las
Carlsen
Vegas.
is out.
Not been kind to Magnus Carlsen.
What do they say? What happens in Vegas?
Stays in Vegas. And that's what Magnus Carlsen will hope about today. He's like, I don't want to relive this tournament ever again. Let's forget about this one.
Yeah, he's gonna forget about this one so quickly. In fact, wow, incredible stuff, boys and girls. Well, Levon Aronian takes down the man himself. That was incredible feat. Chat. What do you think? What do you think?
That woke me up. That was a long time, and we've been on the broadcast for what? It's been 9 hours.
9 hours, yeah.
9 hours. But when that night fork came out, it felt like we've been working for 5 minutes. I'm like, what?
Yeah, that was nice. That was nice.
How's that happen?
That was nice.
Oh boy, you know, I'm not. I kind of course, Magnus being in the event is so much fun. It makes it very interesting. But Levon, great guy, and to see him blunder a night fork and lose would have been sad. It would have really pained me. So
No, that would have been a legit table slam, like a legit, like hit the table and they're like, oh, we understand why he did that. Like that's what we would be saying. Wow, unbelievable.
What do you think, little lady? You hear it hanging out. She's a very smart cat. That's why she watches so much chess.
Hey, what do you think, Cat? Chat, what do you think? Chat and Cat, what do you think? That was amazing. Overall, amazing day.
We got more for you tomorrow.
Exactly. We got more tomorrow, guys. Well, that is it from us, guys. It's been a long day from all of us. Hope you're feeling good at home, and hopefully you stuck with us the entire time. What a day. But guess what? We'll be back again tomorrow. So we're signing off. Jin, anything from you before we get out of here today?
No, just sleep well because we're going to do it all over again tomorrow. Thanks to all the mods. Thanks to our producer and James. It's been amazing. Jerome, thank you. Yes, what a day. And congrats to Hikaru for an incredible performance. And look at that. He just joined the chat.
Hey, Hikaru in chat.
I summoned him.
Right. Hikaru in chat. Congrats to Hikaru and congrats to LeBron Aronian, aka Levon Aronian there, as we will be doing this thing again tomorrow, guys. Peace from us to you. We'll see you tomorrow.